Futures trying to hold on to positive territory here as we kick off a brand new week ahead of a long weekend. More debt ceiling talks apparently in focus this morning, coming off of some progress that was made apparently late last night. They'll resume in Washington coming up this morning. We'll keep an eye out for any kind of headlines that come through in relation to that. Any kind of progress in a deal, obviously going to be very, very positive for the overall market. Speaking of, it was the NASDAQ that led us all week last week, once again, into the weekend. 3.5%, in fact, for the NASDAQ and tech shares when all was said and done on the week last week. We'll take a look at some things moving around this morning, including some of the chip makers' downside on this Micron headline. China going to block, not going to allow any Micron products to be purchased by certain companies within China. So not good, not only for the chip makers, but Apple was downside initially on that this morning. Apple also with a downgrade. We'll talk about that coming up as well. A few other things of note so far this morning, including Meta with this huge fine coming from the EU. 1 billion plus fine. They're going to appeal that. They've said that already, but Meta under a little bit of pressure here, but things starting to move back to the upside. It's Monday, May 22nd, 2023. tradertv.live starts now. Yeah, there we go. Look at how things are shaping up right now. Back to positive. It is the S&P actually that's leading right now. 0.11, 0.07, 0.05 there for the Dow, and the NASDAQ still kind of chopping around, not really doing a heck of a lot as we wait and see if we get any kind of further progress, apparently, that was made late last night. Sharif back in the building after a nice long weekend. I hope you enjoyed Friday. We'll get another one coming up this weekend as well, which is kind of nice. But
Memorial Day, baby.
Yeah. So apparently we got some progress made late last night in relation to some of these debt ceiling talks between the two sides in Washington. They went into the weekend in the exact opposite tone. It sounded like they were still very far apart. There were some kind of lines being drawn, but apparently talks last night were made some progress.
Yeah, Joe Biden is still holding on to the position, though, that the Republicans or the House Republicans can't ask for spending cuts in exchange for a debt ceiling raise. He's asking them to shift their position. So we'll see how this plays out. Though the real headline, though, to me, Brendo, was the China headline. Another headline that Joe Biden found himself embroiled in on the weekend. That was really interesting. We knew that there was going to be a lot of posturing, G7 and, the issues that they have with China. China responding immediately, though.
Yeah, timing obviously key here with this move. Again, if you missed it, Chinese regulators going to block any kind of purchases of Micron products. This was been talked about back and forth going back, to the middle of last year as far as chip sales, not only from Chinese companies to the U.S., but vice versa now. So we'll see how this pans out. Obviously not good as far as U.S.-China relations. Neil is off this week, enjoying a vacation. That means Max is in the building all week long on the morning. Sean as well, guys. Good morning.
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm here, but it is great that Max is here, and we want to say, good, happy vacation, bon voyage, au revoir, to Neil. I was messaging him earlier today. He's having a blast. He says if every day was like day one, he'd be a pretty happy camper, and he's taking the advice of relaxing on a patio, on a street somewhere, having some nice, cappuccino, probably a tea or something. I don't know what he's having, but he is there. You've been to Paris?
I have been to Paris. Love Paris.
It's a great spot. I actually preferred it to Rome, but I'm going to be going back to Rome soon. And
nice.
Any vacations planned for you coming up?
Nothing concrete yet, but we got some ideas.
Okay.
Maybe
good.
A little Paris trip later on in the summer.
Ooh, I like that. We're ready to rock and roll. It's going to be another good day. It's Monday, and here it's Victoria Day. So it was an easy drive in. There was basically no cars. Yeah. It seemed like it was COVID all over again, which was really nice. I'll take that. It's like a 20-minute drive, which is normally like a 35-minute drive. I'll take it there today. But we're excited. It's going to be a good one, man. Micron. I just wonder if we're finally going to have a bearish day. I mean, it feels like that we start off one way, then the market rallies into the midday, and then we just finally make up our mind near the end, and then the NASDAQ was down 0.24 on Friday there today. I feel like there's negative news. This China story isn't the greatest. Starting to ban, domestic exports for Micron, like they're not letting their chips into certain sectors in China. That seems a little bit messed up to me. And then Apple finally with the downgrade, that's exciting. I don't know. I mean, I'm long Apple. I'm going to take the Jim Cramer theory there and own it, don't trade it. I've sold some Apple. I don't think I'll do that again. We'll wait till it comes back down. But I like the Tesla story. That's been pretty strong over the last couple of days. We'll see if it deserves a 180 print again here today. So that should be exciting. And then PacWest. On everyone's mind a little bit here as it's trying to bump up, selling some construction loans and whatnot. You can find all of this on the sticky note and watchlist.tradertv.live. Give me a name you're looking at there, Max.
I like Tesla for the long today. I feel like we kind of broken out of that consolidation that we've been having below 180. So looking at some of these pre-market levels to try to get long off, if that ship may have sailed, we might have to pay up for Tesla today because people are buying it up already. PACW obviously going to be exciting, but that one's always kind of challenging to get involved with.
Yeah, make sure you pay for shorts if you got to get that. I believe that's still pay for shorts. General Motors throwing some news around here with Escalade IQ and some of their EV talk here, so that could be in play as well. Chevron buying PDC Energy for $7.6 billion, so they're coming down to the downside as well. But a shout out to everybody there that's in the chat. What's up to Bears versus Bulls? What's up to I was going to say Fat Figa, but we don't need to go there. Alex B, what's up? Bears versus Bulls. Everybody, Jeffries, that's there. Tony Price, what's up? What's up to Streamlabs? Anything that I see in the chat, I'm going to shout it out. What's up to E Slater as well? JJ, what's up, my guy? Right there. But, okay, let's go over to the big desk. We're ready to rock and roll. We're excited. I've got Max here. Arun is right beside me. He's in the building as well. So that should be a lot of fun for the midday. It's going to be Max. Hey, Max, you're with me. It's going to be Sharif and Arun all day during the midday, and of course the big guys on the big desk, and that's Brendan.
Yeah, we were just talking about the Lyric, the Cadillac Lyric. I saw the first one in a parking lot. It was really, really cool looking. Even the paint though was very, it was almost like metallic looking. Like it wasn't very shiny. Anyways, who cares? Yeah. Go check it out. Here's the overall headline that we sat down to so far this morning. I mean, market, as we saw, kind of chopping around here, not really doing a heck of a lot. But focus on the debt ceiling this morning after Joe Biden and Speaker McCarthy apparently talks late last night were, quote unquote, positive. So that's good. Any kind of deal obviously going to be very positive for the overall market, or potentially anyway. So we'll keep an eye out for, as we said, any more headlines to come through. Chips in focus here after this China ban on Micron products. So we'll talk about that. If you remember, I want to say about 3 weeks ago or so, they came through with that audit of Micron products specifically and said there were some security issues surrounding them. So here's the result of that. So all of these, Intel, NVIDIA, AMD, downside to kick things off this morning. But as we've seen a few of them starting to bounce a little bit so far. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, nothing we really haven't seen here in North America, where we've kind of done the same thing with Huawei. You'll recall that a lot of governments have had issues installing Huawei infrastructure in their 5G network, and that's been an ongoing issue in Canada. I believe it's the same thing in the United States. But what's funny, Brendo, what's not funny, I guess it's kind of to be expected. Chinese chip stocks really rising on the Hang Seng overnight on this news.
Yeah, if they're going to bring things, I guess, back in country, it makes a little bit of sense. I wanted to show this as well. This is the S&P from a year ago, 7.45%. So this chart goes back exactly 1 year. So into, the first couple of weeks of May of 2022 versus where we are now. So obviously we've been focusing on and talking a lot about tech and the NASDAQ, but decent strength here, guys, even for the S&P.
I mean, I think you consider that with all the turmoil in the oil markets, oil down, $68, $70, sometimes looking to go lower, sometimes going higher. What a roller coaster year this has been. Then you had all the business with the banks, Max, going up and down, plus this huge tech run. So I always say, I said this last year, and I've been saying this since, I feel like when we were growing up, they told us that the average return on the S&P is anywhere between 7 to 10%. Well, if you just close your eyes and wake up now a year later, you're in the money 7.5%. Forget about all this Russia turmoil, Ukraine, China, all this debt ceiling, which is happening as we speak, EV talk, all that kind of stuff. If you just put your money into the S&P 500, you'd wake up today at 7.5, and then, you know, after the next couple of months, 8%, 9%, so on and so forth. It's going to continue to go to the upside, but of course that was over 1 year, so I think that's a pretty decent year return there. Obviously, you had a little bit turmoil the year before, and I think a lot of people are expecting to have a much bigger return in the upcoming years to make up for what was some of those troubles over the last 2 years. But I still feel pretty good about the spot that everything's in, and it's just strange because I have some friends that say, oh, what, you're still invested? Like, this is crazy. But then I looked over, and sure, I'm down from the peak. I mean, when you're invested in mainly all tech names,
yeah,
you know, it's going to be hard to recover, especially if you had some money like I did in PayPal or even in Meta. I mean, a lot of people had, Meta's been great, but you're still low from the, you know, 350, whatever. Either, you know, Nvidia is one of the names that's all the way back there. But yeah, so for Micron, the Micron was a great idea that we really liked up here at $67, and I just felt like Micron had a chance. If we can come to the screen here, we'll talk briefly about this. For some reason at 8 o'clock, Micron got going there, and it wasn't even a dark pool print. I was watching it. It did start to get going, but even if you only got to $66, $67, I still really like these tops. And then now in the last little bit, you are fading out here a little bit for Micron. So here it is ramping up, getting to 67 and now fading out. These are some of the levels that we want to look at, 67, 68 for top breaks for Micron, but I don't think it's going to break anywhere. Me and you just talked about this, and now we think maybe a 65 break down. It's the same kind of thing on the daily chart here, where we talked about how much we liked it on the break up through 65. Well, right now you're coming right back into a level of which was resistance, now turns into support. So let's see what happens here at 65 for me. Because the NASDAQ is actually up today, I'm going to play Micron for a potential pop into 67, 68 and change. We're going to be very, very patient today with what we're trading. I feel like there's a lot of good short opportunities. Apple's going to be one of them, and I like this Micron trade as well. I'm excited to sit here and trade today. So V for Miss Vendetta. Yeah, you know what? I'm going to get Miss V back on the show ASAP. Yeah, Sharif is liking that one. You guys, I'm going to send her, you know what? I'm sending her a damn note right now. There's been some talk. We can have her on as a guest trader, see if she's trading Tesla. That'll be a no, but we'll see if she is. And then we'll find out going from there. So it should be a good day here today. I'm excited for it. I like that Micron short, man. I think it's going to be a trade that we don't want to sleep on.
Yeah, that Micron short for sure, breaking through 65. I think if we can hold above there pre-market and then get through there off the open, that would be awesome. I don't really want to take a breakdown pre-market with all the fugazi that happens with those auction prints. Yeah, Tesla just starting to rip now already. So I don't think I'm going to get that dip trade on Tesla, sadly. It's like $1 above where I actually want it. Yeah, we'll see if some of these names can get into some levels that we like. But there's a lot moving this morning, and I feel like we might be able to catch some Monday morning, profit-taking selling on some of these tech names for the bounce at like 11 a.m.
All right, let's bring in Michael Na, CMT over at Trade Ideas for a beginning of the week discussion. Good to see you, Michael, as always. Welcome back in as we head to a brand new week here with all things overall market, I guess, on mine with the potential of a debt ceiling deal kind of lingering in the background after what happened late yesterday, as we were saying over in Washington. So let's take a look maybe at the overall market and what we're thinking going into a new week. And we preface this with, guys, if you're interested or have any kind of wonderings about Trade Ideas, very good opportunity coming up first week of June. There's a test drive coming up just around the corner that we're going to talk a little bit about as well.
Yes, sure thing. So this is the start of something new that me and Brendan were talking about. Usually I'm here on Fridays, but the game plan is I'm going to come in the beginning of the week. I'm going to show some outputs of some algos that we have at Trade Ideas that run over the weekend. Give you guys some names, some sectors to look at, things like that. and then back on Friday just to see how everything worked and maybe how I took some of the trades and kind of what happened there. So we're always open to feedback. Again, at Michael Noss, CMT on Twitter, or you can email info@trade-ideas.com. We're just trying to figure out a way to get more content and better content to you guys. So feedback, as always, is welcome. Right off the bat, I'm going to go with something cool that we have that I actually haven't talked about on the show before, which is our Trade of the Week email. And if you go to trade-ideas.com/tradertv, you scroll down to the bottom, you can put your email in, and we send you a free trade every single week. It's done by one of the great traders that we have over at Trade Ideas who really dives in and looks through the market all weekend, and it's sent out on Monday morning. So I'll be teasing that on these Mondays as well. But if you want that emailed to you, again, it's trade-ideas.com/tradertv. Scroll on the bottom, put your email in, and we'll get that sent to you. So this week, it's actually Valvoline. VVV is the ticker. And this one was great. It came from this anchored VWAP setup that we actually talked about a couple times on stream, where essentially what it's doing is it's looking for a large gap in the stock. In this case, it was earnings, and then some sideways consolidation with the anchored VWAP catching up. I hear you guys have Brian Shannon on Wednesday. I'll be tuning into that. He'll definitely go over the anchored VWAP and how to use it, and way better than I ever could. He's kind of the pioneer of that. So this is the trade of the week. Again, free from Trade Ideas each week. So Valvoline basically gets above, I think I'm pronouncing that horribly, but above the high from yesterday or the high from Friday. That's the entry point. Stop just under that consolidation. We're looking for an earnings continuation on this. So the next slide here, this is the Trade Ideas relative strength algorithm. I think I've talked about this a couple times, but this is where I'm going to kind of get my ideas for you guys for this week. So just to show what we're looking at, the idea is we're always looking to rotate into the strongest sectors and the strongest stocks in the market. This is the back test going back to 1990. Basically, what would happen if you held the top names in TI strength, or if you held the benchmark, which is the S&P 500. So right before I logged on, I heard Sean basically say, hey, ignore the news. The market goes up 8 to 10% on average per years, with some days, some years being down, all that kind of things. Same thing with what we're looking for. We ignore the news. We say, what's the strongest names out there? Let's hold those until they reverse and move on. And you can see some really good relative outperformance over the long run on this one. So what I've done on the next chart, I know this is a little bit small. I'll zoom this out for next time. But the idea is I took all of the names that were in over the weekend, when all of the numbers get crunched and the algorithm gets kind of pushed on, and I said, okay, well, what is going on? What is this algorithm looking at this week? What's the most amount of strong names in the market? And right at the bottom, again, you don't need to squint to read it, but it's chemical manufacturing. 25 out of, I think, 200 names, so well over 10% of the entire algorithm for strong names is in chemical manufacturing. Now, that generally means pharmaceutical type stuff, pharmaceutical prep, drug names. I don't know what news may be causing this, but this algorithm does an amazing job of saying, hey, this is what the market, or this is what the institutions are buying instead of selling. And right now they seem to be piling into pharmaceutical prep type companies. So as always, I've got some names for you here. So starting with XLI, which is the closest I could find to chemical manufacturing, pharmaceutical. You could go with IBB, you could go with XBB, but XLI is a good just industrial where these chemicals would have to come from. Pretty strong, still within a base. So really, I want to see this get moving before I get into a lot of these names. But I went through the entire list of 25 names, and I came up with the 3 that I think look the best. And this is going to be my watch list for stocks to trade going into this week. So the first one is BIIB. So again, with Brian Shannon coming on Wednesday, here's another great anchored VWAP play. It had this massive move up after earnings, and now it's been pulling back nice and calm and relaxed, holding that anchored VWAP both Thursday and Friday with those bottoming tails you can see there. So I'm watching this one over Friday's high, which is, I think, about 310-ish, give or take. So I'll be long about 310. If we close anywhere near that 300 area, I think it's time to go on that one. But just a nice chill pullback on this guy right here. Next one is LNTH. Again, strong move after earnings. I love them because it's a way for me to not need to know the fundamentals and still trade the fundamentals. And $100, so it ran right up to $100, pulled back. We know that's a big psychological level. You hear the guys talk about it from a day trading point of view. You know, big round numbers stocks can gravitate to. Same with swing trading. If we get through $100, that's what I'm interested on this name right here. And then last but not least is AVDL. Same kind of move. We have an anchored VWAP right before this massive run up we've seen in the stock. It pulls back, it finds support at that anchored VWAP. If it starts to push higher out of this kind of bull flag, so I think either Thursday's high or yesterday's high, I want to see a close over that or a hold over that, and that's where I'll get involved in that one as well.
Great start to the week. It's always important to understand what it is that's actually leading as far as strength in the overall market. We've been talking so much about the tech sector specifically, but the NASDAQ overall. So it's interesting to see, you know, some pharma names, some chemical manufacturers, as you said, also in the background a little bit, kind of showing relative strength as well. As we mentioned, coming up first week of June, guys, great opportunity if you had any inclinations or wonderings about trade ideas. Correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Noss, $11.11 for a test drive.
$11.11 gets you 2 weeks of the entire product. So that includes the anchored VWAP product. It includes access to our artificial intelligence engine. You know, everything that we have at Trade Ideas. Yeah, $11.11 for 2 weeks. Great way to kick the tires and see if it's something for you.
As you mentioned as well, Mr. Shannon here, coming up Wednesday. We're going to give this away when he's on. So stay tuned. Make sure you come by on Wednesday, guys. Wednesday afternoon, 2:45. Brian Shannon as well from Alpha Trends. Mr. Noss, we'll speak again on Friday. Thanks for this.
Thank you very much. Have a good one.
That's right, Darwood and Klopp. That is cheaper than a cheeseburger. For $11.11, you can get cheeseburger, fries, and a drink, or you get 2 weeks to change your trading life. Maybe that's a little dramatic. But thank you to Michael Noss for coming on. I like that idea, man. Come on Monday, talk about a couple names, see what's going on Friday, review them, talk about some strategy, and give our viewers an opportunity to hit up Michael with any questions. You've been a TI user for quite a while.
Oh, yeah.
So that's really great, and we really like the software here, so I feel like that's a great opportunity to try that out. Try Trader TV 20 after that and subscribe and get everything. But yeah, I think some of those names are pretty interesting there. That Valvoline, BIIB, the anchored VWAP. I was actually reading Brian Shannon's book over the weekend to get prepared for when he comes on Wednesday. Some pretty interesting ideas there. You anchor the VWAP to key dates, key highs, key lows, breakouts, economic releases, things like that. It seems pretty good. I like it. We'll see. I'll ask him some more specific questions come Wednesday, and that should be a lot of fun. And to give that book away, it's a $50 book. That's nice to do that and put that on your trading shelf there. So I feel like that's really good, and we'll talk more about that. And the more you can educate yourself on different products available and fine-tune your trading, I think makes a lot of sense. I've added, even to your point there, Max, I added your 21-period moving average on here, and that's going to be the little dotted line as well. So yeah, man, I mean, look, all jokes aside, honestly, we're going to sit here and make trades, and you got to have reasons to get in and reasons to get out. I've been using VWAP from time. Like we have a VWAP note out. It's actually our most watched video, and that goes back 3 or 4 years when we started talking about that. We've had volume weighted average price on our charts forever, and we really like to use those as well. So although the NASDAQ just turned red a little bit there, you know, Tesla's making that move higher, still broke through 180. Micron's coming back in. Apple's going to lead the way today. There's lots to talk about. Trader TV, watch us on tradertv.live. Check that out. And so why don't we start to do that? Let's start to run down the watch list here. We've got Max with me here today, filling in for Neil, which is going to be fantastic. You're here all week. Thank you so much for that. And then Arun's here all week as well with Sharif. So we've got the heavy hitters in the building to take care of everybody on Trader TV Live. So should be a really great one. Plus, we're hiring. We're looking for some new talent to come through. Not to replace you, Max. Don't worry. But it should be a real fun day and week for us here as well. Shout out to Mahad, who's running the board. And happy Victoria Day to everybody in Canada. My kid has a birthday party to go to today. It's only 19 degrees Celsius. It's supposed to be the max. And it's a swimming party. But, you know, it's going to be fine.
The kids don't care about the...
He actually befriended, so the orthodontist is a friend of ours from hockey. So not only am I paying a lot of money to them for said braces and everything like that, but now today they got to look after my eldest kid. So I feel like today it's a W. They're going to play some laser tag, do some indoor go-karting and things like that, then back to dude's place for a swim.
That's a hell of a birthday party.
It is. Well, when you're
Back
the son
in
of
my
an
day, you
you're
get
the son
one
of an
of those
orthodontist.
things.
Exactly. So
It's
that
3
should
in
be
1.
really good. We got the kids some, Prime. Every kid loves those Prime, the drinks right now. It's the Logan Paul energy drinks.
Never heard of it.
Never heard of it?
I mean, I don't drink energy
How
drinks.
old are you?
Too
wow,
old, apparently.
Max, wow, too old. Anyways, I don't want to give the whole gift away, but that should be a lot of fun. There's a whole bunch of things there. Anyways, lots of fun happening today in Canada because it's a holiday, and we'll figure out. Today's special day because we get lunch normally catered in. So today we got to order something. So we got to figure out what's going to happen right there. I just heard Sharif's pretty happy about that one over there. Sharif, what do you want to have for lunch today, man?
Something healthy, Sean. It's summer.
Not possible. Not possible.
Max is like talking about like in my day, these guys like 25 years old.
No response. He got zero response there when you said that. So, all right. Bullard speaking right now, guys. So just be aware. Yeah, market back downside a little bit, but Bullard making some comments on inflation still. So, first segment of the show, as always, brought to you by Surge Trader, where traders can get a funded trading account up to $1 million. Keep up to 90% of the profits. Trade stocks, indices, forex, crypto, and more. Program has simple rules, no time limits. Go to surgetrader.com/TTV. Promo code TTV gets you 10% off. Shout out to Surge Trader, as always. We're going to mention Plug Power here, having quite the morning. 5.3% still upside, but when you zoom out, not even noticeable on the daily time frame. So just keep that in mind.
Yeah.
But nice deal here for Plug announced this morning.
Yeah, they've got 3 deals, Brendo, here in Europe for their hydrogen electrolyzers. And if you don't know what that is, don't feel bad. I didn't know either. Had to hit up Wikipedia for that. It splits a water molecule and takes energy from it, and that's what they do. They do these hydrogen electric engines. So we'll see how they do. First good piece of news for them in a while, Brendo. It's been down into the right for this stock.
Yeah, not great as far as the daily chart still for Plug Power, but maybe we get a little bit of follow through. It's those types of moves that maybe trigger a bigger move overall. Meanwhile, let's get a few, if Google's going to cooperate here, we'll get a few analyst moves for you with upgrades and downgrades. One of these on the watch list this morning, and I'm talking about the one top left here, DraftKings. With a nice move pre-market, UBS with an upgrade on it. Union Pacific popped up early on when I first sat down this morning. It really hasn't done much since. Yeah, it's the first one in 5 months. Downgrade, I speak of, for Apple from Loop Capital. They went from buy to hold. So they're fine, but just keep that in mind. It's maybe they want more at a lower price. Foot Locker. There was a note on Nike, if you remember. Foot Locker was negative on Friday coming off of earnings. There was a note on Nike specifically looking for more pressure and downside move for NKE, CN, and John Deere here as well.
So I see DraftKings. I mean, DraftKings is something that we were pounding the table on around that $10, $11 mark. I thought that was a pretty good value down there. It hit there a couple times. And then I really like DraftKings because of the first mover advantage. We've talked about Tesla and why that's important. Apple. The only thing that didn't really work out for first mover, I feel like, was Beyond Meat. I mean, that stock, that came out with such hype and it was changing the world. But DraftKings is a little bit different beast than Beyond Meat, of course. DraftKings is an addiction, which is gambling. And I know for myself and for, I believe, many Americans, gambling is not going anywhere. I mean, in fact, we are all watching a trading show right now. But I don't think this is gambling. I think this is more strategy, if anything. At least some days it's gambling, it feels like right now. But DraftKings, wow, what a great move, up 3.36%. I guess it keeps on going. The reason why I don't have this on the sticky note is because it looks like it wants to break out, and it already has broken out. I really feel like the minute we took this $21, $22 mark, we've sort of been going up to the upside. We have the 50 period down here at 21, and we've seen so many days. Now the market's red, and I don't, not that DraftKings is going to follow the NASDAQ at all. It's just, I wonder if it's just getting a little exhausted up here. Like we just took down 25. We stopped at that 25.08. Feels like it's been, I mean, this is a 20-minute chart. Some nice gap ups here today. Very, very strong. But I mean, after earnings, there's the big bump up. And then here's the fade down. So this is what I'm talking about. I wonder if, this it's hard to be a little cynical here, but like, you know, sometimes you wonder if it got upgraded just to get back to this high again of 25. So I could see it get faded out, which is the reason why it's not on the sticky note. If this was breaking, like if we got upgraded and we were down here somewhere and we're looking at some of these highs and then boom, it breaks it, you know, like we're upgraded, this is an earnings day, but if you're getting upgraded around this day right here, then you break higher, sure, that makes sense. 22, 23, we take the breakout and there it is. But there's the DraftKings report, and here it's dripping down for the last week and a half, right? We make a bottom at 22.50, then you take off through 25. So yeah, it is what it is. But for right now, I feel like DraftKings is going to be a short. I don't want to stand in the way of the long though. So I just really no opinion on DraftKings today, other than it seems fishy that it's just getting right back to that key level again, and then now potentially dropping off that. So let's wait to see. We've already hit 25 today. We'll see where it goes. But I like it if it dips down, but for me, I'm more interested at this $23 level than right now. So DraftKings for me on that list is something pretty important. And then, of course, and we're going to get to Apple in a minute, but I have Apple as a sell as well here today. So the number one name on the list is Micron. Then we have Apple, Tesla long, and PACW long. So two shorts, two long ideas here. Although it looks like Apple's trying to climb back, but we'll get to Apple in a minute. But that's my thought on DraftKings there, Max. Just seems like it was upgraded just to hit that level, and then we'll see. But again, without reading too many notes on that upgrade, it just seems a little bit too far, too fast on what's been a negative downside move after earnings.
For me, any print above 25 is a short on DraftKings. I shorted it on earnings day, and once it finally broke back down through that 25 level, it could never reclaim it. So now we're right back at that spot. Pre-market today, the market's going down. DraftKings is on my list as a short above 25, and try to hold it back down into like that 24 area. I don't know that we get the full like blow off top and get back down into 23 today, but if we do, we do, and I'll be short. Apple, I kind of see it the same way, like, you know, entry liquidity to get back into Apple if they upgraded it, or sorry, they downgrade it so that it drops, then they get in, and then it rips back up. So Apple, if we get anywhere near that like 170, 150 on Apple, I'm going to be getting long there. Hard to imagine that we do get down there based on today's, you know, pre-market chart. We could just get down to 170, 250, which isn't even that far down for this one, and just kind of start trending back up, even as the market started to crash a little bit there on Bullard's comments. Apple barely goes down at all. So yeah, Apple I think is a long today, but I don't think it's going to get to any levels that I actually like it long. I believe Foot Locker was also on that list. I don't think that that's a trade based on where we are now. Is that a New York name? Must be New York. All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, we made like such a big move down that I don't know where to trade Foot Locker. Like this is a crazy, crazy day, minus 25%. And we're right back into like this 29 kind of area. So maybe a 29 long on Foot Locker, but they obviously hated that earnings report. So I don't know that you can get long after a move like this. Kind of got to wait and let it play out.
Just seeing a note here on GNUS popping up here. They're updating their current quarter, it looks like. Current quarter revenue expected to be up 885%. Neil just sent us this, so that's his current view. Neil also needs a new phone, apparently.
Hell of a camera he's got.
Not a bad view for a Monday morning for Neil in Paris. There's GNUS, 17% to the upside again. Q1 revenue up significantly year over year for Genius Brands. Let's bring in Arun here, get a check of the overall market as we kick off a brand new week. As we said, Arun is in the building this morning. What's up today?
I mean, this market's fairly flat overnight, so there is some potential for a build-up. We had some decent moves in the last few days, meaning Thursday, Friday, so this type of sideways action allows for you to actually build into a position whether it's going to continue the upward momentum. Consolidation is a great thing. As long as it doesn't fall off, consolidation after a nice little rally is always a good thing for an extension point, right? We did have a late move on Friday that brought us down. Let's see if we can hold up. This is a chart that I'm working with right now. It's going to be 41.95 on the bottom end. Anything, as of right now, the support should sit close to 4,200. So I'm thinking anything around 42.02, 42.03 that sets up towards 41.95, that little zone there, potential long, that's got a decent risk reward on the long side. And of course, the issue here is to the upside. We've got 42.30 up top. That's the high from Friday that I want to keep an eye on. But the problem area for me here is going to be around these 20s. There's going to be some action, some residual action here that we need to deal with if we were to go up into that. So it's not, I wouldn't think it's going to be a clean break if we do rally up. So we have to be prepared to play both sides until the range breaks. So 41.95 down below, 42.30 up top. If we get above 42.30, that's an extension. We'll deal with that then. I'm on the show. We'll figure it out at some point. 41.95 break, that's a little bit messier just because what we have down below us. I do have 41.60 as a potential secondary support level. Let's see what happens if 41.95 breaks, and then we can deal with that after as well. So for now, range traded until we get the breakout extension. If you break down, you got to be a little bit more careful on how you play the downside, but that's available as well potentially on a breakdown move towards 41.60.
Great stuff. Thanks, Arun. We'll check back in tomorrow morning. Let's get into everything else you need to know here as we head towards the open. Kashkari making some more comments here as well, along with Bullard. So it's going to be one of those mornings where we get a steady stream, it would appear anyways, of Fed speak coming through. Let's kick things off with Meta this morning. That was the link to the watch list if you want it. Just rewind back a little bit. Free for you every single day. Yeah, Meta coming through with a, bear with me, I will update that so it's correct. There we go. Meta coming through with this $1.3 billion fine from the EU on how they are handling user data over in Europe. They've already come out and said they're going to appeal this, but 1.3 billion, this comes after a ruling going back a couple of years ago to 2020, was basically ignored by the company, it would appear. So we'll see how this affects things today.
Yeah, and that exceeds the $806 million US that Amazon got fined, I think, 2021 for similar privacy violations. So the stock on Meta has been an absolute rocket. There's no question about that. But $1.3 billion is not a small amount.
Still keeping my eye on Genius Brands here as well. It's not really doing not much follow through, but positive news there for GNUS as well, guys.
I'd actually disagree with Sharif on that. That 1.3 billion is actually pretty small amount as far as what these guys need to get fined to do anything. I mean, I think that they're towing a line when they can get away with something like $1 billion. I feel like that's probably better than, you know, whenever you're fined and not, you know, sort of reprimanded, like it's not like what's happened to Micron here or anything like that. It's just pay the money and move on, you know. I feel like that's always a good thing, especially when you're a cash hoarding machine like Meta is right now. I'm still excited to see what this whole this Twitter sort of competition that they're going to try to bring out here in the summer, they mentioned, or in the fall, that they're going to bring out a Twitter-like product. I think that's probably a negative, but I don't know. We'll see what's happening. It's only down 0.67 right now. You know, this is the climb. It's, you know, and this is what I mean, based on that news, you know, you're not down a whole heck of a lot. We were up to 245, 246 on Friday. Now you dipped down. That was not great at 242 here, but Meta, again, been a pretty strong stock. I feel like there's better names to look at, but this has just been on the move. You're just kind of stuck here in the middle. I either like this bottom here at 241-ish. So you go back to, I guess it was early May, where we started to see 241 back here, 240. That's that top right there, 242. Yeah, the chart's going to be a little bit jumpy here. But if you can get a bounce, this right here is 241.50. So, you know, to me, something down there would make a little bit of a sense to look for a bounce play, if not down into 240, which is all the way here. You know, it doesn't take much to get down there. I could see a sort of a nice move off the open to see where we settle down at. But, you know, just going back to Friday levels, 241 bottoms. That's where we sort of started the day, ripped up, came back, tested again, 242. Sorry, that's Thursday. Friday, same type of thing. move up to 249, which was, I mean, 250, wow, that based out 244. So I just want the same thing to happen. Let's give ourselves a base. Right now it's looking like 242 would be that base, but I'm a little red today. I think that we could go to the red side, downside. So if we're gonna do that kind of basing out, I look for a top, 247, 248, something like that for Meta, but I don't think we get there. So I'm gonna let it trade for the first bit. It's not a big stock for me today. I feel like we're in the middle. What a great move it's been up here for Meta. And we either need to get to 240 or up here to 248 again. So being directly in the middle at 244 isn't really giving me those feels. I'm gonna stay away from Meta until I see something. I like what's happening on Apple. I like the chip names today. And if you want some strength, stick with maybe Google instead of Meta today.
Yeah, that Meta, I agree 100%. It's not really worth it in the middle. You need to trade Meta at the extremes because it moves so much. Like you can't just, I don't think you can be paying 244 either side for Meta right now. So yeah, I'll be looking like 239.50. Maybe if if it really sells off, you can get to 237, and then that would be a banger long, I think. But we'll see what happens on Meta. Not super excited about it. That GNUS, I think that was one of the first stocks I ever traded back in 2020, but not really doing much yet. We'll see if that 10% short flow comes into play there. Back to you guys.
Seeing some comments coming through from Bullard, not anticipating changes to QT, quantitative tightening anytime soon. McHenry, meanwhile, saying obstacles to deal with, but people are working in good faith. That's in relation to debt ceiling talks that are, again, set to resume this morning. Here's Micron, 3.6%. It was 6-ish when I sat down this morning, but nice move back to the upside. Held 65 there on that last little dip. So looking a little bit productive anyways after this comes out this morning. China going to ban any company basically from purchasing Micron products. If you remember going back, as we said about a month ago, there was an audit that came back, or China did an audit on Micron that came back with some quote unquote security issues apparently. So this is in response to that.
Yeah, and according to this article here, Brendo, Micron could stand to lose about $3 billion from this Chinese ban. So I had a little bit of a look to see, well, how much money is this company making? And in the period ending March 2nd, 2023, for the previous 6 months, they made $7.7 billion in revenue. So $3 billion does seem like a lot here. A bit of a gap down to contend with technically here on the chart. If we could have a look, 64 low in the pre-market. Trying to retrace, though, Brendo, back into that 66. A bit of a gap, though, up to 68.25 Friday's close.
Yeah, this is a huge level on the daily chart for Micron trying to hold right now. Again, guys, just be cautious. Bullard's still speaking right now. Some comments coming through. But what do we do here, guys? Kind of a two-way street. Price action up. Bit of a negative story, though.
Yeah, man, I mean, this Bullard guy is getting me upset here a little bit. You know, it's not really moving the market too much, but he's talking about, I just tweeted it out, he's talking about 50 basis points now coming through. Like, hey, man, I thought we were talking about a pause here. Micron here, 67, 68 with a short sell. These are some trade ideas for today for the sticky note. We have it written on here. We just talked about political risk, man. Let's just stay short on this name. Why do you need, we don't need to go long. So, I mean, I'm looking at that exactly like that. So let's just wait to see what happens here with Micron. I think staying net short is the right play on this. Good call by Sharif, bouncing off the 64, 65 area for sure. But, you know, and I'm glad that Sharif sort of did that work because I didn't look at what their sales were for the quarter. But you're doing $7 billion, and then they're talking about this chopping out. I love that sweater, man. You know I like that sweater there, Pradley. Prad, I like that sweater. Oh, I didn't even know Kat was here. Yo, what's up, Kat? You're here on a holiday. I like that. Wow, things are picking up around here.
Oh, yeah.
Employees coming in.
Wow.
But it's a rule, though. We have to sort of work on vacation days because we get U.S. holidays.
Yeah, and we're going to get that free
So, Max,
day
you
next
can
Monday.
have next Monday off. But, okay, so just quickly there, that was a good surprise there. I didn't realize Kat was there, so that's good. And Prad's here going to be helping on the board today, I think a little bit. I don't know. Thanks, shout out to Prad there. Okay, so my whole call there, and I'm actually waiting this time, we missed a 65 micron long a couple days ago, and I couldn't live with myself pretty much for the rest of the day. So I feel like the same thing here. We're going to start the short at 67. We'll watch it up to 68, 68.50. If this all comes into play, great. We're just going to wait to see what does happen with micron here today. I want to stay net short, and we're going to try to be as patient as we can. Start the trade at 67. Stay and get short micron today. I was just talking about that 7 billion. Shout out to Sharif for doing that. If this is potential of 3 billion, I don't know if that's over the life or what they're talking about. But if this can get serious and get ramped up and they're finding issues with micron chips, that does obviously take away a huge market in China. So I would say we're going to stay short micron until this gets settled out. It's been on such a nice run. It broke 65. Now I think it hovers around there for a bit. Let's get short on any pops.
Yeah, I'm looking at this 66.50 level from pre-market a couple days ago. I guess that was Thursday. And then that dip in on Friday at 66.50. If you guys can come to my screen here for a second.
Mahad, go to Max's screen. There we go.
All right. So this 66.50 level, pre-market 2 days ago. Then we dipped there Friday, I guess. Now, if we pop into there, I'll be looking to start the short there. Obviously, if we get to the 67, that becomes a bigger short. And I mean, if we trade any higher really than 67, I feel like the idea may just be wrong and just bail from that. But yeah, definitely liking micron to the short side. China banning imports, not the best thing for a chip name like this. So yeah, micron definitely short today. Will not be trying long, although that did look like a pretty decent 65 hold pre-market there. That gives you like 80 cents. But you know, that's not really the moves that we're looking for. Those pre-market ones are always hard to kind of tag on a big tech name like this.
All right, let's talk some Apple here. Just to go back to that 50 basis point comment from Bullard quickly. He was saying that for the remainder of the year, I think. So perhaps 50 basis points more hiking through to the end of the year. So not necessarily all at once. So that's nuts at this point. Anyway, Apple on a Loop Capital downgrade was down this morning, but there was a few people that I saw mentioning this in relation to the China angle as well, obviously, and we've talked about that in the past. You know, any kind of uncertainty or tensions between China and the U.S. going to affect Apple, huge market for them.
Yeah, and funny enough, Elon Musk referenced that specific issue in his CNBC interview last week that he gave to David Faber, where he said that Apple was much more susceptible to some sort of geopolitical rumblings with China than Tesla was, who's much more diversified in where they produce their cars. So interesting look for Apple. We don't really usually see it on the, like you said earlier, on the receiving end of downgrades, but today this China issue raising some concerns.
Yeah, first one in 5 months. I mean, they go to hold. It's a downgrade, but you can still hold it. It's fine.
Yeah, I mean, the downgrade, their price target is still at 180
180.
for Apple's. Yeah, so I still feel like that's a good little level there for Apple. And I mean, yeah, we've been talking about this name, and I thought it did really well battling off that, off their earnings. They had a nice little move up here, but look, again, really caught into another resistance level up here at 178, 180. So, I mean, Apple hits levels and then just coming back in. So I don't think you want to necessarily dump your shares on one downgrade or anything like that. But if there is tension in China right now, and I don't know if there is or not, there's been some positive words about it, some negative words, but they're going to come out and downgrade. So if you looked at what happened on Friday, it was sort of started to pull back in a little bit, but it's had a couple good days back up. Sharif's mic is hot again, but 176.50 up to the top side right there. I feel like that's going to be a good little short coming back in. So if you're able to get anything on Apple, I like the short. And what I wrote down here was 176. So we'll see if it can come back into this level, 176, 176.50. But again, it's been a nice move up for Apple. Anybody that's owned this has traded it really well. And I feel like, yeah, this would make sense. Get out of it. Maybe even Loop has a short on. There could be some some traders with a short right now. This is a possible summertime fade trade, right? It's a good quarter. Now we wait for the refresh cycle. Apple has their day in September all the time. You know, they're talking about MacBook sales and whatnot, which have been down. So we'll see. The phone still remains pretty strong. I like the move to India. But again, this little move down, I still think we want to watch out for 170. I want to be short this name today, but I don't want to pay up for it. So let's let this go. If it can come up here, then we'll short it. Maybe we start it at 175, but again, this is just going to be a play that we let the levels develop and then take it from there. Apple's not like an Amazon or anything where it's going to move, you know, dollars at the open. I feel like we're going to be able to be calm with this. If it does move, it should be pretty orderly, and hopefully it moves to the upside, which we'll be able to short it. The NASDAQ's still down 0.6 right now, Apple down 0.9, so definite relative weakness. If you're going to play off VWAP, well, right now VWAP's right here at 174.50, but I really think that we're going to be able to play off this. There's 174 hot on the 200, so that could be a good shorting area as well. But the imbalance is not out yet for the NASDAQ. This is what they look like on the New York side. NIO with some good luck. Again, some of these Chinese names are up today. NIO with a nice move up. And I feel like the same thing's happening with Uber. Uber hits $40. Now it could fade for a bit. JP Morgan's there as a buy. Wow, back up to 140. That's nice for JPM, man. Didn't even notice that. JP Morgan today up 0.7, right back up to 140. That's a pretty sweet level. Where's BAC? Is that 30? No, not even close. 28 and change. So a nice move up there today for JP Morgan and Bank of America, all up about 1%. What say you on Apple?
Apple, like, I never succeed going short Apple. I don't think a lot of people really succeed shorting the strongest name in the market for the last, whatever it is, 20 years. So I'm thinking long if we get like an exhaustion move to the downside. It's like 170, 120 kind of area I'm liking on the 30-minute chart here. So we get there, I'll be looking long. If we get down to 170.50, I'll be smashing long. But any of this in the middle kind of prices, same as Meta, like I just don't really... I don't think there's that much edge there trying to go long at like 172 or whatever. So I'll be looking for like something on the extremes if I want to trade Apple. And I don't like shorting it. So not going to short Apple today.
It was actually funny. Oh, there it is. I was going to find a note here on JP Morgan. Sean, you just reminded me of this. JP Morgan came out this morning saying they're going to see a $3 billion net interest income boost from the FRC pickup. So the pieces, if you remember, that they picked up from FRC going to boost net interest income for JPM. That was out earlier. PacWest, meanwhile, as we're on this topic, to the upside as well. I mean, it started higher on Friday, but the whole market came back to the downside a little bit throughout the session. So PACW faded that initial strength, but they're going to sell 74 real estate construction loans to this KW. Which is Kennedy Wilson. This deal also has the possibility to include up to $363 million additional that could come at a later date. So more positivity here for PacWest.
Yeah, and it's basically part of their strategy to reorganize and become more community banking focused rather than taking on large construction loans. So they're looking to focus on the core part of their business.
11% right now for PacWest, guys.
Yeah, we wrote down here 650 long on PacWest. You know, this selling, just news, more news. News about the loan should cause a stir up to past resistance. So let's have a quick look at this. 650 long on PacWest is what we called about 8 o'clock or a little bit earlier than that. So let's see. When we called that, we were up down here at 590. 10% later, it touches 650 to the nose, man, and then bounces back down. So it seems like we're going to be right on that call for PacWest. And again, it's just right here. It's not even. I just called 650. These are the past resistance levels, 640. So I was like, let's see a break of 650. It happens to go there, stop on a dime, and now pull back. This is a NASDAQ name, remember? So the imbalances aren't out yet. This imbalance should be pretty huge to the buy side, I would think, at this point. So we'll wait to see when this comes out at 925. I think PACW is a buy, but you got to pay for shorts. So if you wanted to short it, make sure you check your broker and figure that stuff out. We've talked about it was a buy down here at 450. If you did that, congratulations. You're now in the money 50% as it touches 650 again. So I would say take your $2, get out a little bit, and then play with house money at some point. So PacWest, nice move to the upside. You already heard FRCB, which is the pink sheet name, there came into play with JP Morgan making $3 billion. Like, no wonder why some of these companies are picking up these depressed assets. Maybe the same is true for PacWest. If they can start to find, you talked about KW picking up some of their construction loans. Hey, if they can start to diversify and get rid of some of these loans, get the good money in their books, maybe PacWest does deserve a little bit of a bump here today. As you're looking though, it's pretty disastrous. Let's see where it goes. I still think $9 is an area of concern. So 650 is nice. I think you play the break long, Max, and or, I mean, as long as it doesn't halt, there's lots of opportunity.
Yeah.
Because when it halts, you're stuck in that position. So I would say if you're trading it and you're long and it halts up, great, but you definitely want to watch out for your shorts on a halt, and you don't want to be caught short when this name's halting up. So I'm going to wait for a halt move to the upside. It's only 60 cents, so when it opens up, we should get a 10% move. I don't know if it happens again. It's already up 10, but if you get this name to 7, halts it, and I think that that's a definite possibility. So I'm going to be there to try to play a 650 break higher.
Yeah, I'm looking for an exhaustion move to short it. I did pay for the shorts this morning, so something like this, if 650 breaks, we get through 7, these 750 kind of to $8, $8.20, I think that is, area, if we get into 750, we get a little exhaustion move up and then slam back down through that 750. That's where I would be looking to get short. I don't want to short it down here at 650 because, I mean, we were just here up at $8, so we're not giving it the risk all the way up to there. I think the long makes sense. I don't know that I want to focus so much on PACW for the long because this one does take a whole lot of mental capital to manage. It moves around. It can halt. I don't want to be focusing too much on this when I think I have better ideas. But if we do eventually get that huge move up, I'd like to take it on the way back down. Definitely some explosive potential here. And I believe the short interest, if I pull it up on Trade Ideas, is over 20% short interest, so lots of shares short on PACW, betting for the bankruptcy. And if that's not happening, those people are going to have to cover. So could be explosive today. I'll be watching for the short higher up at different levels than this.
We're just talking about some quantum computing headlines this morning. We'll touch on NVIDIA here. It was down. It's worth noting it was down initially on that Micron story, but trying to get back to the upside, they teamed up with Rolls-Royce and this classic quantum computing company, CLASSIQ, and they've apparently made some sort of breakthrough as far as chips are concerned for quantum computing specifically that Rolls-Royce, from what I take anyways, will use in design, in design of engines specifically, so jet engines it would appear. But interesting story for NVIDIA and Rolls-Royce.
Computational fluid dynamics. If you know what that is, at me in the chat. I have
Say
no
that
idea.
5 times fast.
Yeah, looks like, well, that's what they're working on there. But yeah, these guys, they report Wednesday, guys. Jensen Huang, one of my favorite CEOs. I think he's an excellent manager. I want to see some of the new revenue sources that they've talked about. They talked about renting out their GPUs to AI or companies that want to use AI and trade them on their model. So I can't wait to see what this company has to bring. It's been a hell of a year for them already.
Yeah, all things AI, obviously, but now we get some quantum computing headlines as well. Rundown brought to you by Trade Ideas, real-time scanning and alerting used on this desk by everyone you see on the show. And lots of people out there on the floor as well. If you're interested, again, guys, coming up first week of June, there's going to be a test drive, $11.11. 2 weeks, the entire platform, data included, charting the whole thing. Watch out for that. Michael Noss back on Friday. He'll tell you more on that, guys. Shout out to Trade Ideas. If you just can't wait, Trader TV 20 gets you 20% off as well.
Yeah, great idea there to give them a shout. I mean, trading is, we talk about it being like a little bit of a lonely business. The thing is, being part of Trade Ideas, there's some groups you can be a part of there. Talk to Michael Noss, get some scanners going, get some Trade Ideas going through on that. Good name, Trade Ideas. Get some Trade Ideas. We got a super chat from Nicole Harris about WFC and their DTCC, which is, again, the world's largest clearing. So they're going to be stepping away from that. I don't know exactly what that all means for Wells Fargo, so I apologize, Nicole. Maybe we can get the boys, Sharif or Brendan, to look at that, but that happens on the 23rd. which is just a couple of days from now. So I always feel like when there's something I don't really know, obviously I'm not going to comment about it, but I just look at the stock and I would say it's probably nothing to worry about. I don't think it would be all the way up here if this was impacting their business in too much of a huge financial matter for them. So we'll have to wait for Wells Fargo, but it is up less than the rest of the banks as they do have a DTCC limit coming through, which is a clearing proposition, their house firm for Wells Fargo. So I don't know exactly what that means for their business, so I'm going to stay away from that, but I did see that super chat and did not mean to ignore it. So we'll find out some more information about them. Look, I think we only have a minute left, but I think NVIDIA, again, here's the imbalance locator quickly. I don't really see too many big NASDAQ names. I just wanted to call that up in case there was on there. I thought Pac West would be on here. I don't even see it. So we'll have to wait to see if there's anything happening with it. Oops, that's still NVIDIA charts. Let's get those loaded up here. I don't know if there's going to be a better story out there than NVIDIA. I mean, there's so many levers they can pull. Best chips out there. Everyone's talking about AI. But has it run too far, too fast? We're just going to have to wait for their earnings call. It's down 1.14% right now and looking to go a little bit lower. Miss Kat, can we get you on the bell? We don't have too much time left now as we only have 30 seconds. I will push the bell on here, though, if I even have it. Countdown. Yes, I do. We have it up there. I think NVIDIA is overcooked a little bit, but that's not the chip name that I'm going to look at. I'm going to look at Micron today and Apple for a trade, but we only have a little bit of time to go here. Tesla 178. I want to get that bid in as well. Any thoughts on Micron quickly or on Thing quickly there?
NVIDIA, I really like these pre-market levels at like 307.50 for a long. We'll see if we can get down there, but that's already $2 away. So.
And there's Kat. 3, 2, and 1. All right, Max, let's go, man. Big shoes to fill for Neil, but you're in the building right now, and that's all good. So we're going to have this going through pretty soon. Pac West going, the White House debt limit negotiating team has arrived at Capitol Hill. So we'll see if there's going to be any talks about that. Just watching out for Micron here, making a slight move to the upside, but nothing to scare us off of any trades yet. For Micron, we're not in it. We're waiting for a little bump up here. 67 would be nice if that can come in. Right now for Micron, waiting for a 67. Checking out Apple was going to be another sell. Ooh, that's a nice little move to the upside here for Apple. Maybe this can get us into the short 174.50. Let's wait for 175. 175.50 also coming into play for Apple if that's going to be a short level. I'm going to short 175 if it keeps popping up like this.
Yeah, I'm watching Tesla right now at this 180.50 level. This is kind of the level that I liked it at. It's starting to hold a little bit, so I think going to take a starter position here at like 55, I think that was. We won't let this break 180 with this position, but maybe try a little bit lower if that does come in. Looking for this to break 181, get back up to the high side, 182, 183 on Tesla. Yeah. As NASDAQ is going up and Tesla's going down, so maybe I'll bail on this and try a little bit lower, but yeah, not too many shares on this yet. As we retrace a little bit, get some volume back in to the upside.
Yeah, the market's starting to go a little bit here, but this is exactly what the market does, and this is why I say stay away for the first couple minutes. NASDAQ goes right up, then right back down, and now just saying whatever. Still up 0.05. As we look for some trades, Apple is making that move down right now, so I feel like obviously as the market goes, so will Apple. 174.50, possible high there for Apple. I'm going to now stick an offer around 174.50 now that we see that. Just a very, very small starter position because realistically, man, we want a 175 fill if we can get it. So we'll start it up here, 174.25 for, okay, here we come. Let's go, Apple. Maybe you can give it to us. Maybe we're going to be wrong here. But look at your Tesla, Max. That's a banger right off the board right there, up to 182. We like that call, man. Tesla's one of the only long ideas that we have on the board right there. And you got it. It's Max. It's Maximilian right now. Nice little move up to the upside right there. And it's going, nice call there on Tesla. I'm still not into anything as I continue to look for something to trade here. Maybe Google, but nice call on Max. A nice call by Max. Where you want that trade now?
Yeah, I mean, we're like almost $2 in the money already on Tesla. When Tesla flies off the open, you just hold it. So sadly, I didn't get a chance to add to it. I wanted to add somewhere around 181 on a dip, and it just will not dip. So we're just going to hold Tesla. I got 183.50 as a target for this one. Seems like we're going to get there before long. Maybe I should adjust that target. But yeah, don't want to not take any profit and then end up not winning on this banger trade so far. Sadly, only have about a third of the size that I actually wanted.
Yeah, wow, that's the problem when you take these trades early, man. It's tough to get into them. Google absolutely ripping off the open here, 123 up to 124.50. It is starting all over again. We have VWAP here at 123.70. A nice little pullback would be nice, but it is starting to break higher. Right now goes Google. There's that level right here, 124.50. It's taking it out right now. We had a huge move up to 126 the last time this happened. Could it happen again? It looks like it wants to go again. I don't want to buy things too early, but it looks like Google, you might have had to. 124.50 is gonzos right now. Palantir off last week as well. This was a tricky one. It got up to 12.50. We actually hit that one, and it was pretty good. But now you're starting to go to the downside here on Palantir, down that 1%. We've seen this move before, man. It wants to bounce, but there's a lot of sell pressure on Palantir, up huge over the last couple weeks, man, and took out this 1030. Then we took out 1150, which you're going to see right there. So now I could see that coming in again here, 1140 as a possible downside trade here for Palantir. I'd hate to be short it, but that might be something that we have to do. Okay, Apple, we just got a short, man, 174.37 here for Apple. So Apple just bumped up. We're now flat on this trade, just gave us the short. We're looking for this. It's a huge move up in the NASDAQ. We definitely understand that. And do we want to be short Apple? Not for a very long time, but if it does come up into this level here, downgraded today, but it doesn't look like the market cares too much about a downgrade. So we'll wait to see. I'm waiting for more at 175, and then we'll trade it off there from there. So if Apple can get going, we're short right now, a small piece. It's in the money, but our VWAP is nowhere to be found yet. We're going to wait to see about a 174 or so. We're up, man. I mean, we're up on VWAP right now, 173.70. Just looking to get back to 175 to short more. Is your Tesla still going?
Tesla, yeah, Tesla's going. I took 2/3 about out of the Tesla position, so the rest of it holding for the dream. We'll see where that gets to. But Meta just absolutely ripped off the open. Apparently, they do not care about this fine. Market saying 1 billion. Who cares? What's the market cap on Meta? Like 600 or something, or 600 billion.
I mean, I knew when Sharif said that, I took the opposite stance on that, thinking that was small.
Yeah.
So I like that.
That is no big deal
right there for sure.
So like what, we're going to get 250 today on Meta, I guess? I was not really, that wasn't in the plan today.
Doing its own thing here.
Yeah, DraftKings did that wick. I have not been able to get my short on DraftKings yet. Micron never gave us those high prints, so now goes and tries to break 65 off the open.
We might have to just go short Micron if we're not getting that love, man, because it is a downside move. 65.60, yeah, it's starting to break it right now. We're short Apple. It's not really doing a whole heck of a lot for us. I mean, it's 15 cents in the money. We'll put a bid down here at 174 just to see if that comes through. Let's put a bid at 174.08 just for a piece, man. We don't want to get too fancy with this, but that's what we're going to do right now. That's going to be Apple if it does dip down. I think a Micron, man, since we've missed it so much, I'd hate to take a 65 break, but I do think that it's available, so we're going to try that right now. We'll just punch short at 65 just a little bit to start this position on Micron. So now we're short at 65 flat. We'll see if that can print out for us. It looks like, well, there it is right there almost immediately, giving us 20 cents. We'll put a bid there at 81, and then we'll get that. So we'll go. You guys wanted some bangers. We're going to go 2 for 2 hopefully right now with Max on board as well. I'll make that 3 for 3 with the Tesla position. Apple right now, 20 cents in the money. We're not taking profit on that. We just took 20 cents on Micron. Let's see about Micron though, right? We want this trade. 65.50 maybe is our stop on a bigger position. But we can also look at 66 coming into play as well at some point. So we'll go short now and hold on to these and just see if we can print a little bit here on some of this. Amazon apparently breaking down as well, I'm hearing.
Yeah, we discussed that Amazon pre-market before the show probably being a fade, right? Because, I mean, the selling came in ahead of 120 and hasn't really been able to catch a bid ever since. I'm looking at Meta 250. I mean, we haven't been at that level for so long. Seems like a really good breakout. If we can consolidate for a bit here above 248, I'm going to be taking the 250 break long, see if we can get a couple dollars out of that. I mean, that 245 last week was actually pretty good despite the, what came out during, I don't know. I was in that breakout and something came out and absolutely dumped me out of a great trade. But if that news
it might have been that Twitter news maybe. There was something going on about that, remember?
There was something weird, but yeah, anyway, the 245 was great. So hoping that the 250 will be great. This Tesla position, I think the rest of these shares just hold them for the rest of the day. That 183.50 did actually come in for Tesla, but I've already taken so much out that I think I'll wait. And looks like DraftKings taking out that 25.30. So I was wrong on DraftKings. Thankfully, I didn't take the short, and now we're just trending higher. Maybe if we dip back, you know what? No more short on DraftKings. I was wrong. New levels inbound. I'm not sure where those would be. I haven't really done the research yet, but maybe like 27 kind of area on DraftKings for a potential short. But yeah, not here.
I'm wondering if we just need to be short, dude. I mean, long. This market is, I mean, I'm only short 2 names here. You got the best. I mean, you're long. Great trade on Tesla for sure. But here we go, man. Apple's coming back up to the upside. So is Micron right now. Look at the futures. I mean, you want to talk about a strong move. This is a strong move right here. I mean, bouncing off 13,850. It was, you know, troubling down there. Then we take it out. Now we're starting to go. I was talking about 13,900 right now. So if you zoom out on the NASDAQ, you know, this is, again, a 30-minute chart here. We have to try to find some areas because, you know, it's NASDAQ starting to bounce upside again. 13,950 a possible stop zone. But you're right here at 13,900 as we speak. So, you know, good little level there on the NASDAQ. We've seen it before. It's kind of danced around there. I think I wouldn't mind a 13,900 break up to 13,950. And then we'll start to put on some even bigger shorts as, okay, Apple's starting to go upside. We'll put on a little bit more up here. We were not able to get out, man. It came pretty close. We were at 08, went down to 14. But it's Micron that's really starting to cook up again right now to the upside. It's making a move higher again on MU. So we got to watch out for this trade. 66 bucks. This is going up a little higher than I had thought here. So we'll put on another short. Ooh, we just missed that. We'll put on, we're missing it. We'll put on another short. Oh, give it to us, man. We just tried one in the 70s. There we go. We'll get one in the 60s. And then we'll just have to watch out for Micron again. We don't need this one to be a face ripper and absolutely take everything out right now. But there it goes, Micron to the upside. Let's have a quick look. It's taking out the 50 period. It's way above VWAP right now. And I like the short, so let's try to hold out now for a better price, man. Is this just a story that's a bunch of BS or what? Because we feel like, you know, being banned out of China is not a great news, you know, catalyst for them. So we'll have to wait to see. 66.25, and it's just pieces. I feel like we don't know the whole thing about this story, but it is ripping to the upside as this market, great trade, man. I don't know what your Tesla's at right now, but I can only imagine as this market keeps on going to the upside. Even Google, even Google was a mistrade. Wow, 125 and change. Taking out the highs again on Google, right back to this level. I'm not going to short a name that's like this, but this is looking pretty good too, up at 126 here for Google. We're short Micron and Apple instead.
Yeah, Tesla just kind of pulling back. Maybe we get a VWAP retracement on that. I'm still watching Meta for that 250 break. This is good that we're seeing consolidation. I don't love the volume, though. It's only 3 million shares of volume on Meta when, like, all the other decent names are almost at, or Tesla's at 10 by now. Micron's almost at 10, so maybe don't take, I don't know. No, I'm going to take this breakout. This is a good spot on Meta if the market wants to keep going. That ES coming into resistance, but like that 42, 25-ish, 26, 30, whatever recent highs is pretty close for a breakout. So I think, yeah, if we can keep going in these names, this market could get pretty spicy as Meta comes in here for this 250 break. Going to be watching this one pretty intently. Don't want it to go against me very much if I do get filled on this breakout. There is about 2,500 lots on the offer right now at that 250, so that's enough size to create some spice at the level. We shall see what happens here, and it is coming in hot.
Meta's on fire.
Hopefully I get this fill, crossing to about 15s. Wow, Meta's nuts.
Our boy likes Meta over there, I hear.
Yeah, Sharif must be long Meta over there.
No, he got out. Yeah, he got out. He's loving life though right now. So congratulations to anybody that has some Meta trades on right now.
I didn't get the fill on that breakout. 15 cents wasn't enough.
Meta's a monster,
wow.
Dude. Those are some great trades today.
Wow.
There's no doubt about that. Anybody that's been trading today and been on the long side of some of these breaks has been pretty hot fire, man. Let's not Let's call it for what it is. Apple, though, we'll take the other sword right now. Apple, we just shorted that. We were talking about waiting for some levels to come through. I feel like we might have got one there on Apple, 175. We didn't get exactly the fill that we wanted at 75, but we did take a 66, which is pretty good. So this is back into the money for us right now. Apple starting to pull back just a little bit. We do have view up at 174.10, so we'll look for a spot there on Apple. Hopefully that can fall back in. Yeah, 174. The VWAP is right there, 174.10. But we'll have to wait to see where it's going. So Apple upside 175 would be our stop out on that, or close enough to it on Apple. We did put that trigger in. Micron, we got some more short. So Micron's paying off as well because we averaged it in. But the problem is that it's a good thing we got a little piece out there on the 65 break. But Micron did head back up to the upside. So it's all good right now. That breakout was hard, no fill. Yeah, you guys are right there. That's exactly what Max was saying there. So good call by that. Here comes Micron. Let's bring the pain on this trade. What's up, Sharif?
White House officials and House Representative Speaker McCarthy have already resumed right now. It's being reported the debt ceiling talks, and his meeting with Joe Biden slated to be at 4:30 p.m. confirmed today, Sean.
250. Oh my God. Yeah, that 250, good call there. Meta now, I mean, honestly, dude, did you wind up punching long at some point there? No, you did not.
No, I canceled the order at 15s, and that would have filled on the way back down, and then I'd be like over $1 in the money on that one. But no, didn't do that. Meta, and then this DraftKings did end up fading that 25. So the 25 breakdown back down was the play. It made this high at 25.50-ish. Then tries to make a new high, can't do it, and slams back down through 25.20. So that would have been a great short back down on this consolidation. I kind of just wrote the idea off because we were 15 cents above the level. Like, who cares about 15 cents? This thing could go $1 to the short side. And yeah, a bit of a miss there. And my Tesla, so I only have 20% left on Tesla. It did what looked like a bit of like a blow off top kind of thing and came right back down. So I punched them out at 183.15. Just holding 20% for the dream on this one as it instantly retraces back up to 184. So Tesla, I mean, I figured this 183.50 was kind of the spot to get out of it. Apparently it wants to go further today. And next level on the daily, I'm going to have to look at my charts over here. 186.50 I have. So yeah, maybe that's where I get the rest out. 186.15 actually, sorry, is my next level on Tesla. We'll see if we get there. Wow, takes out 184 like it's nothing. This one is on fire, guys.
I mean, we only had two long ideas on here: Tesla and PAC-W. Tesla definitely working, but you know what? We'll get some awesome trading going on here on Apple. We just covered some at 174.20, 174.30 on the way down. Our average price is 50. So we still need this to go, man. I mean, I don't know. The market's trying to pull back off of 13.9. It's going to get back to 13.9, and then we'll test to see what it does. It does make that move up. We talked about this 13.950, that high rate here. So we almost made it there. We got as high as 20s before fading off a little bit. So let's wait to see what happens there with the NQ and a possible move back down. We're able to also get something out on Micron as that came back into view up, but now we're dipping down even lower. So we're just going to stay with these trades, man. Here comes Micron, 30 cents in the money on Micron, 30 cents in the money on Apple, as they're both starting to head to the downside, and we're banking out on these ones, man. We haven't got out of anything really yet. So if this market does fade, let's just try to find some Apple levels. Obviously 174 flat is fine. We're still bidding our 08s. If we did have a Micron level, hey man, I'm not trying to hate on Micron. I just think Micron goes a lot lower than where we are right now. So let's just see where it goes. I want to be short on Micron, and if that happens, then all good on that front. So right now, here goes Micron trying to make a move back down, and it's making a decent one. So Micron for the win on the downside right here, guys.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out how to get short Micron, and obviously this triple top right here was the spot, but I was not paying attention for that. Now we're just going down. Like, I like the short, but I don't want to pay these prices when we've already been bought up from here before. So maybe if we break down this 64.75 and then kind of retrace to 65 level, then I can get a little a short on the way back down. But I don't know. I'm going to have to wait till 66 or some kind of breakdown to get involved with Micron. NVIDIA did the dip that I was looking for.
Micron.
Into 307.50. wicks for a minute and a half there, then comes back and retests that 307.50. So that was the level. NVIDIA loves to trade in these clean, like $2.50 levels, I've noticed. So goes straight to 310 from 307.50. 312.50 would be the next like spot for it. I wish I could have gotten that long there on NVIDIA. Maybe should have just paid up to 308 just now as it keeps going up and Tesla will not stop. I don't even have to look at Tesla anymore. That's just going to go for me. If we get to 186, we get to 186. It is absolutely just flying right now. Palantir as well. I did have that 1165 level. Doing a bit of volume. Oh, come on, load up. Load up, Palantir. So goes and wicks 1150, which was kind of the next level down from that 1165, and holds it really nicely, and now we're holding above that 1165 level. So maybe Palantir was not a blow off top at that 12, and we could be heading back up there shortly. I still think that there's a ton of room for this one on the daily chart, so we'll see if this pulls back a little bit, pulls back into 1165, and I can try to get along there. Obviously, you know, got to be careful in this market. If we decide to reverse, I mean, there's a long way down on a lot of these names. We really started to pump. Yeah, I'm not sure.
I can't believe I'm still in these shorts. Like, you've got some good price action there on some of your names. So I'm going to take an opportunity now just to short a little bit more of Apple. But yeah, this market is really starting to go. Watch out for that 19.5. So 13,950, sorry, is what we're looking at. 13,950 right there on the name. And then, yeah, ES, man, 42.50, 42.25. We've just hit 42.21 as the top there in the ES as we're starting to go. Try to get going here big time. But what we're really, honestly, man, there's some bangs into some cash cows right there because that's exactly what Micron is, man. We stick with their guns there, and there it is right there. Let's check out on NVIDIA. Some of these chip names are really starting to pump. NVIDIA's taking out 311 right now, or tried to take out 311, got up to 310.70 on a nice little bump up here for NVIDIA as well. But look, this is ranged. I don't want to trade names that are looking like this, to be honest with you, so we'll back away from this, but this is still pretty good. Actually, well, now it's starting to break out. Where are we here on a 5-minute chart? This is what I'm talking about. We've already hit some highs. I still feel like we're short Micron, which is just dancing around. I mean, that was down pretty low. But we're gonna have to watch out for this. I prefer trading AMD, as you guys know, to NVIDIA. I mean, I prefer AMD, but it doesn't, to me, it's kind of like, okay, it doesn't really matter too much which names that we trade, but this back up to 106 is looking pretty juicy as well, man. Right back into these levels, 106 with that 106.50 as a high. On a 5-minute, the 200's just sitting there right at 106. We could fade off this 19,500. This could be a banger of a trade short here for AMD. Let's just wait to see what happens at 13,950 here, and then if we get a bounce off that, then let's come back to this. Why is everyone talking about IONQ right now? Because this must be blasting up to the upside right now. All right, we just got more shares in Apple, but here's IONQ up 16% and still taking names up to the upside. We'll see if we can get some information on where this one's going and why, but that's a nice move upside right here for this name and starting to take it out as we go through that 780 area again for IONQ, but that's already a nice level there, 860. Next area up here, man, 13, some consolidation up there, but I got to go back over because Micron's starting to rip up, as is AAPL right now. But good outs for us on Micron, but not the cash cow we thought it was, especially if it starts to go, we're still up on it, we're up nicely on it, but if it still continues to make this move, we're going to have to rethink our position here on Micron because the futures are at 1950 right now. So nice little bump up, man. If you like the short, this might be a good opportunity to add to it, but watch out, we could break through.
Yeah, I'm wondering, like, Tesla just did a bit of a blow off top at 185, and I'm thinking that I just bail on this because we're at the levels that, you know, the market would be getting to on a strong, I mean, 13,950, and Tesla just blew off 185. I feel like I'll just bail on this one right now. So done with Tesla, banger trade there, end up getting over $4 of profit on the last piece.
Oh my God.
Sadly, that was not a very big position for me.
Don't ever do whatever that was there. This is the original, oh my God.
Oh my God.
There we go. There we go. Okay, so good trade, man. Good trade. Props it up.
Good
like
trade
that.
there.
I like that, man.
Looking
I
for
like
the
that. I
next
like
one.
that. Yeah, that's all good. Yeah, and that's the right attitude. That's 100% the right attitude. Let's just, not rest on our laurels here and try to find some more trades, right? I mean, that's what we've been doing. I'm still in the same names, trying to be calm, cool, and collected here as we short Micron again up here. We were looking for a rip. We got it in the futures. We're right here right now. It is pulling off almost exactly that level that we talked about, 13,950. So it is trying to pull back down. We did get a fill also in Apple. I thought I put some bids on Apple here. Oh, not until the 30s. Let's see if we get something down. Okay, right there. There's your 21 period at 44 max. So I'm going to put a bid there. You tell me if it's any good. We'll see about that coming through right now on that. But right now, that's what we're dealing with. It is going to be a Micron bid to the downside, and then Apple as well. Can we get that bid into the 40s on Apple? There we go. We just got a Micron fill. No, we did not. What did we get filled on there? No, nothing. We're waiting for Apple. So, okay. So hopefully that can come in, and there it is. We did get an Apple fill. So we did get one at 52, and then we did get one at 40s. That's what just popped in. So good shorts up there at 60s. Now we're letting this thing fade out just a little bit here to the downside. So let's go, man. We're in these two big names short, Micron and Apple. We like that. You want another banger? Sure, Lone Sophos. There it is. That's for you right there. I don't know, man. I know you're only in. Oh, you're got. Yes, sir. I hope that DraftKings position pays off because I do like that short. We did talk about that almost at exact level, 25-25. So let's see if that can pay out for you. I like that trade.
Yeah, starter position here on DraftKings. Just did another little wick top. Couldn't even get to this little high here. So starter position right now. We'll see what happens if this goes back up here. I'll average into it a bit. If we break down 25-25, I'll add some more and try to get back into these lows. Maybe we get into 24.50 or 24.20. I think I had as the spot on this one. I mean, we were just trading at like 23.75. Not one trading day ago. So lots of room to the downside on DraftKings. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. That's above 25.50. Maybe let that break and see what happens above there, but I don't want to go much higher than that. I don't think that makes sense from a risk to reward perspective. I also was doing a little bit of looking on this IONQ.
Micron is going for some reason. All the chip names are starting to go right now. Zuckerberg just announced you can edit your WhatsApp messages 15 minutes after they're sent. That's pretty cool. That's a new update there for Meta coming through. But yeah, we're starting to get Rip City a little bit here on Micron. And again, let's take some more out on Apple. I don't know what's going on right now. The market seems to be elevating a little bit. Some of these names really starting to pop. Apple, we got a great fill down there at 36. Let's see if we can get another 40 fill. But here goes Micron right back to 66. Me no likey right now, Micron, when you're doing this kind of stuff. So here it is, a nice little move up. Why are my fills showing up on here? I thought we just got some more shares short on Micron there. Did we? Did we not? No, we did not. Okay, so we'll figure out why that didn't fill. But Micron right up to the upside. I want to take some more here. So there it is. Okay, good. So so it is working. Micron right now ripping. So hey, this is not great. We're going to wait to find out what's going on with Micron, but it is a pretty strong move up here. We talked about 67, so we have to wait to see if we get blown out of this trade up to 67. Look, I like trading news. There's no doubt about that, but we got to be very, very careful. That's 66.50 up to 67. Let's give Micron a little bit of room, but wow, next short, not till 66.50. Let it breathe, man. Apple's doing fine. Apple's going to the downside, but it's Micron that's starting to take it off right now. Intel's above 30. I was going to short if we were still under 30, but look at this. Nice aggressive move right back to the highs as well. AMD, all the chip names. Yeah, wow. Oh my, Max. Have you seen AMD's chart?
Yeah, just
104.50 straight up to 107 right now. We like a 108 short on this name, but wow, AMD starstruck right now. 107.50, man. It's staring NVIDIA in the face and saying, yo, bro, you guys want to go up to the upside? I'm joining that party. AMD, not late to this party. It's up aggressively. It was down in the pre-market, now up 1%. Wow. About these bears sitting here beside me, yeah, they are saying, Sean, like, what exactly are you smoking today? Because it is not a bearish day at all. But one name that is pretty bearish, and we're spinning for this right now as we let Micron chill the F out. We are going to watch Apple come back in right now. We're short Apple. We're 50 cents in the money off of a 174.60 short. AMD is just Rip City right now, dude. I don't know what's going on with NVIDIA. NVIDIA same type of move, but it feels this so much more aggressive there on our boy. Oh, Apple is really getting down here. Do we still have that 8 bid? Yes, we do. Ye of little faith getting filled at 8. I'm going to put a bid at 14. See if we can get that on. This is a huge move to the downside here for this name, and maybe Micron can make us a winner after all. Retracing off the 6650 area. We said we put an offer there, and we actually forgot about it, but here it comes right to the downside, and there it is. Yes, sir. It's a diamond hand winner coming into play here for Apple as that finally comes back in and fills our bid down there at 174. We just need Micron to do some dancing.
Yeah, I just added to this DraftKings. Just did a little fail break of 25.50, so looking pretty good for this short. Just needed to keep going down a little bit, basically at my price right now. Little breakdown of this 25.35 back into the teal and then back into these pre-market lows. I don't think that there's I haven't seen any really strong buying on DraftKings yet. I wish I got a little fill above 25.50, but I was kind of scared about getting blown out up there. But looking really good now. Look at all of these tops. 1, 2, 3-ish, now 4-ish tops on DraftKings. So we'll see if this one can pull back for me back into VWAP. 25.10, 25.20 kind of first targets, and then down to 24.70. What's going on?
You ever heard of a stock named Upstart? Wow. I mean, some of these names, man, that was just a rhetorical question. Some of these names are just flying here. Sharif, what up with Upstart? Up 12% right now and absolutely flying. I feel like there's a lot of these names that are really starting to go right now. That was, look, you can't have all the breaks, but that 25 break, wow, I wish we would have known something was, not that something's going on with Upstart, but this is absolutely flying. What a good bottom there at 23. Everything like this is hindsight, man. Like, we thought the market was going red today. There it is, a huge move up there for Upstart and taking names and everything here. UPST continuing to absolutely moon there. Nice upside target for these guys. 30? Honestly, I mean, you're taking out 25, now going to the upside for Upstart. We had some wick tops to 26 in the past, but here we go, Upstart making some moves now. Yeah, we're done. We have done real good on this position, man. The number one position for me, obviously, is going to be Appleton. You can see why. A bunch of shorts up here at Sticky Note Nation. Stand up, Sticky Note Nation, because so far you're good, man. And then there's Micron coming back in as well. 65.87 is our price. Let's just put something at 70, and then if we do get a pullback even lower than that, obviously, we'll start to get some fills in the 60s for Micron, and then we'll go. You know what I can cancel, Max? My 178.25 stink bid on Tesla because I didn't want to go the way of demise again by putting something out on the sticky note and then not having a bid there. But I'm really glad that move happened for, oh, yeah, my chart looks ridiculous, that move happened for you there on Tesla. And you got a great out. Where was your out?
184.89.
Wow, 184.89. Doesn't get much better than that. Let's put them up for Max, man. And let's go.
Oh my God.
And congratulations on your banger there for Max Million right here beside me. So far so good. How's it been this morning for you?
Not so bad, not so bad. About to get blown out on this DraftKings short. Guess I was wrong.
You are, yeah, and I like that one, so there you go. And I think you're filling in swimmingly for Neil. So good job on that one. All right, Sharif, man, you're filling in well for Brendo. And actually, this is Sharif's new job. So what's up, Sharif?
Thanks, Sean. All right, guys, happening now, brought to you by FX View. Are you tired of high spreads and excessive commission fees eating away at your earnings? Look no further than FX View, the cost-leading broker run by traders for traders. Enjoy tight spreads of 0 pips that remain low even during peak market hours and a low commission of only $1 per 100K with 0 cost funding. So why wait? Sign up now to experience a tailored trading experience like no other using the QR code below there in the screen. All right, guys, let's look and see how these markets are faring. The ES, again, flat. How many times have we been saying this lately? Up 0.07% on the day. The NQ's been all the rave, though, up over half a percentage, 0.55% on the day. The Dow down again, down 1/3%. And Toronto faring decently, up 1/4%. Let's see what's happening now. Google, wow, this is up huge, breaking through that $125 key resistance level, holding at 126 now. This is the 3-minute chart on Google. It has a 122.74 low. Meta has been up big despite the $1.3 billion fine from the EU privacy regulator for the sharing of EU citizen data with their American, I guess, computer systems, whatever they're transferring data in the States there, up almost to 254, finding a bit of a top there at 253.57, the low of 245.12. And last but not least, Tesla. You see Max in this one. This is breaking out of a key technical level as it continues Friday's gains, and there's a Z finding a bit of a top there at 185.40, holding above VWAP though, guys.
Happen. Did you just say there's a Z Top? I mean, ZZ Top. Shout out to ZZ Top. Awesome band. She's got legs. You know that song? Not a chance in hell you know that song. Yeah, she's got legs and she knows how to use them. Do you know who ZZ Top is?
Yeah.
So what's one thing that's their characteristic of ZZ Top?
Isn't it the...
Yes, sir!
Yeah, yeah.
All right, here we go, man. And by the way, new position alert, Max. You gotta understand that this is what this means. You're gonna be hearing this a lot this week, I hope, but hopefully not too much. As we fade out Mr. Goggle right now. So Google to the downside. Oops, 30 cents in the money. Let's just see what happens there. And I said to Max, if this fails, then I know exactly what I'm doing wrong, which, you know, I've done a lot of things wrong, that's for sure. But what would be wrong about this is going short into a very strong name very early in the day. But the thing about it is I just want to test these tops. If the market is going to fade out like this right now, we're already short and banging it on Micron, dude. We've got a nice trade. It's not huge yet, but we've got a nice trade here on Micron. Let me put something in the bid on 70. So we'll spin the money for everybody there today because this is a money dance day for sure for us. We're going to go 3 for 3 right now. Google with the short, Micron with the short, and Apple with the short, all printing cash. But the reason why we're shorting this name, 126.50, and guess what? We've seen this before. We saw it as high as 126 wick top, then to hit down. Let's see if it happens again. I love me some Google, my #1 position. But let's be real. It's been a huge move to the upside. I can't just keep saying that AI has been overblown here and not do anything about it. So let's watch out for Google. Here it is. Yes, sir, man. Instantly. Going up to the top of the board here for me is Google on this nice short. 125.50 I'm putting a bid, Max. Let's see if we can. Well, I'll put it at 60. Let's see if we can't catch something right there, right now. I like this trade, man. This is going to be a good one, I'm hoping, here for me on Google.
Yeah, I bailed out of that original DraftKings short, and then basically instantly after I bail out, it does another little wick top here. So I'm liking what I'm seeing so far, or now out of DraftKings. Now I'm short at a much better level. Now I can risk it much better. So looking for that retracement into VWAP and then into these lows here. If we make another top above 60 here, I will be getting out, sadly, but let's see if we can wick top here. Every time we get up, it sells down. Is that people getting short? Is that people long that are covering, and then people are going to be shorting it back down through these levels? We shall see. Definitely don't want to get blown out a third time on DraftKings, so this will be my last attempt at this short. If we make a new high and hold above 60, I'm done with DraftKings. Meta got to 253.50, so should have just left that bid in on Meta. Don't know what I was thinking there. Obviously 250, a massive level there. Let's see what happens on this DraftKings. Do I punch out? We got to get right back below 60 right now, or else I am done. Print 59s, and then we're okay. Okay, should be okay on this one. Break through 55, maybe add through 55 there, and then get more through 46. I'm not sure. I have to think about that one a little bit.
This is a party today, man. Yeah, I don't. That's what I was feared that was going to happen to me on Google, was just that, you know, you go short a name into this market, even though the market appears to be blasting. You know, some of these names, or now it's pulling back, but some of these names may or may not go. But we just did really well on Google. Google is actually the fade that we took. That came in pretty good there. Down nicely right now. We'll see if we can capture a little bit more profit here on this Google trade. More to come on that. Apple, of course, is not really playing super nice. Apple is playing super nice. It is Micron that isn't really. So I just keep on getting a little bit out here. And I don't know if this is the right play here or not for me on this, but I'm going to try it. So we're going to just give this a shot here on Micron to try to hold. For me, it's getting a little dicey now. We're up, and we're up pretty nice, and we're happy with our day. But at the same time, you know, we don't want to sort of think that this market is going to fade completely off that, but I want to try to hold all of these right now. We're 70 cents right now in the money on this Google short that we just put on, and this was a decent spot against that eye, so that's been good. We've been talking about Apple short the whole day, so if this can get down and the market can actually stay below the 50 period, we like this. And then we have on here Micron, Apple right there, and then I did want to talk about, come on Apple. Now Apple's starting to break. So now we're getting lower than we've been today, period. So this is a good level for me. Let's put something at 88, and there it is. Awesome. Okay, and now finally Micron. Man, by the way, Max, man, you know I love Neil, but I mean, you're pretty good lockup for me right now. What's up, Sharif?
Initial reports of a large explosion near the Pentagon complex in Washington, D.C. Twitter reports.
For me, I hate to do this, but we may have to punch some more short right now on that. Sharif, please keep me posted ASAP. I hope everybody is well, obviously, in Washington, D.C., or sorry, Pentagon complex. Okay, I see that report. All right, so we'll play that for what it's worth right now. I hate, you know, I don't like, I mean, until we know more about it, I just hope everyone's fine and everything is cool with that. But there is a move down there in the futures. We were short well before this. I feel like the futures hit a good level there. So the short is printing right now, but there it is, man. Let's see if this is a true story right now on this possible explosion there at the Capitol, at the complex in Washington near the Pentagon. Sharif, please keep us posted with that.
Yeah, that could be some serious news there. Yeah, market kind of crashing. ES just gave up 4,200. We're giving up all the gains that we had on NASDAQ. So hold on to those shorts. Maybe that news saved my bad idea here on DraftKings a little bit, but that's all right. I'll hold on for that. Thank you. Well, yeah, probably not going to celebrate any kind of explosion anywhere.
No.
Yeah, so I guess look for maybe something comes into a level where you can buy the dip and we get a nice market bounce here somewhere. Palantir maybe off 1150, Amazon 115, but Amazon I feel like is a fade today, so I don't know if I want to go against my bias again on Amazon. Last time I did that, I got a little smoked, so maybe stay away from that. Maybe Meta dips into 250 again, and we can pick that one up. Just going to take a little bit of profit here on DraftKings. They part-filled me on that order, so come on and fill me the rest of it, please. Yeah, what else can we look for here?
We just got to fill on Micron. The thing is, we're short, so, you know, I don't know. I hate, obviously, we all hate hearing those reports, right? So I'm a little bit, right now, I don't really know. You know, we want to get out of some of these trades. It could be, let's just regroup on some of this, man. I'm going to punch a little bit more out on Apple. We did go short on this report. The best we got was 50 there. And it's tough to trade against news, man. We talked about that over and over again here. That's why we're going to stay tuned to it. Let's just stick with what we've been doing best, and that is play off of our levels. If there is anything happening at the Pentagon, obviously Sharif and our team here, Brendan's here as well. Everybody will be looking at that story, and so will you guys, right? So if you do hear anything about that, please, ear to the ground on that. But you know what just happened, man? Micron coming back in. The NASDAQ, there's the huge bounce off the NASDAQ. So I would say fugaze maybe on that, but I'm just hoping that's the truth. So I don't really know. The thing about it, while all this was happening, I was like in a malaise. 125, Google bouncing flat off its support right there of VWAP. So like, come on, Sean, you should have been short there. So that's, should have got out of your short on that level. So that's a mistake for sure for me right there. Should have been short on that, and that's a missed opportunity no matter which way you look at it. So we have a bid now. Well, my bid was actually at 20s, but we didn't really look at that enough. So we should have done that. Better job needed on that coverage for Google. So we'll put a bid down there at 30 and see if we can get that cover coming up pretty soon for Google. Hopefully it continues to pull down and we'll be able to hit that. So far so good, but definitely a missed opportunity I feel like there on Google. What just printed there? Apple, okay. We actually got a Micron fill. Again, we're still trying to look for the best fills, right? So that's what we're looking for. Micron right now to the downside. What do you got over there?
Yeah, so I bailed on that DraftKings. Market's flushing. It wouldn't even go down. Wrong idea on DraftKings. Do I got to hit the fail for that
Yeah,
one.
why not?
Yeah, that's wrong idea there. Broke out and still shorting it, so whatever is what it is. Meta dipped only to 250.70 or 250.80 here, so didn't get down into that level, but I mean holds 251 like a glove, and
It's like a glove.
can't even get to VWAP. So Meta is super strong today. Should have been buying in this area here just above 250. Gives you that clean consolidation. You can set a stop below 250. You got 45-ish cents of risk on that one, and it makes that move almost to 254. Now trying to make another move up after the market gives you that golden dip opportunity, and didn't take it there, just in case we were going to flush too much. What's
Fill it
going
up.
on?
No. I put a bid at 32 there. It went to 32 and stopped. So let's go 33s. Come on, man. That's like, this is just, I just ran. I could have picked 30. There it is. Okay. Whew.
Awesome.
I was going to say, I could have just picked 33 and got out. So don't you hate when that happens? I don't know. I mean, it happens more than people think, but on the show it's polarizing because we're sitting here as it's happening, and you sort of sometimes miss those levels. But we are now $1 in the money on Google, so this has been a good one so far. Apple's retraced, can I speak properly today, back up to the upside right now, so we'll take another short. Oops, that's still Google, my bad, right there on Apple. We'll try this, though, a little bit below VWAP right now of 174.13. I'm looking at this top of 174.25, possibly as a break. But if we can get, if we take out the highs here for Apple, then we may just have to regroup on that trade. As the NASDAQ, I still like the short. We just took it again, so hopefully we like it. But yeah, I don't know how much we like it right now on Apple. So we'll try it. It is a nice little pull down. We just took the short right there at 174.05. So yes, sir, a nice little pullback. Let's get a bid at 91 here if we can on Apple. Looks like it's trying to fill us up. There it is. One more fill. One more push down, and we'll get that. But we got to go over to Sharif. What up?
Yeah, just some housekeeping here, Sean. President Biden will meet with Speaker McCarthy, not at 4:30, but at 5:30, so after the market by a little bit.
Okay. So after the market, so we don't have to worry too much about that unless anything leaks. That Apple high is 174.70. Oops, that's still Micron. Yeah, good out on Google, man, but Google is still ripping. Still going to the downside right now for Google. So this is now $1 in the money. I mean, we were just 88 cents. Now we're 98 cents. And it looks like Google, yes, sir, does want to keep its promise to us and continue to go to the downside there at 126.50 was an area that we were looking at. But it does look like it wants to continue its move here. So we'll have to watch out for Google. Looks like it wants to make a move lower, 124, 125. So far, so good on this name. Let's just keep that party going, man. We're now $1 in the money on that short. We're 50 cents in the money on the Micron short, and we're flat right now on this Apple. But it was a decent reload, so we did take a piece out there at 90. So let's watch out. Apple's still actually my #1 stock today, but Google pending on this trade, and then Micron as well, looking for some key levels to go. So so far so good here. But yeah, I'm still waiting to hear more about that. I don't think that there was much about that story now. Feels like if there was anything about that explosion, it would have happened already. You're on AI. That's up 7.5%. Man.
Yeah, I did
so
not
many
realize
trades to miss today.
that AI was up so much today. I was looking for 25, kind of failed breakdown off the open, but I got away from this idea a little bit because pre-market volume was so light. I've been trading AI almost every day for the past week since they had that pre-earnings report, whatever that is. Why they do that early, I do not know. But yeah, AI 30% short interest. This one's been trending up for quite some time, so I'm gonna have to do a little more digging on this one and figure out where I could potentially get long. Obviously, 28 was a big level a couple days ago, so maybe the blow off top at 28 is possible there, but keeping this one on a chart, we'll see if AI decides to squeeze much more. What a long off the open there, though. Holds that 25 level by 20 cents. I also got long Palantir. Oop, uh-oh. There we go. All right, got long Palantir. Palantir is on New York. At this 1160 area, looking for it to hold 1150. This is just a starter, and so we'll get some more in just about right here, actually. Throw a bid out at 51 and then see if we can hold 50s. Palantir, I thought if the market does do a bounce, could be a name that might have a little bit more potential in it, but maybe not. Kind of slow today, so we'll see what happens here on Palantir. If we do get back above 60, I will add at 61s, but try to get 51s here on the way down on Palantir. Tesla made a move all the way back to like 182.50, so could have got long again on Tesla, but I don't know. I think we've done enough on that name today. Amazon has a triple bottom as well. I was looking at. Maybe should have tried to get long off that 115.20 now. Triple bottom on Amazon. So, you know, sellers came in Friday and the day before. Now the buyers are stepping up in front of 115 for whatever reason. What was it yesterday? 115.70 that it supported off of. And then we have like, honestly, I don't like the Amazon long until 114.50, 114.75 kind of area. So I'm going to stay away from Amazon until we get back down there. I mean, this is a pretty bearish move that we've had the past couple days. Hopefully this 30-minute will load. Yeah, so we do this double top kind of action on the daily. Now we're trending back down until we get into like this kind of area here, 114.50 to 114.70, wherever that is. That's where I'd want to buy it. So we'll see if we do a little breakdown here on Amazon. Back to that Palantir. Did get back to that 59 area, still kind of consolidating. So we'll see if we put in a higher low here. Okay. And that's where I will catch the next bid on Palantir. Not a tremendous amount else on watch right now. Maybe Micron back through that 65.50 for the short, but it's really not doing a whole lot. I don't know if you're still short
I'm
there.
a little bit, yeah. Yeah, I'm still short. But I actually, thank you for bringing that up. That was a good idea by you. Yeah, so we've just been covering Micron. It's not doing anything, so that's good. Good call on that one as we watch out for Micron. It just keeps on bouncing off right now. So we're going to wait to see if anything happens at all there, but we're getting out. There's the 200 period. It just keeps bouncing off 65. I wish it was 64. Maybe we get there eventually. 64. Apparently that tweet has been now removed. The large explosion tweet has been removed. I just retweeted it. Thank you to @Delta1 there on Twitter reporting that, and thanks to Sharif for throwing that into our chat as well. So yeah, no explosion, I guess. Like, come on, dude. Anyways, whatever. We have to report those things, and that's why we got a little carried away there. So this is really why I'm done with Apple, to be honest with you. We tried to go short there on that news. We got some out, and then we've just been averaging it. I'm going to get out right now. If Apple breaks higher right here, honestly, we're through VWAP, we're through the 21, we're through the 50, we bounced off the 200. This is not a name that I want to stay net short, so we're going to be as disciplined as we can and get the heck out. If this takes that one set, we're not even in it that much. We're going to get out at 75%. We'll take one more average right now if we can at 17. So there it is, but we're out at 174.30 if it takes this out. It's strong, man. Apple's strong. So it's a number one name for me so far. We'll take some out as there goes Micron, flush city as well. So hopefully, I don't know if it's going to be a flush city or not, Max, but hopefully it does go down to the downside. I don't know. What time is it? Wow, it's 10:20 already. This day's flying. Let's go over and see what Sharif's up to at the big desk.
Yeah, Sean, might have been an AI photo. There was actually a photo tweeted. We didn't actually broadcast it to you guys, but there was a photo tweeted of the explosion. We're theorizing that it was an AI photo. The market did move on that, though. So, yeah, as we get into this AI world, it's kind of hard to know what's real and what's not. All right, let's get to small caps. MBOT moving here on a nice healthcare headline here. It looks like it announced 38% result for their robotic medical system. So MBOT on that news, up above 225, looking to make a newer high of day 238, up 83%. There was also Upstart. Sean asking me about this one earlier. This one's up almost 13%. Good looking 1 minute chart here on Upstart, 2650 high. We started at 23 on the day. So above VWAP and strong. This one was also strong earlier on too. AVRO was up on no particular news really, but was strong as hell. It was up 88% on the day. Now kind of moving sideways below 150, holding 146 or so. Bit of a bottom here at 140, AVRO.
Did Sharif just say that stock was as strong as hell? That was great. I like that little take there. Yeah, I mean, if hell is strong, I mean, that stock is exactly that, with a nice little move down here. So, okay, you know, I've sort of eased back on this Apple talk here. Let's see if it gets back in. We're now flat on the stock as this is coming back in. Anything else you guys want to look at here? Beyond Meat, possibly moving around 1070. We talked about this as a buy down there. Wasn't Beyond Meat like down to $9 or something not too long? Yeah, no, almost. There was that bottom, 10 bottom. So I don't know, we'll see. I think the 52-week low on this name, I thought, was this the one that was $6? Or maybe that's Peloton. Yeah. So this already broke through its lows right here at 11 and change as Beyond Meat right now bouncing off that $10 mark. We'll see about that. Nothing's. It sort of showed up on a scanner, and I saw someone talking about it, so we wanted to go over, but not much happening here in BYND. Okay, Apple, I'm bidding 91s or 92s right now. I feel like I want to take something out at 90. Honestly, this is not as weak as I thought, so we'll take out 5% again at 91. We just took some out there at 93 or 90. We're short at 04, so we just took something out 97 there for a little bit of a win. But yeah, I don't want to necessarily, as they say, count our chickens here. I don't really like this name short anymore. I'm actually going to put another bid down there at 96 if we can get that, because our net was actually doing pretty good when it fell down there. So let's wait. There it is. Darn it. We should have taken some more out on that. Micron definitely bouncing as well. I think there's another piece to get taken out right now on Micron in the 60s as well. So market's starting to bounce pretty good right now off some of those levels. And again, that's too bad that was an AI-generated photo. That's sort of the world that we live in, unfortunately, right now, naturally. So shout out to Sharif. Good reporting on that, man. Yeah, that looked to be scary moments there temporarily anyways.
Yeah, I got short Micron and I bailed on Micron just now. That looked like the breakdown that we were looking for. Slams into that 50 level, slams further through 45. I get in above 50, then below 50, then we're looking like we're going to flush into the 65s and go straight back up. So bailed out of that. That was a little bamboozlement there. Maybe Micron's not the short that we thought it was today. I don't know. NVIDIA's at 315 already. So that Tesla trade looked great.
We are out of Apple.
But NVIDIA today was definitely the long of the day. Off that 307.50 spot. I was talking about this at 308. That's $7 away now to the upside. NVIDIA, the red to green move, and absolutely pumping. What was the high the other day? Let me try to find it. 319. So, you know, room to go still on NVIDIA. 315 being a key level.
Here,
maybe this is the spot to fade it. But, I mean, the market's not even at the high right now, and NVIDIA is absolutely cruising. So I don't know what to do with this.
Dude,
probably
AMD?
should not step in front of it. Where's AMD at
Don't
now?
look. Wow,
AMD
108.50 for AMD right now.
These chips
are
ridiculous.
What a move. Do we fade off that? So the fade worked swimmingly on Google. Was that all right, Sharif? It's not really the word of the day or anything. Yeah, you like it? Okay. I like that word too, you know what I'm saying? No, but it worked well. That's for sure off of that level. So we'll have to wait to see if AMD wants to do that. But here's Google right now, 124, 124.50. Watching out for VWAP, watching out for that 21 period. 125.23 there for Google. If everything else is ripping to the upside right now, you know, we've done really well to get out of our Apple. Oh, we just got out of Apple, still well positive on the day. We'll talk about that. Google's been a strong name. Faded underneath VWAP. Let's see if it can have a little bit more work to do. Up here, 125, 125.50, possibly for a short there. We'll take it, 125.40 if it continues to rip up there for Google. I think that's a good opportunity to get more short. Micron just faded back in. So again, probably there, yeah, we laugh. I just heard you smirk a little bit there, yeah, because this is a hard name to trade, man, today. As it's just been back and forth. It's been good for me. We've been really traded that well. That was an early take, then right back here near to 66, and then the fade out. But we just got out of Apple. Apple just continues to be pretty strong, man. We told you about that 97 fill. We tried to get a little bit more, and there's the take to the upside. So Apple, yeah, not really trading very well for me there. Apple, well, no, it's not my number one stock anymore. It looks like Google will actually take that over, as that was a pretty aggressive move. Micron could be in the pocket as well coming through. But I don't know, looking for more trades, man. We faded off that 13,950 real smooth. So that was a good one. Google fading as well. Just looking for more. Maybe Roblox. Nope. You know what was moving really well, and this was sort of when Upstart was going, was wow, PayPal still too. Did this get upgraded today, Sharif? Maybe you could find out, because I feel like PayPal's just straight up to the upside right now and really ripping as well. PayPal, yeah, pretty boring Monday here. I see some people on the chat talking about stocks, and yeah, it's been a nice move, but you sort of had to get that top and then right back into the bottom there on that bomb threat or explosion fake news story there. So watch out, as we're not fear mongering here, man. We're just reporting as we see, and that hit some major wires there. So we'll see, but nice move back down for PayPal, for my move up for PayPal, down for the market, nice move back up on the NASDAQ. And just trying to get some more short, man. Micron, here comes Micron coming back in. You know what, Max? Maybe that AMD is a fade off this 108.50 if Micron's coming back in. Is that something that, do we want to dance with that devil right now?
I was looking at AMD, so 108.50 is like the recent high on AMD.
Yeah.
It was an after hours high.
Let's try it.
Yeah, it was an after hours high, and then now we fail it. I want to see maybe one more high, and then it just slams down after that. I want to catch the momentum on the downside on AMD instead of trying to predict the price action on the way up, because I feel like I get railroaded. But like, we're down from 103.50 this morning to 108.50 on AMD on zero news, unless I'm missing something. This is quite the move on these chips.
I just tried the short against the day's high and out.
Yeah,
so there you go.
I don't know, maybe 110 is the short. This is crazy.
We got to throw to Sharif quickly here. What's up, Sharif?
All right.
Update you guys on a couple of names that we brought you this morning. DraftKings on the positive side of an upgrade. Let's go to the chart here real quick. 25.73. It's near day's highs, guys. 25.65 up 6 2/3%. That's DraftKings. Plug Power as well, on the back of 3 new contracts for its hydrolyzer, with 3 European firms up 7.5%, looking to take that 835 high, guys.
Okay, I was just saying to Max, I just got taken out on the top there for AMD. So we'll try it one more time against that 108.80, just in case it's a thing right there. We'll see, man. The market is trying to take the 50 period. We don't want to give back what we've made, but we're close to doing that if we don't be careful. So let's be careful, needless to say here, as this market's just trying to figure itself out. So we'll go short back into Apple. It's that 107.40. That was initially going to be our take, but on that move up, I just wanted to get out if we took out that 30 high, and it did that. So now let's see if we can calm down a little bit here with Apple and just wait to see where this one wants to go. So we'll hold this short against 174. What did I say? 174.40 right now, Apple. We'll average it in at the 30s, and then that's it, man. 1 at 20, 1 at 30 to give us up to 40, as I think this one could fall down, especially if this market wants to break below the 50 period right now and take down 13,900. So we're just dancing around this level right now. So wouldn't be surprised if we do have a little move at this area. So right now, that's what we're waiting out for. It is 114.40 here on Apple. We're going to hold it until that happens. So that's 20 cents. So we'll put a bid down here at flat. And if we get that, then great. And hopefully we get even lower on Apple here.
Yeah, I'm also short AMD. Did that little wick top, just like we talked about, makes a new high and then slams back down. So I'm short. On the momentum back down, we'll see if we can get this to retrace back to the teal here at 108, and then maybe get it like a 50 period, which will probably be at like 107.40-ish by the time we get there. But AMD crazy strong. I'm not going to let this make a new high against me. This is a nuts move, but I mean, eventually you got to get a pullback. And I like the fact that this is a recent high that we are wicking above. There's obviously sellers here. But as Sean just says, we're both in this, which is probably
Sometimes
a problem.
I don't like you.
Yeah. You don't want everybody to be thinking the same thing, because that means that there's probably too many people who are going to be caught offside when the algos figure out that everybody's making the same bet here. But we'll see what happens on AMD. This definitely needs a pullback at some point, but it doesn't necessarily have to come here. It could come at 110. Yeah, and NVIDIA pulls back to the teal line. So we'll see if AMD can do the same move, but NVIDIA is starting to pump a little bit. This Palantir is really doing nothing for me, and kind of getting bored of this one, but I do want to hold this into an 1150 kind of area and see if I can add something down there for the move back to VWAP, and then eventually 1180, 12 bucks. Just kind of watching AMD quite intently here, because I do not want it to blow off the top here. But I think through 40 right now should be a decent breakdown. We'll see if it just wicks that. Then if that does happen, I will bail out of it. But it's holding 40 on the bid for whatever reason. So I think once that buyer gives it up, then we could see, low 118s and then below that, or 108, sorry, not 118. Hopefully this one is not trading at 118 while I'm still short. That would be a pretty brutal day for me if that happened. But yeah, we'll see if this can break down. Other than that, Palantir does bounce a little bit. So maybe I should just be adding in the low 50s here on Palantir instead of, just waiting here for these, for the actual 50s to print. Looks like we got a little double bottom there. So if we can take out the teal at 58, then maybe support it around there, then hit the VWAP and above, I will be chilling on Palantir. Still looking for like a spot to add on that one. As what's the market doing?
Could give back everything right now. Could start to go back to the upside. It just
Yeah,
bounced
that's
off
what I'm thinking.
1900 or 13,900. I keep saying 1900, 13,900. So that's not that's not a good sign if you're short, which we are right now. Okay, so let's just talk about some of the positions that we've just put on recently. So of course, okay, we'll do. It's 10:33 already. We got to go because Sharif's got to get this midday show as well. So let's do crypto update with Sharif, and then we'll talk about these crazy markets when we get back. What's up, Sharif?
Much in crypto world today, Sean. Only up 0.28% is BTC. ETH up a little bit better, 0.59. This is the BTC chart. ETH up 0.59, I said. But Coinbase having a good day with the overall market here up 3.6%. We're near high, Sean, at $59. So that 60 level that Neil loves coming into play possibly today on Coin.
Okay, Coinbase. What do you mean Neil loves that $60 level? Come on, bro. I'm all about that $60 level. We'll look to short that for sure if it does get up to there. But for right now, we are sort of waiting to see what's going on. I like that short, Max. Me and you, like I said, great minds can sometimes think alike, which is why I'm not sure why you're thinking like me. But you can see right here, I like this move, and hopefully AMD can retrace. We did get stopped out on a bigger piece earlier when it did take out the high, but we've done this before, and it's been well successful. So let's wait to see what does happen here on AMD, playing off one of that little bump there. But you are at your max level right now, by the way. I don't know if you noticed that.
Exactly, yes, I did.
So I'm going to put a bid and get out there at 20, and we'll ring a little bit of registers right there and bang it out there on AMD. The retracement trade has been nice, man. It's been real nice. We hit some good trades on both AMD and on Google, retracing off that end. So there it is. Nice move there. Hit it back into to that level. We got some out at 125. Let's see if Google does seem to want to hold some of these lows. So maybe we're onto something here with Google. But for right now, hopefully that can come back in. AMD, man, we just took 30 cents on that. So that's so far so good. And then Apple has pulled back a little bit as well. We just took a 10. We took a 07 fill. We're waiting for 74 flat. And then we'll see if it can want to retrace back down. But so far so good here. Apple, we have a bid at 03. So that was a good retracement short as well. We got taken out on that news back up to the upside on some of that nonsense that was reported. Now we'll see if it just trades like normally and wants, come on, give me that 03 if it wants to come back down inside a little bit here. We're only short at 20, but remember, our out was going to be 40. So we're trying to go 1-to-1 with about 20 cents here on the first piece, and then we'll see, although it keeps bouncing off fives here. I don't want to put a 5 because then a 3 will fill. So let's just be patient there, wait for these 3s as the market's trying to figure itself out as well. Some good retracement plays here happening in the market.
Yeah, I'm thinking, I don't know, I think I might have to bail on this Palantir. Nothing's happening here on Palantir. I did take some out at the teal line on AMD as well, but Palantir, I think I'm just going to set the stop at 49. I know it's probably a bad play, but I'm just done with this. Nothing's happening, and AMD is starting to retrace back to the high side. So I now have a stop on 50 because I don't want to lose on this position, and I don't want to be holding a very strong stock back up to the high. So if I do get stopped out of AMD, then I will just get back in if we do another one of these failures at the high. But yeah, just not trying to get, blasted off there. So I'm out of AMD. Might have been a slight winner because I took that profit there, but not the best. Whatever. Should have just taken the full piece off here at the teal. Got to trust that teal
I got more
line.
short there on AMD.
maybe should have been getting long here at the teal on AMD for that move up. Really no selling coming into this name at all today.
Dude, we respected the teal. You didn't respect the teal down there?
I took some off.
Okay,
I took
good.
some off, yeah.
Well, that's what it's all about. Let's go over to Sharif quickly.
So Neil having a quietly here, a nice day, up over 9%, looking to take that 895 high. The reason, the Chinese central bank going to keep their interest rate as is, as the 5% GDP growth target for China remains intact. Neil up 9%.
All right, I just put my stop order in. Thanks for that. I was actually going to talk about that as it was approaching that $10 mark there, but a huge move up for NEO and for some of these Chinese ADRs. We'll check out Alibaba in just 1 second. But yeah, I'm with you, man. We just shorted again those 65s on AMD. So if it just can come back in and fill us in the 50s, it'll be all good. We're short at 58 right now, so hoping obviously there it is. So for a little bit of a push down, we just get a 51 there. Hopefully this can come back in to the downside. And by the way, we've waited for it. We did get our Apple. We bought some more. So I divided the order. I put some at 7, then I canceled it, put the rest at 3. And so we did just get a 3 fill there on Apple as that's trying to fill out back down to the downside as well. So yes, let's go, man. Maybe we can get that teal line one more time, Max, as we can pull this back in. I'm going to put a bid at like 38. Oh. Okay, that came pretty.
Right away.
Wow, there it is right there. We'll spin the money one more time for that, man. Max, you have little faith, man. You gotta trust in the process, man.
Gotta trust.
But there it is. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. What a good reload that was there, Max. To the upside, we didn't have to worry too much about it, did we? Here it comes right into the teens again. I'm going to put a bid right here because we do have shares on AMD. So let's see if we get a fill here at lucky number 16 down there, 108.16. We'll see if we can get something there on AMD. That's sort of where we just dropped down to. Let's see if we can have that happen one more time for us on Advanced Micro. Nice pullback down, and we got some shares out, so this is going to be a good trade for us. Wow, today, Max, honestly, man, we don't have a losing trade, and it's been a good one here for us, and it all started with your banger on Tesla.
Yeah, clearly high of day stop was the way to go on that AMD trade. That's where I had it initially, moved it down to 108.50, thinking that's the key level. Clearly not correct on that one, as Palantir breaks 11.50 here, so I'm just gonna bail on this one. If we reclaim 11.50, maybe take it, but like it's just such a slow mover today. I don't care. Someone brought up Shopify in the chat. I had Shopify 61.50 for a fade today. Yeah. Apparently not. All the way back up to 64. What was the post-earnings high on this Shopify? 65.50, it looks like.
Only that high?
So we're almost there. So a lot of these names do this retracement. The chips do the retracement off of their crazy rally and then just do it all back in one day. Shopify doing the same thing. Little retracement, little pullback off of the post-earnings highs, and then does pretty much all of it back to the upside in one day here. Oh, yeah, I don't know what to do with Shopify. Maybe a fade off 65. I recall that was good back a couple weeks ago. And Sharif was yelling OMH at me. Oh My Home, I think it is. This is the one that went...
some crazy stuff about that one.
I think they did the IPO, like, I don't know, not too long ago. And this one was recently at $56, $57. So
you're not still short all the way
to go on OMH here.
There hasn't been too many. Well, we haven't been looking at too many of those today.
Yeah.
Okay, so we got it. We got another fill on AMD, man. We got that 16 fill. So I don't know what to tell you. Yeah, that we're still waiting for this break of 80. I'm gonna try it one more time, but I almost feel like here, Max, that we are kind of like poking the, well, this would not be a bear, poking the bull here in a situation with this name. So yeah, that's just a careful spot for me here on AMD as we'll wait, man. I don't want to, like, you don't want to wake a sleeping giant, although AMD is well awake right now. It's just, let's see if it wants to go to sleep just a little bit more. You know what I'm saying? Hopefully down to the downside on that one. We'll see. Wouldn't surprise me if there is a little bit of a retracement back and then we even take out the high. Remember I said, like, I know when we're doing something wrong. This does not necessarily feel right, shorting AMD up here, but we'll just keep on playing it. It was a well done for us on Google. Although Google's all the way back up, we only have 20% left on this name. I was trying to hold this as more of a placeholder to see where we go on this name. I do like a short again on Google. Let's just see where. it needs to come back up here like 126. That's that past high. So we didn't even make a lower bottom there. We came right back into the pre-market highs once again there not the pre-market highs, that's right there. The Friday highs of 124.40 before we had that big move. So if you take away that move, we just fell back into that area. So 124.50, probably a good out. Dangerous name here, I feel like, with Google. So I don't know. That one's probably stay away from that on a reload. But without any further ado, it's 10:42. Let's go see what we're missing possibly here with a quick look at Sector Watch.
Mixed board, Sean. The NQ still up 1/3%, but it's a mixed board, no question. AAL, this is just coming to my attention, down 4%. A judge ruled that American Airlines and JetBlue have to end their Northeastern alliance, so it's down, taking down transportation with it. Micron, you see that bottom left-hand corner over here, down 4%, but semiconductors doing quite well regardless. AMD up 2.5%. Some of the other names as well moving up. KeyBank lifting up the small financial group. You see Zion up with it as well. KeyBank with a key upgrade today, and Match Group. Not seeing any reason for this up 5.5%. Look for this one. Didn't really see anything. It's lifting up communication services, guys. Mixed board.
All right. I know you just started Amazon. We'll talk about that. But right now, let's spin it again for us. Wow. Oh, man. Apple. Yes, sir. This is a 20-cent risk. We're now in the money 40 as it continues to go down. We just got an 85 print right there. Oh, that was 40. We're not. It just bounced back up. So hopefully that'll continue to come down. And by the way, never fear, Max. AMD is here. So let's go. Oh, my God. AMD right now, Max, 80 cents in the money on this play. So let's put a bid down here and see if we can't celebrate something. AMD just bouncing off the 50 period, noticing it. So we got to get out of Dodge right now on that one. Let's put a bid, see if we can capture that at 85. I just bid 77 there, a little too low. There it is, though. Oh, my God.
Awesome.
Honestly, this has just turned out to be quite an awesome day right now. Apple down in the money, 30 cents. AMD 75. Like, not only was AMD good, it was also reloaded up there as well. We stick with our guns on Micron today with a fantastic short. Apple with a fantastic short. Google's now $1 in the money. So, yeah, man, today's a good day, needless to say here, for Trader TV Live. And I hope it's a good day for you out there as well. And a big shout out to all of our friends in Canada. What up? As we go, we are broadcasting live here from lovely and sunny Toronto, Ontario, Canada, the best city in the world.
Indeed.
We have raccoons running for mayor.
Do we?
You know what I'm saying? We got a raccoon, we got a dog.
Isn't there like a 14-year-old or something running?
There's Max running for mayor.
I am running, but just quietly under a different alias. So.
Oh, you're the raccoon?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I am the raccoon who is running for mayor. And I am long Amazon. We said if we got into those high 114s, I would try the long. We get the volume bottom, it looks like here, with this little volume spike on the 1 minute. So we'll see if we can get back over 115 into this consolidation. Obviously, not looking like the best spot to get long a stock, but when your level comes in and you see this buying come in like this, I don't know, you got to hit it. So looking for over 115 on Amazon and then back into these levels up here. I feel like, you know, bidders are going to step into this one eventually. And this 114.50 level is the one that I do ultimately like. So we'll add on there and then stop out if we do any trading too much below that. Yeah, that's all we got right now. No other ideas.
Dude, we
at
are
the moment.
just watch out for your long because the
this might not be
shorts
good.
are absolutely printing right now. We got the new barbecue. The new barbecue's all hooked up, but I need a female couple for the natural gas. So we were not barbecuing up on the weekend. I had to use the cast iron on the stove. But we definitely are barbecuing up some profits today, man. Google downside, Apple downside, AMD down. Like this is 40 cents Google. This is $1 for Advanced Micro. I don't know why we questioned ourselves on that one there, Max. But that's a good trade. 70 cents in the money for Google, which was a lot lower than that. Micron as well. dropping down the money all morning on Micron, so that's a good one here. As we've been short Micron the whole freaking day, nice moves to the downside here as we watch out to see what's happening now with this market. Failing off of 13.9 is what I'd like to see. I'm 4 positions short right now. Apple, AMD, Google, and Micron all to the short side, and we're going to go 1, 2, 3, 4 for 4 with these ideas so far here today. So as Ice Cube says, today is a good day. Weber charcoal, yeah, hey man, I love the charcoal. We were actually driving yesterday down in our neighborhood. I said, oh man, someone's got the charcoal barbecue going. That's a good one, man, for sure on that. AMD puts, bail on them. We found a bottom. Okay, I don't know. Yeah, apparently now what's trending is Max for mayor. So I don't know what I started right there. But if you were running for mayor, Max, you do have my vote. So Max for mayor, I like that. Let's keep that one trending if we can. And also, guys, Kat's in the building today on what is a Canadian holiday. So
Hola, like and subscribe today.
you can't go wrong liking and subscribing to this stream because we're going to be bringing you hot fire hopefully every single day in this market. So yeah, again, thanks for everybody for watching. I hope you enjoy the stream. I hope you like it. Share it with all your friends. There's only 13 minutes left. And then we have the man, the myth, the legend. Arun is here. He's going to be here with our guy Sharif in the midday show. And then me and you get a break for a bit. Then you and I are back at 2. And that should be a lot of fun heading into the close. And I don't know if we have it. We'll see. Normally we have Danielle Shea, I believe, on Mondays. We'll double check to see if she's coming through. Oh, there is a confirmation on that. So Danielle Shea will be here this afternoon. Okay, Mahad said yes, Brendan said no. So I'm going to go with no on this one right now. But again, she was traveling, so there's some stuff there. But okay, Apple's still making a move down. But hey, either way, Max, we've got you coming back. You ever trade options?
No.
No.
Well, actually, I did buy.
I've traded options
Was it
horrendously
FRC?
before.
I bought an FRC 50 call
Put. Oh.
a couple weeks ago. But it was
Ouch.
just one. It was like $20 that would have paid out $5,000. So I was like,
FRC
cool.
$50.
Yeah. Because if
You know, if you got a 50-cent call, that still wouldn't be in the money.
well, you gotta take those YOLO
You do.
plays sometimes.
That's where I'm a nightmare because that's what I do. Like I'll take those kind of trades, and then next thing you know, you're out of the money, and that's it.
Yeah.
Time decay, and see you later, as they say on those plays. So, all right. So me and you will maybe not the experts in options trading, but I like to trade them. I think they are good for YOLOs. I know there's some traders around here that had Pac West on earnings. FRC was, I think that was that play you're talking about as well. So shout out to everybody that is YOLOing, and no, nothing wrong with that strategy, but a dangerous one can be for sure. So okay, other than that, what else is good here? Oh, I want to take out some Apple down here at 173.80. It's just again at the 200 period, so we are taking some profit. Other than that, man, AMD just continues. I'm going to hold AMD in case there is like some sort of an ultimate flush coming on that name. Again, don't know if that is going to be the case, but we'll hold it to see if that does happen. And then Micron has been pretty good for us today as well. All right, it's 10:50. It's our last update with Sharif. Then he's going to get ready to go with Arun. And let's go over to Sharif at the big desk for my favorite segment and what should be yours as well. It's Money Talks with Sharif.
I love how you set that up, Sean. I sadly don't have too much to report in the world of currencies today. The DXY flat 0.05, the euro eking out what you could call barely a gain, 0.04 against the greenback, the CAD down, the GBP down, and the Japanese yen down, all against the greenback, the Australian down as well. The ruble, the lone green name, against the US dollar. It had a good little move up lately, gave back most of that in the last few weeks though. Green today up 1.25% against the greenback. BTC and ETH both trying to stay green or get into the green depending on where you started calculating. Earnings after the close, not much. Zoom, this was a pandemic darling. It's on board for this afternoon. Tomorrow though, we get more retail names. Dick's, Lowe's, Williams Sonoma, some more stuff there, guys. Earnings.
I mean, I'm not trying to do this to throw any shade at anybody, but one of those names tomorrow morning, top left, right before the open, Neil always has some comments on that, so you may have to watch out for that one. But I think Zoom has a good chance. They're doing some new things over there. I don't know, you can now shop on that, apparently on that site, and there's different ways to sort of push forward.
You can shop on Zoom?
Yeah, like when you're having a Zoom call, you can push forward different links.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. It's just a cool thing to do. Like, so they're trying to get people that perhaps do like, I don't know, remember Tupperware? I don't know what these things are called, but you can go and they go to people's houses.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So it's kind of like when you're doing that, they want Zoom to sort of be part of that situation where it's like you can, what are those called? There was like a Tupperware party, like, anyways. It's like marketing. What are those campaigns called? Anyways, I don't know. But this is what Zoom's been doing. And whenever stocks kind of move like this, you sort of think there might be something brewing. It's above the 50 period. We're just going to wait to see what's going on there on that. So yeah, like direct to market things, like not pyramid schemes, but those kind of things coming through. So we'll see if Zoom can do anything. Dick's Sporting Goods is a very, very well operated business, to be honest with you. They seem to always beat. So we'll have to see what happens with Dick's. Do you still have that up there, Mahad? I know Sharif just bailed. Do you have the earnings board or no still? No, okay, it's gone. So, all right. Did you see any names on there that you noticed? I was looking at Zoom.
I think Zoom's the only like
Lowe's.
really exciting one. Oh yeah, Lowe's.
Lowe's. You a
Hard to
house
trade a
owner?
name
You
like-
rent, or what are you doing?
No, I rent.
You
I
rent,
don't know.
okay. So I was gonna say you're probably not doing any Home Depot runs or anything.
Nope. You call up the landlord and make them fix everything.
Damn
It's
it,
great.
I never actually rented really ever in my life, except for when I was at university, which then, we're throwing house parties, you're just worried about, oh yeah, Baxter, nice guy, Baxter, I love this kid. Hey Dad, can I have $250 because we need a deposit for a door we broke during a house party? Like, honestly,
about right.
dude. So I just sent him the money. I mean,
Yeah,
whatever.
of
I
course.
mean, you know what? Thing is like, whatever. I'm glad. He went to university there during COVID, so his first year was a really, really rough one, and then followed by the next year wasn't that much better, but now things are all open at Canadian universities, so I'm pretty proud of that kid, but don't break down any more doors over there, my son, there. So I think they were... Yeah, they were all, so he's in a house, and they were all holding, Prad's asking, they were all holding a house party, and one of the doors got damaged. No comments on that. So no, my kid, so he is very fun to party with, but I don't party with him in that that frame of mind. But yeah, so far so good, man. Apple pulling down. We're short everything, and they're all in the money. So today has been a pretty awesome day, and I get to sit beside my friend Max here. So so far so good here. Although we miss Neil, and I hope he's having a great day. I want to thank you again for filling in, and I think we're going to have a great week here. TikTok and Oracle have no agreement on security. Okay, I think that's sort of died down a bit. That whole TikTok, like I thought we were all the rage banning this thing.
Yeah, I haven't heard about that for a while.
Yeah, now you sort of don't hear about it. So I don't know. Now that all of a sudden Sharif is out of his meta position, I feel like there's no more like lobbying in there for TikTok. So shout out to Sharif on that one, and also a shout out to Apple right now because it's failing. We just got a great little take there on the Apple short, guys. All right. Here, you want to do this one? Ian Respeto there in chat. Come over to my screen. We'll just show it off here. Thanks, Ian, man. This guy's given a couple good super chats in the past as well. What's our opinion on NVIDIA? How they do Wednesday into earnings? Best guess, of course. Yeah, I mean, all they are is guesses. So I just... You have any?
I think that everything's been rallying into earnings recently.
Right.
All the big tech names have been hitting earnings, and I think the market is buying them all up into earnings. So I would expect nothing less of NVIDIA, probably a new recent high. What was it, 319 that we were talking about?
Yeah, exactly.
So
Just hit
yeah,
320.
I feel like NVIDIA is probably 320, 322 going into earnings, and then maybe selling comes in after that. I think NVIDIA is the last big tech name to report
Yes,
earnings.
sir.
Yeah, so
It made
maybe
52-week highs today.
Yeah.
So I don't know, Ian, man. I mean, I'm kind of the same way. If you come over to the chart, it's pretty priced for perfection. All I hear about is all the levers they can pull and just how great. There's not a better name in the market to be with. There's not one that has a better future than NVIDIA. And whenever I hear stuff like that, I actually think sell.
Yeah.
So that would be something there. And if you're going to look, if we get back to some valuation issues right now with NVIDIA, then you're going to see right now, it still has a PE of 182. So not that PE matters. We've showed you Amazon, Tesla. I mean, some of the best darlings in the last 10 years, 5 years, 2 years, 1 year have been ridiculous PEs. So I don't think that that's huge, but I just worry that what if they miss? So I like the name, and I think that if there's enough people that are what if, Jepsen Wong, we've talked about this with Sharif, great CEO, definitely knows what he's doing, but this is a well-loved name by Kramer. This is a well-loved name on the street, and I just think when names are this highly traded and probably still long, you just worry about it. Like if they miss and this name's down 4%, what do people think? We missed the top. They're going to say, let's just get out now. I still have a 95% winner this year, right? Get out and cash out on that. That's part of what I thought with Apple as well. When Apple hit those highs off earnings, 174, 175, Apple's rallied decently off that, but it did pull back a few bucks down to 170, and we're short Apple right now. So thanks for the super chat, Ian. But hey, Bears versus Bulls, this could be a great question that we ask, either on Streamlabs or as a poll, and maybe we can even do this for the midday or whenever, is that what do we think about NVIDIA earnings, man, coming post-market May 24th? So let's wait to see. Maybe that's better for tomorrow, but NVIDIA is going to be an interesting one. Come on, Apple. Come on, man. Apple's down near its lowest part it's been at all day as this market's trying to fade lower. So far, what a great day. Here, our net is just rallying to the upside right now. Yo, our AMD,
that AMD is
long and short. Look at those names on there. It says Sean under Neil's name, and at least it shows Max under your name. So I don't
technical
know.
difficulties there.
We're fixing it up right now because we're getting ready to switch over. So it will be Max. No, sorry, it will be neither of these two individuals coming there for the midday as we have Arun coming through with Sharif.
You know, I would not want to get in a fight with this midday show.
I would.
You would take them on?
Both these guys? I mean, am I allowed to use both hands? I mean, come on.
No. You got to have
over here.
one hand tied behind your back. Then
they'd have a chance.
Yeah, they might have a chance there. I got out of that Amazon.
What do you only have one position? We only have a minute and a half here to go.
So I got out of that Amazon, got in a little early. You know, usually I wait for my levels to test and then I get in. I don't know what I'm doing getting in the 80s when my level's 50, but it holds there really nicely. So I get back in, add to it below 50. Now we're pumping into the teal. So get through that teal line, get back up to 115, and then we are chilling on Amazon. Let's not trust the teal this time because that would mean my position sucks. Don't trust the teal.
Yeah,
let it break through. Come on, Sharif. But looking good here. Market's starting to pump, actually. So holding that 13,880 or whatever that was and back up. Holding 4,200 is probably what is sending the market back up at the moment. But, the real futures guy you're going to hear from in about 2 minutes here, I don't know what the hell I'm talking about in that regard.
Yeah, we'll hear from Arun. He'll talk all about his foray into the futures over the last month, today, every day. We'll see. You're going to get them both in about 30 seconds. So I want to thank everybody for watching. And like I said, man, we're really happy to be bringing this to you guys. We just got another out there for Apple. So that's it, 173.85. We're now just going to let these go, man. We've had a big day so far today. I've only traded 4 names. And they're all short. Apple short. We can review them just real quick. Apple short today. This is the #1 top G on the sticky note right there. Was Micron and Apple both top there on the day there. We have Apple. We have AMD. That's been a short. We've really cleaned out on that one. Google's been a short, as has Micron. So far, so good. All right, Micron trying to go back to we're getting out of all of these, man. I mean, that Apple trade, we just got rid of it. Rate some there at 85 as you're starting to bounce back up, which is a perfect opportunity to throw it over to the midday show. Thank you so much, Max. Been a blast, but I'm going to be seeing you in just a couple hours. But without any further ado, thank you to Bears vs. Bulls. Thank you to Mahad, Pratt, everybody helping. Thanks, Brendo. Thanks, Sharif, for all the updates there today. Thanks for the BS report on that Pentagon. Costing me a small little bit on Apple there. But good thing we didn't go. And that's another point. You don't want to rush into news stories all the time.
Yeah.
You want to make sure that they're accurate. But, hey, I did what I did, and I'm pretty happy with the trading here today so far. So without any further ado, thank you to everybody out there. Let's go over to the midday show. It's Sharif, it's Arun, and it's going to be a good one.
What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to the midday show. You know who that is, and I'm Sharif. Welcome.
I'm Sean, apparently.
We'll get that ticker changed in a second, Arun. But I just want to address the issue Sean was talking about real quick. I mean, we are now living in a different age. We don't really know exactly what the origins of that picture were or how a high level Twitter account.
I had
was able
somebody
to-
send me that picture. And
So we're living in a
Yeah,
age
yeah.
of bamboozlement.
I was just looking at the picture and I was just like, that's like, how far off can you be? That's, yeah.
Didn't like the picture.
No, it's like in terms of how you interpret that.
You want to bring it in? I don't really want to duplicate it. Yeah, exactly.
No,
I mean,
no, let's not bring that in.
Yeah.
But it's just like I'm sure if you guys look at that tweet or whatever,
Available
you'll find
on
it.
the
But
internet,
yeah, how you make a mistake like that intentionally or not, it's way off. Yeah.
no good, Arun.
No.
No good.
No bueno.
Good to have you on, man.
man, it's
I
been a
like
while.
when you're on. You know that, right? Like
you
things
know?
are more
Do you-
calm.
do you know?
It's more educational.
Oh, is it? Yeah,
There's
okay.
more. You're gonna learn the day type stuff. You know
okay.
exactly what I'm talking about.
All right.
Yeah. So we're gonna have a great show on. I've got some good questions for you with respect to the futures.
Yeah.
I had some questions that arose and I didn't really have answers to, so I want to pick your brain about them. But before we get into that, let's do a little market recap here, shall we? We've been talking about some of these names earlier on, and they are several. Now, DraftKings was on the receiving end of a nice upgrade. This is the chart on DraftKings, and as I do now all the time, I will put the ticker symbol for our viewers so they know what I'm talking about. We are at high days, guys, on DraftKings. 25.99, no surprise, 26. This is the 5-minute chart. Let's look at the daily. Where are we here on the daily? Oh, baby. That's a good-looking chart from those January lows. Where were we there? $11. That was a bit of a bottom. Going back a ways, that $11 area, we touch it again in January, and it's been up and to the right on this bad boy. I know the issues with this guy and with the industry in general was the cost of acquisitions. They were doing promotions, advertising. It was costing them a bunch. They weren't making money. I hear that that is turning around. Analysts seem to feel that way as well, up 7.59%, $26 level on DraftKings. The other one real quick, Plug Power. We talked about this one this morning, the hydrolyzer system that it has or whatever. 3 big European firms all coming in with orders. It's at 842, but when you zoom out on the daily, not nearly as good looking as the daily chart on DraftKings. I'll tell you that for sure. We are at all-time, well, it looks like all-time, at least for a year and a half lows. They're at the 791 low of day, 750 there. So 750 looks like to be the recent bottom. So another move there on Plug. One other one real quick. OMH, you heard Max talk about that, and Micron looking at to bounce back as well. AMD, secular move, also up 1.82%. But yeah, that's the overall market look. How are these futures looking, Arun? What's the look right now?
It's been a little messy, to say the least. All right, let's bring the futures up. I have so many things that I didn't have open. I didn't even have the chat open. I just got that open now, just now. All right, futures. Originally, this is the screen that I was working with this morning. Let's get my screen up there, guys. So in terms of levels, it was 41.95. I marked off. I had 42.30, and we get this news, and all it does, good thing, it went up into that zone that we mentioned earlier, around that close to that 20 zone, hit that resistance level, and then just did a quick turn. Not even enough for me, at least in my case, not enough to set up a short there. It just came like came right back down, broke 95 on the same situation here with that news, and then snap right back up. So this is still in play. This support zone is still in play. You just got hit with a little volatility that couldn't hold up. So we're gonna move this down towards the day lows here, around 85. We're still gonna work the same trade. It's still gonna be about, I would say underneath 05, but close to about here, closer to like 3.4, all the way down as a potential buy zone. And we're gonna keep this one active here up top for a potential sell zone. I am looking for potential longs if we can get the prices right. Right now at 850, if we can get maybe closer to 7-ish, which is where we were about a minute ago, I'm thinking I can build. I can start building around 7, try to average it down to like 5 or so. But no, it wants to go up to 10. So we're stuck here, back inside of this range here, trying to work the tops and the bottoms, still trying to get the right prices in so we can make something with it. I wasn't exactly ready for that type of move to the upside. So that kind of caught me off guard. I was, like I mentioned earlier, I was looking for something closer to 5 that would set up. Couldn't get it, went straight up, right? And then we're kind of just doing a whole lot of nothing, but not really gaining information in terms of how strong or weak this market wants to be. So for now, we're just gonna have to let this one pass. I do have a little bit I have some bids down. Like I said, I want to start building around mid to high sixes into low sevens, and then work it into the zone here and play off those 85s. So for now, buy side bias with strength and see if we can actually get back into the zone, into the 20s here, and then we'll figure out what we want to do with the 20s. Maybe fade it, maybe not, depends on how you get up there. And now that I have a chat up, I see Nick Garcia throwing down a super chat there. Thank you so much, Nick. It has been a while. When was the last time I was in here?
It's been a minute.
April?
I think maybe
April.
a month and a half.
April.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, something like that.
Early
So,
April would have to be.
probably.
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
And
oh wait.
another super chat too.
There's more.
Zion Lala.
I haven't scrolled
I
all the way
love
down.
that name, man. $5 super chat. Thank you very much, Zion, saying nice things. Great team. If I had Arun's patience, Sean's excitement level, Sharif's knowledge, Brendo's wisdom, and Neil's mindset, I'd be a multi-millionaire. That's just like your own human creation. I love that. Maybe you'll be able to do that with an AI. Be like, take Arun's consciousness and mix it with this person's mindset. Ooh. Age of bamboozlement. Yeah, okay, we're getting off topic. Arun, I was going to ask you, are you looking for a breakout through maybe like the 42.12 area? We had resistance there on the ES. Like, how are you looking to build
It's too
around?
tight. The problem is, like I mentioned with this with the chart on this chart, even if you get above 12, you're running into resistance zone right above.
Right away at 21.
Like in the 20s. So like, yeah, there's space. There's about 8 points in space. But the question is, how much risk can you put on the table to take those 8 points, right?
Exactly.
So sometimes there's going to be trades that set up and you're like, oh, it's a long, but then you look at what the potential cap on that could be. And sometimes the risk doesn't make sense, so you got to pass up on it, right? I'm not saying that's your final out. It's going to be the first level where this market's going to have an issue is where I start calculating risk reward. And yeah, so for me, 11 is a little too pricey to start. If we're looking at 5, 6, 7s, 6 average, maybe that can work something and make the risk make sense. Anything above 10, definitely not. If we get into the 20s, I'm going to start looking to potentially fade. But again, I don't fade just because it's at the price point, right? It's last thing you want to do is if the market's set up to go to the buy side
fading.
and it's in a resistance level and you start shorting just because it's at a resistance level, that might not work out well for you if you keep doing that. So I would like to see some signs of weakness before I jump on board. This market, S&P is at 0.15. What's NASDAQ? And I know NASDAQ's obviously much stronger here.
NASDAQ's 0.38.
0.38. Not as strong as I would have thought with all the big tech moves, but still decently stronger on the tech side of things. And it is moving up. And somebody was asking a question, why do I choose to trade the ES over the NASDAQ? I found, and this is just over my experience trading both, because I used to do both. I found that I had a better ability to find levels on the S&P more consistently versus the NASDAQ, because the NASDAQ was a lot more volatile. It is a lot more volatile, right? Because it trades at 13,000. So because of that, there's going to be a lot more slipping past levels, and there was a lot more noise that's associated with it. And I always got caught in that stuff. So I found it just a little bit easier for me to get the read on the S&P versus the NASDAQ. So I've just chosen the S&P. You can't trade both because they're both equity indexes, right? The way I see it is if you're going to trade indexes or any sort of futures contracts, choose one of the sectors. Right. You choose either NASDAQ or S&P. And then if you go to energy, choose one of the sectors. Trade crude or nat gas, because a lot of the times they're both going to be moving together. Right. The last thing you want to do is trade multiple things that are all correlated to each other.
Here's been my observation. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah.
I've been feeling lately like the NASDAQ has had that better, I want to say not just upward move, and I don't want to say just volatility. It had better continuation, and here's my theory for that. So if you were taking something long, especially because of the outperformance of big tech, the NQ has just been, consistently stronger. Now, it's not like the ES doesn't benefit from that, but it's being pulled down by like banking, by energy lately. So like when it comes to make a move, because there's a headline, you feel like it still has like something dragging its feet.
You know what it is? Yeah. And this is where people I think everyone hears indexes and markets, and they forget that these indexes, the S&P, the NASDAQ, they're built on weights of certain companies, right?
Right.
So I use this a lot to see what the weight of each company is. I'll pull this down. Let's go to my screen. This is from Slick Charts. I just Googled it, and this is how the index is built. And the weight of each company makes a big difference in how much influence that company will have in the index, right? In the S&P 500, Apple at 7.4%, Microsoft at 6.7%, and then everything else is down to underneath 3%. So you're out of 500 companies, 2 companies control 13% of the index, right? That's the S&P 500. Now, when you go to the NASDAQ, it is a completely different story. Let me see here. Let me pull that back one up. There we go. Here's a NASDAQ. 13% on Microsoft and 12% on Apple. So 2 companies now control 25% of the index. And this is what happens. Certain companies, when they start moving, they will take the index with them. If you got Microsoft and Apple going, that's 25% of the NASDAQ that's going to go. So you see where the influence comes from when it comes to index names. You go into the top 5 or so, Amazon, NVIDIA, and then both classes of Alphabet. Alphabet actually has 8% total, right? So you get all those companies in there, and you're looking at a very high percentage of the index controlled by very few companies, and that's why NASDAQ does what it does, right? It has the ability to because of the weighting system, right? And that's how the entire index is built. And I feel like people need to understand that when it comes to trading indexes, like when you talk about index names going, and this is why I always say, oh, let's just pay attention to certain names. This is why, because of the influence they have in the index, or as people like to say, the market. So definitely pay attention to certain stocks over others. If let's say a random name like JP Morgan goes, right? JP Morgan is not going to have any influence in the NASDAQ. No. In the S&P, it's going to be there somewhere. I don't know exactly where JP Morgan is. Oh, there, at number 13, at 1.1%. That's not the same influence as Apple at 7.4%, right?
Definitely not.
So priority in certain names over others, definitely today. And you're seeing it today, right? You're seeing chip names go. AMD strong. You're seeing NVIDIA. NVIDIA not as strong as it was earlier. There's chip names are in focus today. Tesla, obviously 2.5%, good strength there. What else is there? I mean, random names like NEO and whatnot, PayPal there. Nothing strong that, of course, Meta. Meta's another name.
Oh, baby.
The thing with Meta, though, Meta used to have a lot more influence than NASDAQ. It's fallen off a little bit now.
It's growing.
But
I think
with the next set of rebalances, I think Meta's influence in NASDAQ is also going to start coming back now because of what it's done in the last little bit.
It was a value play about like 4 months ago. Now it's like, it's a full-blown growth stock. All right, I got another question for you.
All right.
Here, come
First off, before we go to questions,
Yeah.
are there any trades that you're seeing? Because right now, I know everybody wants to see trades, but like, I mean, we can take trades if there are trades to be taken. If there's nothing to be taken, if you do see something that potentially could be on the table, put it in the chat. I'll go through it. Maybe I can find something. But right now, I'm just waiting.
Setups possibly here on NEO. I'm looking for an 865 dip on NEO. Nothing really that I'm going to commit overly aggressive, or I'm not going to be overly aggressive. I'm not going to commit too much to. I also see Amazon retracing off bottoms. 114. Where's that? 25 bottom. And now we are getting to that. Well, we're looking to take maybe 116.25. That's Friday's close, 116.25. We're about $1 away from that at the moment on our friend Amazon. This is the resistance / support level that I'll be playing with on the day, 116.25. So those are my looks at the moment. I'm going to see what's what. Yes, that is a meaningless tautology, but we will see what comes. Here's my question for you. This was the problem I've been having. Now, specifically, it's a NASDAQ issue. Why? Because when I look at the NQ June contract, I see that blue sky setup. Like we are at highs with respect to the contract itself. Now, what's your move on a situation like that when you're looking to the upside? Do you use the continuous contract to have tops, or do you use the NDX and try to correlate the levels on the NDX with the contract? Like, how are you doing that?
All right. So here's the thing with the NDX. You can't trade it. It's the cash.
Trade the NDX.
It's the cash price, Right? If you're trading futures, you're trading futures contracts. So you might as well pull up the NASDAQ futures contract instead of the NDX as a whole. There's obviously going to be a price difference, and it's a whole thing about how to construct it and why there's a little, you can look it up.
Yeah.
There's a whole process to why there's a price difference between the NDX and time value of money and all that stuff. But for futures contracts, that's where we trade. That's what the Qs are going to be related to anyways. So you might as well just pay attention to that. For me, you were saying if there's no resistance to the left, like, is that what it is?
Yeah.
I use a consolidated contract, but I'm also not going so far back. This is the daily on the consolidated contract.
Right.
Now these are prices that we've been to, obviously, but it's been a very long time since we've been to them. At some point, it'll have relevance, but it'll have relevance on the much larger scale. If you're looking at something from, what is this, March of 2022, where 15,000 mattered. Are you going to use that from the intraday perspective? Because you know the amount of space between 15,000 and 15,250. This is on the daily, by the way. That's 250 points. Can you make use of that on the intraday time frame? Probably not. So certain trades at a certain scale are going to be required on a much larger or a time horizon in terms of taking the trade, right?
Intraday.
So you know once you get into the 15,000, I'm probably going to work a 3-4 day trade somewhere if I can find a fade or something like that in this zone here back from March. Now, from the intraday perspective, if I have nothing to the left, you were still talking about blue sky setups or whatnot, right? If I have nothing to the left, like here, if we broke through that 14,000, and I haven't seen 14,000 in a very long time, we're going all the way back to last April, I'm just going to be like, you know what? Let the market tell me where the resistance levels is. It's a show me situation.
Okay.
The market will show you where the resistance level is because that's where the new set of buyers are going to be,
Right.
or a new set of sellers are going to be. So when it comes back down to, I've got a trade, there's no resistance to the left, why don't you just let that run? They talk about letting winners run all the time. Why would you be like, I got to find the next resistance level?
How you taking profit targets? So if you were going north right now, right, and then you've got, how are you setting up profit taking? Like, are you setting it up at even levels, like the 50s and the 100s?
No.
How are you doing it?
No, it's a show me situation. Let it run.
So you're just let it
Let go. At some point, the market will hit resistance and will show you, what, this run is coming to, not an end, but is starting to run into something that's going to be a resistance level. I don't want to say that, I take a break and let's just take a 100-point target and the market has more than 100 points in it without actually slowing down.
Right.
Right? So it's like a trade management thing, right? If you take a trade, you got to let it go up until it doesn't want to go anymore. Because I see you do this all the time. As soon as it goes, you're just like, okay, I'm gonna at the dollar point, at the half dollar point. Why though? Like prices only matter if there's volume there or resistance there.
Right.
Right. So how can you anticipate that?
Anticipation is that there will be at these even dollar, whole dollar levels.
Yeah,
but that doesn't mean there will be.
No,
Obviously.
I that's where I was like,
that's where you differ.
That's where if I get into a trade and I have no reasons. Like right now, let's go back to the futures here. If I take a trade and on the futures, I know that I have some resistance. So I know if it starts.
About PFE.
I saw that earlier when they were talking about it as well. I'll bring this up. I know it's running.
Pfizer.
Pfizer's
let me have a look real quick. We'll get back to that one real quick because people keep talking about this. Shares trading higher following a study suggesting the company's oral weight loss drug may be as effective as the Ozempic injection. We know about Ozempic being using for diabetes and now being used for weight loss by many different people. So interesting there. That's obviously a big headline. Pfizer, obviously some of the biggest maker of some of the biggest drugs out there that we know. And you notice, I just want to mention this real quick. Has anyone noticed that Pfizer's logo is in a blue pill? I'm just putting it out there. It ain't me.
What are you trying to refer to, bro?
I don't know.
Didn't Pfizer have their logo well before?
Well, if they did, then maybe they changed it. But it's in a blue pill. Nonetheless, anyway, PFE up 3.5%. Sorry to interrupt you. Let's go back into. He's gonna do.
No, now you got me thinking about Pfizer.
One.
No, I see it. No. I want to see Pfizer's logo through time, through the years. I want to see has it always been like this?
Oh wow.
Yeah, you're getting good answers
No,
there. It's always been in the blue pill, my friend. You know when that drug came out?
1950. 1950 is when they went to blue.
Did they really?
Yeah.
So they knew it all along.
Or maybe they created the product after they're like, you know what?
Kidding, guys.
Just saying.
How appropriate.
Yeah, I know,
Okay,
right?
all right, guys. Sorry.
Oh, wait,
Bring that
no,
back.
that's a new logo now. Is that
That
the new?
is, eh?
That's the new 21 logo.
Maybe they're trying to change their look a little bit.
Yeah, they are trying to get more modern. For anyone who's wondering what we're talking about, it's right here. I
There
just
you go,
did a
guys.
quick Google.
We're trying to make it.
I don't even know if this is accurate, but I'm just
No,
gonna go off the
someone put
first.
it.
Like most things, I'm just gonna go off the
Yeah.
first Google search
Who
that I
is
had.
the source, by the way? Visit. Click visit.
All right, let me go on it. It
Who are
is
these people?
logos.net.
1,000.
There you
I don't know
go.
their
Sounds
credibility.
credible. Sounds credible, right? We'll just go with that. But yeah, it's
right, let's
since
get to-
1950.
Guys, DraftKings is taking out highs 26.04, still dancing around that 26 level. This might be an interesting level to keep an eye on, as he would say, as Arun would say. Let's see how it trades around here. Maybe the short is in. A bit of it's danced with 26 for a bit. Let's go to the daily and see. Okay, so obviously we can't go to the daily. We got to go to the weekly here. It's been a long time since we've been at these levels, and then the chart goes wonky. So let's refresh, and it stays wonky.
Sharif,
Yes,
can you
sir.
give Ponzi Fonzie a Lambo trade?
Lambo trade.
He needs a Lambo
Jeez.
trade.
I would have told you to go long at Tesla at 180. There you go. You would have had $5 in the money because that's the low of the day on Tesla.
Is that a
180,
Lambo
11.
trade though?
I don't know, man. It depends on how many shares you put in. True. A lot of liquidity
You
down
gotta
there.
put in Lambo shares if you want Lambo money.
There was a decent trade on the Fuge today at
You?
13. No, I didn't touch it.
Oh, okay.
I haven't been able to trade up there yet.
Where up on
At
the desk?
big desk.
Yeah,
there's
it's hard,
no,
man.
trade
I
settings
get it.
there yet. Yeah, soon, hopefully. We shall see. Going back to DKNG, keeping my eye on DKNG, maybe just stair-stepping up. It looks like it's really going here, 26.13. I might not want to stand in front of this one, to be honest with you. Okay, let's pull it up on the trading screen here. DKNG, it's on the NQ. Up nicely on the day. We're knocking on the door at 9%, 8.8% now to the high side. There's that big gap. It just jumped 26. Look at this, 26 and a quarter now. Max, why are you smiling? Are you in DKNG? Why are you smiling? Yeah, neither one. And he's like, I wouldn't short DK. Okay, so Max shorted DKNG, you got smoked twice. Yeah, no, I mean, I got to tell you the truth. It just keeps going up here, and this is not one that I wanna short. Maybe the weekly chart is kind of messed up. Can't really see the levels that great. So let's go here. Oh, geez, this one doesn't have week. Okay, great. I'll have to look at a different one. Maybe Trade Ideas has it, but yeah, I'm gonna keep my eye on this one. Very strong. Meta also holding that 251 area, which also happens to be VWAP. Let's go to Meta real quick here as we're looking for, oh, there it is. Now, you won't be able to see VWAP on this chart here, but my VWAP on Meta is 250, 65-ish, 66-ish. It's holding that 250, 50 area, but you know, it'll have to trade around here and hold for a little bit. It may go without me, though. That's the thing. And we are accumulating, it looks like, on the Fuge. And let me see the NQ here, because I know we are on the ES. Oh, this is the continuous contract. I got to go to the June. There we go. And then we go back to the 5. Where are we at? Yeah, we broke through that level. Okay, so we're retracing here. So it might be interesting to take some longs. I'm seeing Tesla at day's highs, Arun.
Yo.
I don't know.
Yeah.
What's your look right now?
I mean,
Same thing.
yeah, again, close to, for me, 05-ish would make sense for the risk. Right now, it's at a price point in the 11, I'm talking about S&P side of things, 42.11 right now. If we're going to make a play, we got to make a play somewhere closer to 20, right? There might be something, and this is just, you know, something I'm seeing potentially, depends on how it builds up, is going to be, sometimes I get fancy with it. We play obvious levels, and sometimes I start to see things where I can play in between levels for not for quick moves, but you know, I talk about resistance, short in front of resistance, and then if you have a reason to do it, whatnot. There are special scenarios, and I feel like this requires a lot of trading to be done on the experience side before you start working these trades. But there are sometimes you can start to see buildup that is going to break a resistance level. So in my case, the 4230, and I would start to see action that says, you know what, there could be enough that we take a shot at breaking it. So instead of me waiting for the short, I might actually be playing a low risk long, looking for the break of that resistance level.
I like it.
And it doesn't happen too often. There might be something I can potentially find north of 4215. It depends entirely. It'll be right about here. So it's a very delicate and nuanced trade. If it happens, it happens. If it doesn't, I'm not going to force it. I want the easier trades, but at the same time, I'm aware of the fact that there might be something here. It depends on how it moves through there, though, right? A couple questions there. There was there's one from Sasha Benson talking about trading for a school project. Any suggestions on short-term trades? Anything that's moving, right? That's what these guys do all the time on the show. So right now, chips are moving. I would always pay attention to the big tech names. So the Microsofts, the Apples, the Teslas, Google, and then chip names, and then whatever. Sometimes there will be random sectors that get hot because of something, right? There was a time when all the Chinese names were going nuts in the mornings,
AI
right?
names.
So you want to have a baseline list of names that you want to check every morning, and then whatever's moving that day as a result of some sort of headline. So that should be enough for the school project. I assume that's going to be like a three-month project.
Yeah, I wonder
or
how
so.
long short-term.
Usually, I mean, I remember this in university.
Yeah, paper trading.
Paper trading, yeah. For some courses, they did want you to see how your portfolio did, or how you traded portfolio in that 3-month course or
We
whatnot.
should have probably been taught a lot more money management classes and skills growing up. I don't remember getting too much of that, at least in my education.
Money management, like
Yeah.
how,
Like, how to manage credit and,
I think they are starting to add stuff
Now
like that.
they
And
are.
yeah, now they are. Back then is like, just be smart with your money.
Yeah, same.
And there was another question
Nothing
I wanted to
about
answer too. Yeah. There was another one. Trail stops on my futures position. How do I trail stop? I don't use a set, and I think this goes back to what you were asking me earlier about targets. And
Profit targets,
Yeah,
yeah.
profit targets. So I don't set profit targets. I'm aware of certain areas, but what I do is I like to trail my position all the way up.
Right.
What was the trade I took? This was S&P? Yeah, this one. This was a trade I had on, what day was this? This was Thursday, I think. Yeah, it was Thursday, the 18th. So for me, let me remove this because this is not useful. Okay, so for me, this was the trade right there. It was 86. It was right about here, right? So this was a long for me. 86s against, I believe, 70 or something like that. So that's my position long. I like the long. I like the setup. I'm good with it. Now, I know that there was some resistance here up towards 4,200. Big round number, makes sense. Market stalled earlier. I had 86s. I was okay with the risk. Trade gets up there. What I'm doing now is, like I was telling you, let the market show me that this rally that I thought I had is done. I'll be okay giving up. You're not going to be perfect with it, but I was okay giving up pretty much from the high, whatever that was, 98. If we had broken back underneath 90, I was like, you know what? I'm okay with it. I'm long 86s. If we broke 90, I'll take my 3-4 points instead of my 13, 14 points. But that's the game you got to play. If you're trailing, you're going to put your stops in the right spot, not where you want them to be.
Exactly.
Where the market or the stock is telling you where it should be, meaning where did it hesitate? Where does it not want to be in terms of movement? And I noticed that once we broke through 90, on the way up, we did not want to be at 90. So if we got below 90 again, it could become a problem.
Okay.
So for me, that's where the trail stop is. So I let it be. So I let it.
It's a natural level for you.
It's a natural level. The stock is telling you that at this price, that's where the stop should be, and I'm not looking for any targets. Now the next decision point I have is once you break 4,200, the new high, how is this going to react?
Okay.
Is it going to be strong or weak? If it's weak, then I'm going to take some out. In this case, it wasn't weak. It was strong.
It blew right through.
Yeah,
It
it
danced
blew-
around it a little initially, And then it blew through it
Exactly.
once it broke. Yeah.
Exactly. It wasn't enough. Remember, when it was dancing around it, I was like, sub 90, I'm getting out. That's
Yeah,
where
that was your plan.
That was my
Yeah.
plan. And then it broke through when it got to 4,200 and
It didn't
broke
look
it.
back.
I was like, okay, now we can move it from 90, or in this case, I'll put a red line here just so you guys can see. This was the stop, and then I moved it up to see how it would handle trading around here once it broke through, and it just took off. Right, that was a terrific trade that day because I ended up actually getting out around 15. I got some 12s and some 15s out. And so that's how I managed my trade. Now, if I was starting to profit take because we were getting to an even number, if we were getting to like 4,200, I'm like, get some out.
Yeah, you're
then
not
I wouldn't
gonna
have, then I wouldn't be able to get my outs the way locate. The only reason I got out, by the way, is because I was running out of time.
And this
We got to
is
be
kind
flat
of-
by the end of the day, so I was running out of time. So I'm like, you know what? Let me just start working my exits, and I managed to get some exits that were pretty decent for the high of the day. So that just happened to be a trade where this example all fits in. Put your stops where they need to be, not where you want them to be, and you have to let stocks move around. Just because it's going from, in this case, 98 back down to 90, you have to be willing to give up the few points to see how the trade works out. Right? At the end of the day, everybody wants to make money, but at the same time, if you want to make the real money, you got to let trades move around because
You gotta
that's
let the
how
profits run.
trades like to move and breathe and do their own thing. Your job is to figure out where it makes sense to get involved and where it makes sense to start tightening things up. Just because there's a few points in the money doesn't mean you tighten it up
Yeah.
just because you're in the money. That means you're trading for the dollars and not for the trade. And that can become a problem once you start trading bigger because then the dollar figure gets bigger and you're always going to be nervous about how much it's in the money or out of the money, and that's a problem. So that's a problem for a different level, but it's still a problem that you want to kind of weed out early on in your career so you don't have to deal with it later
Very
on.
good point.
Yeah, so that's just my take on how I manage my trades. And hopefully that answers the question. And I know there was another one I've been meaning to answer. Roland Joe,
Go rolling.
I'm not going to answer the question because he knows. Yes, I did. Because it's something that I've been very bad at doing. But yes, I did, Roland Joe. There you go. Anyways.
Dan Emmons, another futures trader. You know Dan.
Oh, yeah, he's always in the
Yeah,
chat.
he says 100% agree with you.
There you go.
On that analysis there. So shout out to Dan, and thank you for that. Look, definitely. I mean, I think basically it's just a really good explanation of why you should let your profits run. It's really easy to say, hey, cut your losses short and let your profits run. But
That's
if
the
you're
hard
not
part.
really letting it go
Yeah.
and seeing exactly what you're saying, seeing how it trades, seeing where the market's going to take you, you're not going to
The
know
idea of letting your profits run is an easy concept to say to people.
Sure.
Because in a book, you're like, oh, this is the chart that I would have taken, and then this is where I would have gotten now. It's a chart, it's on paper.
Yeah.
But when you're involved in a trade,
Oh, yeah.
you have an emotional attachment to these trades. Me personally, I've gotten to a point where I don't look at my trades, my P&L at all, because it depends on the sizes that I'm taking, right? And
You must know though, because you'll know by share and by points. 'cause
you'd
you
be
have
surprised.
That
No,
experience.
no, but that's
No?
the thing. No, I am so focused on how many points it's in the money. The idea of the dollar value,
Yeah, it's a really-
I can't. I
for
just
you,
can't
bro.
process it. So for me, it's like, oh, I've got 3 points. And when like going back to that the Thursday trade,
Mm-hmm.
I was like, okay, how many points do I have to give up on this? Like in terms of to cut this trade, how many
What
points
was
do I
it
have to
there?
give up? Well, in this
You're
case,
going to give
remember,
it to low, I'm assuming.
No,
but
well,
the trough there.
yeah. So it's
Yeah.
80, 86 long, sub 70 on the stop.
Okay.
But then I was like, okay, once we were in the money, we were at like 97, 98. I'm like, okay, it's about 12 points in the money. I would have to give back at least 10 of that to trail this properly.
Right.
That's how I was thinking about it.
Yeah,
I got to
yeah.
give back 10. You have to be okay with the idea of giving back 10. If you're up 12 and you're giving back 10, that means you have to be okay with the idea of only walking away with 2 points. If you're not okay
Right.
with it, then obviously you're going to be jumping on board and taking your 12 points, but then you're missing out another 15. So where are you willing to give up to gain somewhere else? So for me, I'm always thinking in points. In terms of dollars, I don't even know. I can't calculate it. Straight up and simple. It's just one of those things
Yeah, I
where
see
I don't
that.
even bother trying to calculate it. I just want to know what the point system is. I'm working a quarter of my position out or half my position out or whatever. But for me, it's all about the points. And in terms of shares or stocks, you can do pennies. It's all about the pennies. How many pennies are you in the money? Are you up $1, 100 pennies? Are you up 50 pennies? Whatever works for you. But in terms of like actually calculating the dollar figure, I would advise a lot of people to get away from that because it also emotionally detaches you from your trade. And if you want those winners and you want to be able to consistently execute, I think trying to emotionally detach from it. I know everyone comes to trade to try to make money and be exciting about it, but it's just at the end of the day, you need to be able to think clearly of what you're seeing and what you need to execute. So having that detachment from the dollar aspect of it. I mean, at the end of the day, you can calculate your wins, right? I mean, after the day's done, you're up X amount of dollars in your account. Great. But while you're trading, it's not something you should think about, right? It goes back to playing sports too, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
You have a background in sports. I have a background in sports.
Yep.
When we're playing sports, we're not thinking about like what we're doing. We're just doing it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right? We're not thinking about
Unless you're really losing.
You're thinking about the play. So it's just one of those
Tesla
things.
are really moving. All right, guys. Just trying to do this for a second here. It looks like I'm logged out of Metro. All right, guys, let's have a look here and see what we got with our friend PLTR. This has been a great one. Shout out to Michael Noss for booking this one off the earnings. That was his move. He's been talking a lot about this anchored VWAP off earnings or off a major event and trading the dip off that. You got that really here. It held that $9 level like a glove on the retracement through the break or the test of 1025. This has been a solid trade. It's been a good earnings trade. They have AI and they're profitable now. So a lot of good things moving for this one. It's really reclaimed the 200 period here on the daily chart. This is Palantir, the daily on Palantir. Let's look at the intraday trade, 5 minutes. Looks like it starts out the day bad. It's up 0.85 right now. We'll get to that one. Maybe we'll look at this one in a little bit because I think the real big one right now is Tesla. But put this in real quick. Yeah, so 1140 bottom. Yeah, breaks highs. Friday's close, 1171, 1193 high, looking to test 12. The high from Friday and the resistance level I'd be looking at on the day is definitely that 1240. That's assuming, though, we go through that 12 level. Always that 12 level will probably involve some resistance. You had another test of that 12 level later on in the day. This was right at the open on Friday. This was midday. It's around 12 o'clock or so. So Palantir moving nicely. Let's see what Tesla's up to. Let's see what the 5 minute on our French Tesla looks like. Oh, baby, it's been up and to the right. Excuse me. You saw Max in it this morning. 180.11 the low, 186.26 the high, retracing now into the 185.25 area, about $1 off the highs. Maybe it holds 185. There is an interesting area of, we'll call it an accumulation area here at 185. We tried to test it earlier, broke down, then we stair-stepped up, and here we go again, right back into that 185 level. Do we hold? If we don't, where are you looking? Are you looking at for a VWAP retracement into 184? So we'll see. I mean, the levels to me are 185 and 184. See what this one does, but 186.25 high. The market curling, though, the ES curling at that predictable level, 42.12, 42.11. It's the same area we touched earlier this morning at about 10:15 to about 10:30 or so. We danced around that 42.12. We're curling off it now. Likewise with the NQ 13.925, we're starting to curl down on that. So we do a bit of a dance here with these big tech names and with the future. Do you call it the future? Because, what's his name? Neil gave me that. And usually Neil takes my stuff. I took his. I got to admit, I took it from Neil. I don't know if he made it up. But
I'm sure it's coming. I mean, everyone likes to shorten everything.
I mean, you should probably have some input because you are the futures trader.
I mean, I just trade what I trade, man.
I just trade, man.
But you're asking me questions. I got a question for you.
Yeah,
because you guys talk about like these hype names, right? These names that are moving and blah blah blah. Show me how do I make use of this information? It's great to see it moving and it's going crazy. What do I do with it?
Where are you
let's just say Palantir.
Palantir.
What am I going to do with this trade?
Palantir was
what was your plan?
No, I had no intraday plan, but I had a daily plan. This one was provided by Michael Noss. Now, his theory goes as such. He waits for a major event. It could be earnings, it could be news, it could be anything like that, okay? That causes a noticeable gap in the daily chart. And then he anchors, I think this is Brian Shannon moves. It's moved, and this is what Brian Shannon's book's about. He'll be on Wednesday, on the 24th, to talk about that. But the whole point is to start anchoring it from that area, and then wait till it retraces into the anchored VWAP and buy it off that retracement. In this case, I can't anchor my VWAP from the move. It anchors itself. It's an intraday VWAP. It's not an anchored daily VWAP. But the whole point is to retrace it in here. When we looked at it, it actually did retrace near that 9. So if you got that dip retracement confirmation, you're doing well. So it's a swing analysis. That's what I have on Palantir. Now, within the swing analysis means that you're going to have good days. You're going to have positive days, and that's the whole thing here. So know that it's moving on a swing basis, and it's more likely to go up than go down because of this whole general move.
Right. So you would say Palantir is going to continue moving, right? That's based on
Most likely,
the analysis?
Yes.
Okay. Because I've always seen this, and like that's where I guess everyone has a strengths and weaknesses when it comes to trading. Mine is going to be these fast movers. If I'm late to them, if I don't see them before they start going crazy, I'm always lost. Like, first off, I'm not a big equity guy anyways, but at the same time, I'm pretty lost when it comes to very aggressive moves, and I'm not there. If I had seen a certain point, maybe like a 12 break or something with the previous high nearby, and it failed, that I can justify and I can understand. But when there's like a huge run and a huge move, and I see it late, and it's usually based on news, like the only approach you have at that point is going to be a momentum play, which is hopefully it breaks a round number and hopefully it continues on. So it's a couple of hopes there when it comes to playing off of news. It's great to see it come up, but it's kind of it has to fall in line with something else as well. Because I'm such a chart guy, and I'm sure everyone has their own reasons and approaches of taking it. For me, if it doesn't fit on the chart, if it doesn't make sense on the chart, regardless of what the news is, I'm not going to be on top of that. I know Tesla's been a big mover today at 3%, almost 3%. But Tesla made sense in the last couple of days, though, with that 178 into that 180 break. So the fact that it was sitting at 180 going into the open, you know you have support. This is the 30-minute chart. If I were to go to a much bigger chart, you're going to see this. You're going to see the setup even more clear. Let's just go to a 60. Multi-day high sits around that 178 to 80. We worked the 80 on Friday, and then we're sitting above here today. So all you needed was a small reason to find a long on Tesla. What do you get? That 182 break, even the pre-market 180 half dip that breaks right back above 181, that's open as well. So the strength for Tesla was already set for it. This makes sense, the fact that it's actually running. After it started running, though, at that point, I was a little lost. I'm just like, okay, how do you get involved with Tesla after? Because around 180 it made sense, but now you're sitting at 184, 185. What's the play here? Sometimes this is kind of the situation you end up with, is like you see the trade a little late, but the train's already left. So I'm not sure exactly how to get involved with Tesla at these prices, but I'm sure at some point, if you get enough trading done, it will show you, like I was telling Sharif, let the market tell you where the levels are going to be, whether it's going to be resistance close by, if we're going to have some support levels on the way back down, maybe 184 becomes a support level and we continue on the rally. And this is a nice little rally from sub 170, and now here we are sitting at 185. So a decent move. Futures market coming back in, but like I said, with futures, it's not really got a whole lot going on right now. It's 11:45 here. We're going into lunchtime, and the futures market's stuck in the middle here. So we're not going to be making any plays at the moment on the futures. I haven't done anything really. Like I said, when it comes to news, if it fits the chart, makes sense, great. If not, let it pass. I don't make that many trades. I think if I were to talk about my trades, I think last week I averaged one trade a day, I want to say. One trade, maybe. I think there's maybe one day. Maybe on Thursday I had like two or three. But mostly it's one trade a day. Market's been quiet. So when the market's quiet, do you really need to make that many trades? You take the ones that are high quality, you pass up on everything else. If it doesn't fit, it doesn't fit. And there's no rush to it. Why? Because you have 22 trading days in a month. all you got to do is be right on about 5, 6 of them and not lose money on the rest, and you'll be fine. So it's not a matter of making sure you trade every single day. You make sure you trade when the days line up with the charts that you want and it makes sense. So I know the person that was in there talking about the school project, hopefully that's a lesson that helps when it comes to portfolio management. I'm assuming it's a portfolio management. But
Out there, probably telling them the day trade.
what's that?
Probably not telling them the day trade.
No. I mean, the only project that I can remember was a portfolio management class. It was pretty much like everyone gets X amount of paper money.
Yes.
Whoever gets, whoever makes it, has the best return at the end of the course gets a certain grade or whatever.
Yeah. I want to talk about this one small cap capper moving here. RXRX. Recursion Pharmaceuticals. Come to the chart if you're able to. Bradley, if you can come to the yeah, this one's dancing around 9. It broke through 9, or 946, danced with 950, retraced into the 50 period or the $0.50. Now bouncing back, looking to test 9. Still a lower high though, so keep your eye on it and keep your eye on where we are in the small cap cycle. What does a daily chart on this look like, so we can glean some levels? Look like we got right to that level, or almost right to that level, that 975 level. We got up to in early Feb. So let's go ahead and put a horizontal trend line there and earmark that 975, 976 level. Ironically enough, that 975, 76 level was also a bit of a bottom for this bullish area over here, where we danced above the 200 period moving average on the daily. It was above 10, and then we kind of used 975, 10 as a base there. So former area of support becomes area of resistance. Look for it possibly to fade off this level or 975. But again, wait for confirmation. Don't really stand in front of that. That's like standing in front of a freight train. No, thank you. Anyway, big move up on the day. Not really seeing a headline here. Hold on a second. It's called Recursion Pharmaceuticals. There we go. Oh, Morgan Stanley initiated a buy on Recursion. Okay, so Morgan Stanley with coverage of equal weight and a price target of 8. So it is benefiting from that. When that news item come in, 7:50 this morning. So not the biggest name, but good move on the day. I'm just restarting into my system here, so I'll have a look at IonQ in a second, but I will. Thank you very much, Jose Mercado, $20 super chat. I will look at IonQ in a second. I see it here. It's up 23 big ones, 23%, looking to break through $11. Been a bit of a rocket. What's the news on this one? Don't really seeing a headline. We'll look at that one in a second. I just got to send it back to you because I got to relog into P-Pro 8 here.
What happened? With your
I got to relog back into
Relog into your P-Pro 8. Damn. Computer issues for everybody. This is the time to have them, though. I am going through the charts here to see if, I know Bruce mentioned 3 names. Lemonade does look like a pretty good one, breaking out through 17. And then IonQ, okay, 22%. I had it on my scanner. I didn't really pull up the chart for it. I was like, okay, I'm going to let it be until I got to get on the show, and then I'll start looking at some equity. But damn, 950 into 10? Forget 950, 10. 10 was the big one there. Nice little round number break, straight rally from 9 even. Here's the thing with breaking levels is that I prefer to avoid the half points, or in this case 950. I'd prefer to go to the round numbers because stops tend to build up at round numbers versus like the half levels, right? So 950 could have easily slipped to like 960, 70 and come right back down. 10 even though, once they can solidify north of 10 even, of course there's gonna be stops there, but once they solidify north of 10 even, which is what they did, they broke 10, came back under, tested 990, held up. This is what I talk about when it's stabilizing. They tried, the first run through 10 even is gonna be on stops. When it comes back in and can withstand some sell side action, that's stabilizing, and now it's at 11 even. That's a nice little move. Let's just pull up the daily. Since there was a super chat for it, I'll pull up the daily here. And it's gotten to a point where from the time that it crossed 9 even in the last few days, it's had very little in terms of resistance. Now we've crossed 10, and you're going to start looking at 12 or so. Why? There's a gap going back to 2022. But for me, like I was telling Sharif earlier, if you're going to trade this on the intraday perspective, let it just That's what your chart looks like on the intraday perspective. If you're trading a portfolio that requires much more leniency, meaning you're going to work your entries through a few days, work your exits through a few days, then you want to keep an eye on that 12 as a potential level. Why? It goes back more than a year. Once it goes back more than a year, for me, the way I start to think of levels is like levels can get stale after a certain point. 12 is going to be a big number to watch, yes, but on the intraday basis, maybe not so much.
Let me ask you something here. Here we go. I want to ask you what this is your opinion on. Here's what I like on this future trade. This is the 5 minute on the ES Arun. Have a look at this. 41.91 bottom. That's the bottom of the trap. Then we get a 41.97 and a 98 bottom. And now we're getting a hold of Friday's close at 42.05. We make a new top here. Do you see higher low, higher low, higher low, accumulation top? We break through. Do you subscribe to that theory of where we keep getting higher lows, higher lows, higher lows? We're destined for a top breakout?
It depends.
Depends how it trades.
The thing
though, right?
that it depends on is the amount of volume that those higher lows are putting in. So you're looking at a 5 minute bar?
Yeah.
Okay, so if you're putting in a 5 minute bar, if the reason we're putting in higher lows is because the volume near the bottom of those 5 minute bars is extremely high,
Yes.
that means it's running into something that's preventing it from going lower,
Yeah.
right?
Buyers buying it up.
Yeah, buyers buying it up and they're willing to be aggressive with it.
Yes.
At that point, you can argue that the buy side action will push to a new high. But if those high lows aren't on much higher volume, then it's entirely possible that the chart looks that way.
It just looks.
It just looks that way, right? So
Yeah.
it breaks it down to in terms of volume. How much volume is distributed where in that little
Fair.
candle? So if it's towards the bottom end that's preventing the lows from going any lower, then there's a good chance. If the
Fair.
volume is not really there, then not necessarily. Right now, I am keeping a very close eye. Oh, man, I pulled that order too.
Baby.
Remember we were talking about that 06s or close to 06s, and I was like, maybe. And they try to swing it down all the way down to like 4 something, and then here we are back at 9. All right. I'm going to have to send that order back now, aren't I? Yeah, I'm going to have to send that order back. The last thing, I just didn't want to deal with the issue of trying to play a long on a way back down because we've already seen the resistance level between 10 and 12 multiple times, and I'm already trying to play inside of a zone. I'm already trying to play we know the 41, was it 80? Yeah, 41.85 actually. That's the bottom. We know the 30's up top, and we were trying to play, the easy trades are going to be about here. And I was trying to get fancy and try to play in the middle. When you try to do that, it's much more delicate. So you want momentum on your side as well. So for me, trying to play all those 5s, I wanted to catch it on the turn, not necessarily on a pullback.
Yeah.
And now it's at 9, and I'm just like,
it ran away from you a little bit.
It ran away,
You
and
would
I
call
also-
it getting it on the backside. So you don't get it on the front side. You wait for the curl. You get it on the backside. But that's the risk. It runs away from you because everybody's looking for that. And
there you
gets
go.
bought back up.
And that's the thing too. Certain trades, you're like, you know what? If you get your price, it's fine. You don't need to chase after it. In this case, if I get my price the way I want it, it's all good. If it's not going to give it to me that way, then let it be. This market will give you a trade. There's nothing wrong with passing up on trades.
Get a trade, baby.
There's nothing wrong with passing up on a trade for a better quality setup, right? You don't need to catch everything.
No.
So we'll see.
Tesla has a decidedly bullish pattern. Now, it had that big move initially down into 180. That was bought back up immediately with a lot of buying. Now,
Let's go to
if
Sharif's.
you can come to my screen for a
let's go to
second,
Sharif's
Ron,
screen.
As this is what I'm talking about here, that 180 dip, that was super quick. It was right at the bell. But all these dips have been bought back up. Now, you could try to say, oh, it's getting bought up off the 20, the 21, you don't want to trust the teal, whatever it is. The point is, if you're getting a retracement play, you're printing today on Tesla, it's up 3%. I don't know. It looks good to me here. And the reason it looks good is because I'm comparing it to the rest of these monsters. This is the big cap chart. I'll put the names of the stocks on in a second. Like when you compare it to a stock like Amazon, it's almost inverse to how Amazon is trading at the moment, despite the fact that Amazon is finding a bit of a bottom here at 114.25. We talked about that, and might have discovered a little trade here. Another double bottom brewing here.
Amazon?
114.25 on Amazon. We tested that bottom. Now we've come tested again. This is the 5-minute here on Amazon. I know Renata Haddad was talking about that earlier. We have VWAP at 115.30. Could be a VWAP retracement. You also have the top of this peak here at much similar level, 115.30. You could be looking for some sort of profit target in and around that. We shall see. I'm embroiled now in a future trade, Arun.
Ooh.
Yes. I have gone long the ES at 42.09.
Okay.
And so I'm looking for a 42.12 break, and I will give it to 42.05. So if it breaks that bottom that we just made on the future, 42.0450-ish area, that trough, I will get out of it. I'm looking for a break now.
So what's your plan if it breaks up?
I'm going to let it run, as you said. I'm not going to take profit at 42.2175, which is a high of day. I will look for continuation. We shall see.
If you get the continuation.
If we get the continuation, I will look for one.
I think that's what it
should
is. You got to be
materialize.
receptive to the new information coming in, right? Like we're targeting. In your case, you're targeting what happens at the new high if we get to the new high. But like you said, you were looking at 12th break, right? What happens if you don't get that break to continue either? That trade could run into some trouble. Right now we're sitting at 11.25. We've been here already.
Yeah, we've been dancing at these.
It's always, once you get into a trade, all you're looking for is new information coming in that makes you think, you know what, maybe something's changing here. Is it enough to change the decision point on whether that trade is still valid or not?
Right.
So for now, you're looking pretty good. I mean, it does look like it's got a chance to go.
I think it's a good risk to reward ratio.
Definitely.
If I'm looking to 21s, I got in at 9s. That gives me 12 points. And I'm risking 4 because I'm going to take the break of 5 to the downside. So with respect to our risk to reward, I'm looking for that. But it's got to get through that 12 top, and so far it hasn't been able to. So that 12 top has been a rinse and repeat type level, possibly for these shorts. I think the only concern for them is, like I said, these higher lows. But, you know, Arun bringing in the good point that they must be supported by volume to kind of evidence the fact that buyers are overwhelming sellers. Nonetheless, we are printing them, and we still have this 12 top here. Obviously, we did break it, but that was earlier on the open volume. And then we had that break of 4,200 all the way down into 41.91, excuse me. So we'll see what the future brings.
Netflix. People are talking about Netflix.
Yeah, what is up with Netflix?
I mean, it's not. Netflix is pretty flat on the
Flat?
day. But here's the thing. I don't care if it's flat. I do like the idea of the chart looking good, right?
Okay.
Because whether a stock is up big or not after the open, it depends entirely on where it closed, right? The previous day. Netflix had a move earlier. It went from 365-ish all the way up to 372, came back down. But what I care more about is the levels that are being built on Netflix right now. That 364 is looking pretty good as a baseline. That high point around 376 is looking good. It's starting to get horizontal a little bit. This allows you to start building up levels that you can potentially find longs and shorts on. I know now 364, that if we break 364 and hold up, then there could be a nice little trade on the short side. Because why? Wide open. This goes back to the 18th, same day on the futures trade I was showing you guys. We were wide open. We were underneath 350 at that point, and we just rallied straight up. When you rally this aggressively, this fast, it doesn't allow the stock to create any levels, in this case, levels of support that would cause problems on the way down. So if we were to break 364 and actually stay underneath and not just trap out, there's a really good chance that we could be looking at 350 because that's the next little support level from that day that we rallied, right?
Yes.
So there's a chance there for that short to be in play. So horizontal action on a setup like this might not be good, might not set up today, might not be ready today, fine. But keep an eye on this as the days go by and see how they're playing with these levels here. We know that 364 with a little bit of slippage could be good for a short break if it happens. We know that 375 is opening up for a potential resistance break through the top if it happens. That's all you want. You want to line up all the trades that you could potentially take, and then one of them, once they're set up and ready to go, you just take them. Right now, Netflix, is it exciting? Not really. But if it sets up, you could also play in front of it as well, right? We know there's support here. So if there's a reason to play along around the 366s, I'm not seeing it, but if there was a reason to play longs in front of that 364, roughly where we are right now at 366, then there's a long potential. There's a long trade in front of 364. There's a short trade if we break 364 and actually stick through it. And then, of course, around 375 and change through the top. So there you go. There you go. Futures coming back
we'll
up
see,
to 12.
we'll see,
You
man.
held
It's
on,
still-
right?
it's
Because
still at the top.
it
Yeah,
was
yeah.
underneath 10 for a little bit.
Stop is in, homie.
Okay.
The stop is in. It's
Okay.
out of my hands. If it breaks 42.05 and a bit, I'm not going to say where my stop is, but breaks that amount. But I'm looking for that 12 break. I mean, it's accumulating at 12.
What would you do, though? What would you do if 12 broke? Let's just say it went to like 13. No, but I want to know how you would play it after, let's say, 13 broke. Forget 12. After
bring in
13
the
breaks,
chart here and
like,
talk
what's your plan of action here? Or how are you going to move the
bring it
stop
in.
if there's a stop?
Good call. Okay, so I would say 12 is the top here, right? So then if we break 12, we start dancing at 17s, 18s, looking to break that 21 top.
Yep.
I'm definitely looking at moving up. I'm not going to keep my stop at the same area, which is 4204, 4205-ish area. It would really depend on how much time it's spent there. Clearly 12 is a top. Before that 10, 12 area is a top. Do I move my stop in and around there? I mean, I'm really tightening up the noose, so to speak, if I do, because if it dips in and around there, then it rallies back to tops. I'm going to be plenty peeved. So it's kind of tough for me to figure out where the trailing stop would be here if it broke through.
How would you feel if we got to 20 and your original stop location, your 05 is the only one that made sense?
Yeah, you'd have to take that. I mean, probably, I tell you the truth, my first inclination in that situation, if put in the corner, would be to move my stop up into 12s, 11, 10 and a half, in and around that
But
area.
you just told me you'd be peeved if you got stopped out.
Exactly, right? But if I had to choose between the two evils, I don't know if I'd have, I don't know if I'd have the mindset to allow it to come back into fives, but I should, because I know that that's probably where the better level is.
So-
That's the higher low.
Yeah. So a lot of times you're stuck with that dilemma, I think, when you're in trades.
Right.
If you're ever in that situation where the proper stop is, like in this case, 05, and we're sitting at 21, and you know that if we can't move, you want to move it up just to tighten up things and protect your profit.
Yeah.
If you ended up at 21 and you can't move your stop, in that situation, just take some off the table.
Right.
So you can allow yourself to keep the stop where it needs to be.
Right.
Because if you start playing around with 12s as your new stop, and then you get ticked out, and then it continues on to like 30, you're gonna be pissed. You're gonna be pissed. So I would just take some off the table. Whatever helps alleviate the pressure, so you can actually allow this market or your trade to do what it needs to do, then do it. If you've got 100 shares, and you need to take off 50 to allow you to do the right thing, then take off 50, right?
Right
If you got 2 contracts, take one off. Whatever
Right.
whatever you need to allow yourself to think straight. If you're in the money, if the dollar is just too big and you just can't, take some off the table. There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah. Until you are
At least
comfortable.
allow yourself to stay involved. That's essentially it.
All right, another trade that I'm getting into. I'm wetting my beak with DraftKings here. So we had a 26.41 top. We had a retracement below 26, and then we reclaim 26 and make a new 5-minute candle, green 5-minute candle to make a new high. So I take the dip into 26. And I'm looking for a run up through the high of days. Where's my out? It's going to be the break of 78. That's the bottom area of this trough here. Excuse me, I'm going to sneeze. Excuse me,
man.
My out is the bottom area of the trough, nearer that 75, but more around that 80. I'm talking about 25, 80, 25, 75. We shall see what DraftKings brings. It's up over 8% on the day on the back of an upgrade. We talked a little bit about this one in the morning, and the business model that's unfolding for them. They had a lot of issues early on with the cost of acquisition. They had lots of promos. Fahad was using them all the time to kind of like build these positions where he'd win on free money. I mean, a lot of people were kind of doing the same thing. That cost them a lot of money. They also were advertising like crazy. That cost them a lot of money. And then they had all these legal fees that they had to expend in every jurisdiction to get the process legalized, and lobbyists. It was a whole thing. They were spending big boy money. and they weren't able to turn a profit. I mean, I think these are pretty much legacy costs, maybe at this point, and we may start seeing some profitability. We looked at the daily chart on DraftKings. I'll bring it in again. Over here, it's been an absolute rocket. If you've been trading this from January, DKNG on the NQ, look at that. Beautiful 11 bottom, and that 11 goes back a ways, guys. That 11-10 area absolutely held like a brick wall. And it's been nice stair step on the way up. I don't know how many folds. It's obviously up over 100% on the year. 26.41 the high today. We're dancing right now above 26, looking to hold that level. I'm also keeping my eye on the future here. It's not able to break 12 Zaroon. 12 has definitely been a top there. Don't know why that random level's come in, but the fact of the matter is that it has, and we got to deal with it. So here we go. It's dancing around those levels. It hasn't made a newer low, so I guess that's a good news at the moment. And yeah, keep my eye on these stocks here. MBOT apparently making a move. Oh, baby, the small cap capper. Yes, I held myself there. Du jour is making a move. We talked about this one on the small cap recap this morning. Started making a move about 8:30 when the news came in. The news, in case you're wondering on this one, is, here it is, Microbot Medical Incorporated, effective May 15th, entered into a deal with certain executive officers, including CFO, for the reduction of 30 to 40% of base salary.
So it's just cost cutting.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how big that is.
I mean,
whatever.
The thing with cost cutting, in this case specifically,
Oh,
just
no,
with,
here it is,
oh,
Arun.
there's more. Okay, I was going to say, this
that
is like a
makes more
one-time
sense.
shot.
Yeah.
It shouldn't be a huge rally.
No. Microbot medical shares are trading higher after the company announced it achieved a 100% success rate for the
That
Liberty
makes more
system
sense.
in an extensive preclinical animal study performed by leading European physicians. No idea what that involves, but as general as it gets right there. But it is moving on the day. 308i did break 3. Bit of bamboozlement through that whole dollar level. This is the 5-minute. Let's switch to the 1. Let's have a look. A lot of consolidation around this 2.25. You want to say 240-ish level. Even wicked up to 50. But a 25 penny range with 250 being the high and 220, 215-ish being the low. Danced in and around there. Most notably, though, above VWAP. So holding that bullish kind of tone that it has. And then you got the eventual breakout on big volume. You can't see the volume, so let me minimize this chart and move it up. Look at that breakout of the volume there, supported by big volume, taking it back into the earlier comps around that 10, 20 times less. So good move on MBOT, guys, in case you are trading.
All right, Bruce was asking me earlier which chart looks better out of Lemonade, DKNG, and AI. Honestly, I'm going to go with AI in terms of intraday day trading charts, right? DKNG looks pretty good too, but that's like a much longer time frame. On the AI though, it's like you're sitting at 28. It doesn't want to get above 28. If we can stabilize north of 28, and then you look at the much larger chart as well, the daily in this case, if you get 28 solid, then you're looking at a trade to like 32, 33. On the short term, that's a much easier trade. It's like you're looking for that, like you were saying, blue sky, right? Sure. For me, if I'm looking at a breakout and I see a ton of space to the upside, for me that's a wide open trade. So I would look at AI as the intraday trade that could potentially be a nice little mover. It's all recent too, all horizontal levels in the last few days. 28, there's a little bit of flexibility above there, obviously, so we kind of do need to get back above 28, above the highs here of the day here, 28 quarter. So if we can get above there and stabilize, there's a good chance that we do have that 32, 33 as a target on AI. DKNG, another good chart. Lemonade probably is the worst one, just because, let me go to Lemonade first. The reason I say Lemonade's the worst one is because although it did break 17, it's been working this level since May the 9th, finally got above. Usually when they're this spread out, it would want to take some time to figure out what it's going to do on the way back down. So it's going to take a few days to figure out, like test these levels and whatnot. And then you also look at the daily on Lemonade. It's also quite messy. Even if you got 17s, you're going to run into something at like 18, 1850 into 19. It's a much tighter window for, I guess, running versus AI, like I said, 32, 33 out of 28 break. That's like $5. Lemonade could probably go from 17 to 18.50, $1.50 or so before it catches resistance. Then the DKNG, another terrific chart on the much larger time frame. The problem is that DKNG made its consolidation break when it took out 22. So it broke 22, all the way up to 25, came back down to 23 and change, and now it's making its next leg up. This is a tricky chart to get involved with. It's great for momentum trades, but a lot harder to kind of work it on the intraday perspective just because, well, it's already made its moves, right? So at 26.20, what do you do with it now? It's like when you're too late to the party. That's kind of what happens right now with, or what is happening right now with DKNG. There was another question.
I just want to update.
Yeah, go for it.
DKNG, I'm long, guys, 26.04. It says I'm short, 26.16. There we go. There it updates. 26.04 long. The idea here, I know you were talking about this one. To me, strong name. Finally, it gives me a major retracement that lasts longer than 5 minutes or so. I got a major retracement that lasted 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. Then I got a green candle on the 5-minute chart to make a new high, and I'm looking to test high a day. My entry at 26 with an out at 27.75, 25.75. So risking a quarter, looking to at least make 50 pennies, if not more. So 1 to 2, the idea on DKNG. That's the idea. But I'm not going to...
And time shouldn't be a function, though, I feel like. With respect to a trade. Like whether it's a retracement or not, like.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
I know some people like, oh yeah, there's like rules out there. Like if you get into a trade, if it's not in the money right away, you're in the wrong trade and all that stuff. I'm just like, trades take time.
Arun, I want to complain.
Yeah, well, who are you going to complain to? Me?
I want to complain, bro.
You want to complain to me?
Yeah, because I sat down here at the beginning of the show and I said if you were looking for a bullish futures trade, the NQ was the game and it wasn't the ES, and that's been the move lately. And then I punched into the ES position. And then I look at the NQ now, and the NQ seems to understand that it's time to go up. But the ES, it's not interested.
And this goes back to what people were asking earlier about which one do I prefer. If you want the excitement, if you want that immediate move, whether you're right or wrong, NQ is going to give it to you. Because it's got a different behavior, right? It's much faster. So although S&P is moving slower, because of the components of the NQ, we moved up from 13,890 up to 13,910. So we're up 20 points or so on the NQ. In the same amount of time, you're up, what, two points?
We moved 2 points.
2 points. And that's what you have to be okay with when you're trading one over the other. If you want that quick speed, but then be aware, if you want that quick speed, or if you're looking for that quick speed move on the NQ, you're going to be sacrificing, one, just ability to see the levels much cleaner, and you also might get moved out of the way, meaning you get levels slip out a lot on the NQ. So for me, that's the reason I stay away from NQ, but if you're looking for that excitement, I can also work the entries and kind of manage my position better.
On the ES,
on the ES, because
it doesn't move as aggressively.
Not aggressively, but at the same time, look at the levels. This is the top 5 books on either side. You're looking at about 100 contracts on an average level, and then you go over to the NQ, and you're dealing with 10, maybe.
That's a big difference.
I mean, 10 maybe, right? So one contract is about, as of right now, is about 280 grand on the NASDAQ.
Okay.
And then on the S&P, it would be about 220 grand.
Okay.
Right? So obviously, it's going to cost you more to get involved with the NASDAQ, but at the same time, price point says it's going to move a lot more volatility. So you might be, at the end of the day, you might still be right with how much they move together, right? NASDAQ would have just done faster. That's all it is, right?
Hopefully.
It's just going to take a little bit longer. So back to the question I was going to answer about the paper trading. There's a question about, how do you paper trade guys before you put them on the floor? And there's a big thing about paper trading. Paper trading is usually is very great for strategies and execution, but there's always going to be a component that's not going to be there when you're paper trading, which is the psychological component. Because it's not real money, and it's not real money. One, you may not take it seriously. This is what bugs me so much, because Iverson, practice,
We're talking about.
We talk about practice. Like, you have to take it the
And you may not
same
get
way.
the fills either.
Huh?
You may not get the same.
You may not get, well, it
Especially
depends.
if you're trading
But at the
equities.
same time, like, you have to take it as it was real. You have to, in your mind, you have to keep it as it's real. Like the same intensity, same,
Right.
like the risk, how you feel about when you get into a position, all of it has to be real. So when you transition from paper into live, that there's no psychological hurdle. Because
Right.
there often is, because all of a sudden people realize there's real money on the line, and all of a sudden they're a little bit more shy about taking the exact same trade they've been making money on in paper trading, right? So I think that's a very key thing, is that you do have to practice as
You
if
have
it
a
was
key
real.
insight on this, because there's like the added, or like the kind of the folklore story on the floor is you stayed in the sim for like how long?
But I still do that though.
Yeah?
That's the thing. It's nothing. Okay, so earlier this month I made some changes. Actually, towards the end of last month, I made some changes to the way I've been trading myself.
Okay.
But for me, I can't just. It's one thing for me to make a change, like how I'm trading, but then also I needed to test this out.
Yeah, you got to back test.
But it's not back
Actually,
testing,
yeah,
but it's
you're
also
doing
like
it
testing
live
you got to do it
testing,
live,
yeah.
because otherwise you're not going to get into the habit of it, right? So I still go in for I went for about 2.5 weeks from live to paper
Yeah.
to test this out, to make sure that I understand all the nuances of it,
Right.
so that I'm not all of a sudden taking a trade and wondering what I'm doing wrong or what I'm doing right. So I kind of, once I've ironed everything out, then I come back in live. That's just how I do it. So it's like paper trading or sim trading is not like something that you get banished to,
Yeah.
because you're not making money. It's a useful tool, and that's
Yeah,
why
yeah, no
Iverson's
question.
comments just bugs me so much. We talk about practice. Like, I mean, obviously some people are very gifted, and Iverson was very gifted, but at the same time, like, imagine how much more he could have been
Oh yeah.
if he took practice seriously, right?
Yeah, yeah.
And I think that's
always like that.
always
criticism.
take it seriously. The psychological hurdle is always going to be there when you go from practice to live, or from sim to live. But I would definitely take that time that you're training to actually keep it real. And then once you're actually trading, it's not going to make a big difference for you. It's just like, it's just another trade for you.
Yeah.
And is there a psychological difference between trading your own money and prop money? There shouldn't be, because at the end of the day, it's about the trade.
Yeah.
Obviously, you're going to feel like you have more on the line if you are trading your own money, but there really shouldn't be, because for me, I think of whatever money I have access to as my own money anyway.
Yes, absolutely.
So there
You have to
really shouldn't
respect
be.
it in much
Yeah.
the same way. All right, guys. There's lots of stuff moving. Let's get to Upstart, because it's moving too. I'm sorry, Plug. I'll get to Upstart in a second. That was just mentioned in the chat. Plug's been moving all day, guys, on the back of news that it secured contracts with 3 different European buyers for its electrolyzer system there, using hydrogen fuel cells. 867 the high. We're at 865 again. We've been testing highs all day. All the retracements have been bought up. I don't really see any exact areas of which I would have got in. You're just going to have to kind of take the bullish move as it comes, and there you go. Looking to test highs. We looked at the daily chart on this. We said it didn't look that great, and there's a reason for that, because it doesn't. The level I'm looking at, though, the one that really stands out to me is that 9.25. It's about 975. That's the peak there. And then, yeah, you have the 50-period moving average, the first level to reclaim here on the daily, right at that 975 as well. So this is Plug Power, 5-minute chart on Plug Power, looking to take out day's highs. DraftKings just kind of double topped here, so I have to be a bit careful. I'm in this long. I'm at 04s, but this is a level that we rejected off before, so possible double top brewing. Nothing changes for me, though. My out stays the exact same area. That will be the lower low. So if it breaks through this 25.79, that will be the lower low, and that'll be the end of my trade. But I am cognizant of a possible double top brewing here at that level as we reject off that 26.25 at the moment. NEO, we talked about this one this morning as well, up having a great day, up 8.5%. It was up more than that. I think it was up to 9%. 885, the top, we're at 875. Again, we held VWAP here Talked about this VWAP dip on NEO, didn't take it. 866 would have been the level, would have been 10 pennies in the money on this one. Liquidity is starting to dry up. I know you guys can't really see the volume because of the position board there, but the volume really starting to slow down on this one. But maybe that's good news, especially because we're holding up on lower volume. In fact, we've been kind of curling up as the volume has been slowing down. Maybe during the more voluminous part of the day, we'll get this high at daybreak, 885. We're curling up to it again, looking to break through 877 at the moment. So that's been good. And then we want to talk about Upstart real quick here. Let me take OMH off. Put UPST. Let's see what Upstart's been up to. Oh, baby. Upstart's been really going. Okay, I checked this morning, and I didn't see a headline specific. Sean asked me to. I didn't see one. I'm looking here. I still don't see one on Upstart. I think it is heavily shorted, though. So I'll have a look here quickly on the Trade Ideas platform to see what the short interest. I just want to put the marker here so you guys can see what I'm trading. .NQ. So put that, and then I will look at my Trade Ideas scanner here. Arun. Shout out to Michael Noss and his crew. UPST. What do we got here? Short float. Oh, baby. 31.74% short float. This one could get going in a hurry. The float, not big either, even though it's a bigger company. 68 million, 67.86 million, not that big of a float, but not micro either. But the short float is really what gets my attention there. So we could find some people offside if we already have it. The dip off VWAP's been fantastic. If you took that retracement after the big move up earlier, it was around that 25.50, and it's been giving you all sorts of upside since then. It's been $2.25 to the upside since the time you got in there. Upstart, all sorts of strong. I'm still keeping my eye on the future here, Arun. I'm like a point in the money, which isn't saying much because I feel like, we may be accumulating for a rejection around here. What's your take?
Well, the only thing I would say is if you're in a position and it hasn't done anything, I wouldn't stare at it and hope that it does something.
No.
Just let it be, because you're looking for certain things, right? You're long 09.
Yeah.
You're looking for 12 to break to make a decision. If it breaks 5, you're going to make a decision on getting out. Let it get to those decision-making points before everything in the middle is just nonsense, right? So, or just noise. So that's what I'm doing here with the futures. I know I wanted to do something around 5s.
Yep.
Never got the chance to. I know if we got about 15, I might work something. Still never got the chance to do that. We know the big levels are going to be 41.85 and 42.30 now. We're nowhere near those. What am I going to do? Nothing, right?
Yeah.
That's just how I'm going to approach this, right? If I don't have a reason to do anything, I'm not going to spend my time and my energy looking at this thing and hope that it actually does something. Just, the harder you stare at the screen isn't going to make the stock move any faster for you. The stock's going to do its own little thing. And right now, we might have something now with the futures market coming back in. We still have to worry about this 05 holding up, but at least if it does get underneath and find support, there could be a long. Now we start looking at the screen, and maybe, because we're getting close to the levels that I want to make a decision on, 05 being that decision-making point. He's still got his position, I believe. But again, it doesn't matter. If you put your stop in, the stop will take care of your position at the end of the day. And I know Andrew has been going on, because I said this whole thing about practice, and you guys were talking about Bo Jackson, but let's be real. How many Bo Jacksons have there been since? So it just shows there might be some people with insane amount of talent that don't need it, but at the same time, the rest of us need it, and more than the general population, or more than the general number of people that actually trade stocks or just trade in general need the practice. So let's just be real with it and actually put in the practice and the time. And right now, this market, not a whole lot there. Let's see if there's something moving. I'm going to bring out my scanner here. The only thing I'm seeing that's got a high activity rate right now, AMD. I know AMD had quite the run earlier. Is there a reason for it? No, not really. And then Tesla. Obviously, Tesla's at 185. Tesla, what it's doing? What is it doing? The problem with Tesla is I worry about Tesla's fail point right there at 184.5. That could become a problem. But AMD is looking like it's got that flag that rally strong, that drift down for a secondary push, that would be quite the move there. And the way I've seen this pattern before, this is like the perfect textbook pattern. If you do end up getting that extension north of 109, people are going to be like, oh, that's exactly it, which is, let me get the free, yeah, it's going to be this one. It's that move, that drift, and then a continuation straight up. That's usually the three-part move on a pattern like this. Let's just see if AMD has the ability to do it, because it definitely is looking like it wants to do that. Is that your protein bar?
My friend,
Yo.
these are made with the protein that you so generously donated to my protein fund.
Nice.
The French vanilla protein. First time I've had that.
Are you liking the protein?
I just got into it. I actually just finished my tub.
Yeah.
So I started using the one you gave me. Yeah, I like it, man. It's not bad. It's New Zealand way, which the
New
first
Zealand
time
way.
I've actually had that one.
Yeah.
I didn't splurge for the New Zealand, so I'd like you to have a taste. I
appreciate that.
Now, hold on. No, that's the one I took a bite out of.
Oh
You
shit,
don't want
my
that
bad,
one.
my bad. I touched that.
No, it's all good. Now, hold on.
Yo.
There's a new additive.
In this?
Yes.
Okay.
I've now added cocoa powder.
Okay.
Hence the chocolate tint there, baby.
I'm loving it, man.
I have never
It's good.
added cocoa powder and
What did you sweeten it with? Agave?
agave nectar.
Ah.
Not syrup, but the nectar. All right, guys. Let's get to DKNG. It's at a crossroads. It's back to that 26 level. It double topped off 26 and a quarter. Technically, the high of days 26.41, but that was a quick wick. On my 5-minute chart, it closed right at that 25, 26 level, so that's a better level for me. I'm looking ideally for a hold around 26, but if we don't, my ultimate out is the bottom end of this trough here, the break of 80. I've already got my stop in. You know I'm already in the futures trade that I'm flat on at the moment as we dance around nines. What I do like, though, is that we're still holding above Friday's close at 42.05, which I've earmarked as an interesting support level to keep an eye on. We've danced around it a little bit today. Again, I'm looking for that 42.12 break on the ES. We really haven't seen it, despite the fact that we saw some better strength earlier on the NQ. Arun got into why that is the case, as we talked about the weighting of these big tech names in the ES versus the NQ and the relative more weighting that they have in the NQ. So, ES dancing around, holding at 42.05. DKNG holding 26 for now. Caveat for now, as we continue to move down. This is my out, 27, break of 27 and 3/4. What else is moving? MBOT.
You talk about MBOT. You talk about MBOT.
It's back. It continues.
It's just continuing. So is Lemonade. Lemonade's been straight up since Bruce brought it to my attention. We were sitting at like 17.20, and now it's at 18. So like some stocks that are rallying, they never stopped. And then the rest just did nothing. So Lemonade on fire. Hopefully, Bruce, you're making a ton of money on that trade, because that's a stellar break of 17. That's already $1 in the money. Those are pretty
What'd
good.
you think?
Those are pretty solid.
Yeah, they're not bad, huh?
They're pretty solid.
The only thing is they're really chewy, so once you start eating them on camera, it becomes hard to talk.
These are protein bars, everybody. I don't know why everyone thinks I'm going to be tripping out using these.
Like, what do you think? I'm bringing chocolate? These are healthy.
These are healthy protein bars. We need the protein. You can see this guy, he's always working out. He was telling me about his workout here. He was doing lunges.
Yesterday was
lunges
okay.
for like 5 minutes straight.
Straight. Ooh.
Like, I can only imagine how he's going to feel tomorrow after that.
Yeah,
Damn,
it's
man.
usually a second day, right?
It's always a second day issue with legs. Oh, first day you're like, okay, it's not that bad. And the second day you can't walk. And you're like, oh, okay, that's what it's like.
Colin, here the recipe is the following. Now, I make 2 servings, so I'm going to give you the amounts that I use. So you want 4 cups of rolled oats. You want to grind them. You want to powderize them. Okay, so put them in like a grinder. Make sure they're a powder. 4 cups of rolled oats. Throw that into a big pot. Then you want 4 scoops of protein. Whatever your protein is, throw that protein in there. Then I throw in some cocoa powder. Throw that in there. Cinnamon, throw it in there to your liking. There's no amounts specific. And then I throw a hint of salt. That's all the powder version of it. You work that in together, you homogenize it, you make sure it's one consistent powder color. You don't want clumps of different things. And then you throw in 1 cup of peanut butter and another cup of agave nectar. You can use syrup if you want. Whatever sugar agent you want to use, you can throw in any type of syrup. Throw it in there. You mix it all up. I do it by hand. And then, oh baby, does it taste good. And then, yeah, you make that all in there and then flatten it out over a pan. It becomes very thick paste. You flatten it out. You put it in the fridge. And you got to keep it in the fridge. Otherwise, it doesn't taste as good and kind of like powders up a little bit.
That's pretty
Have
solid.
another one, bro.
No, I
Have
can't.
another
No, I can't. I'm good. I can't. Have you figured out what you're gonna have for lunch? Because we don't have any catered meals, right?
So I wasn't here on Friday.
Ah.
So I saw my salad and Steph's salad. They're in the fridge. So
You're gonna eat salad from 3 days ago?
it's in the fridge.
You're gonna eat salad from 3 days ago?
I think so.
I think you might regret that.
Yeah?
Yeah, I think so.
All right, maybe I'll leave it then.
I mean,
Max is giving me a dirty look.
yeah,
He's
I don't know
like,
about
"No,
that.
you don't
Salad's
do that."
like it's one thing, but like
so naive.
it's
like ready to eat
listen,
anything.
those salads are already pushing the boundaries. I would let it be and just get something.
All right.
Like last thing I want. Actually, forget what you want. Last thing
Then I'm not here the rest of the week.
is that you're not here the rest of the week.
Yeah,
That's the last thing I want. Think about me in this situation.
Wow,
All right,
I
let the
love
salad
how-
go.
You're not looking after my welfare here. It's like
I
when
mean, who
he has
cares
to
if you have
put
food
up,
poisoning? It's all
with the
good.
rest of the week.
Well, you know how to cook, clearly.
Yeah, no,
so
I can-
let's
I
just,
can
you
cook
know,
up for him.
we
we'll
gotta
have to walk-
figure out something.
I wanted to
'Cause
talk about this real quick, guys. The reason we don't have catered food is because today
it's a holiday.
is Victoria Day, which is a long weekend here. Usually Memorial Day and Victoria usually coincide, but sometimes they're on differing weekends. That's why we have the long weekend this week, and you guys have it next week. So, yeah, we'll obviously be off next Monday. None of us will be here. It's next Monday, not Friday, right?
Monday.
Monday, Memorial Day, Monday. All right, futures positions.
Nothing.
They're not good.
Oh, you got the chef. They got a chef
Bradley,
hat.
How did you attach that to me, Bradley? It's following me around. This is fantastic. Bradley back on the ones and twos today, baby. All right. Yeah, not much to report. Holding 26 on DKNG. Still holding yesterday's, Friday's close, I should say, on the ES 4205. The NQ, though, making newer lows and showing lower highs. The NQ, while we were singing this one's praise earlier, look at this. Lower high, lower high, lower high. Now we're making lower lows, baby, as we retrace through this 13,880 bottom. We're making moves down. The ES not making as much of a move down, but it should be noted Friday's close on the NQ, 13,858. So keep that out for a possible support level. Not much else, Arun. What's up?
No, it's just like it's
There's
you know
nothing
it's
going
one
on
thing
here.
like because we're streaming, right? Or you
Yes.
guys are streaming all the time. Usually, if I'm not here and the market's this quiet,
You wouldn't be trading right now.
oh, absolutely, not. I'm still not trading, even on the screen.
You're learning
It's just
Spanish, or-
I did my Spanish lessons early. I watched a couple of my shows.
Yep. What are you watching right now?
Man, there's so much. Usually, it's a lot of crime dramas.
Okay.
Right. So FBI franchise.
That's
so,
your thing? Crime dramas?
Yeah. FBI franchise. So like there's like 3 shows on the FBI, and then the Chicago series,
Okay.
Chicago PD and Fire, and then I do love me some NCIS Hawaii.
Wow, you really have a genre. that
I
you
really
got,
do.
I like
really
that.
do.
Okay.
Yeah. I mix it up here and there though. I did watch a Masked Singer the other day.
Okay.
That was good. I don't know if you follow Masked Singer.
So here's what I watch. I watch old sitcoms,
okay.
and I watch like documentary type shows, and I watch a lot of financial news. Those are the 3
Oh,
things
I
that
can't
watch.
stand financial news.
I love
I'm just
it, man.
leaving it be,
I
man.
tell
I'm
you the
staring in
truth.
front of a screen, dealing with financial stuff all the
Yeah.
time. Last thing I want to do is hear some financial news like, oh, now I got to see what this market's doing. Here's the thing about financial news. If you're a trader, and I'm sure a lot of people feel this way, is that as soon as you hear something that you think is going to move to the market or move the market, you're going to immediately want to see what the chart looks like.
Yeah, I do, but I don't act on it.
But then why would I look at the
Because
chart?
I'm
Is
looking for a bigger picture analysis to digest for my investment account.
I'll deal with that in the morning when the markets are open.
Oh, yeah,
that's
yeah,
that's the
what
way I
mean.
see it. That's the way I see it. Like
yeah.
if it comes out at nighttime,
It's good to know in the morning too, because you kind of know what to look at. So if you like, if you're watching in the morning, you see, oh, earnings. This guy's all right. It's gonna be
Yeah.
volatile today. I'll keep my eye on this. You know.
but
what
I can do that in the morning. I don't
Yes.
need to know at like 4 p.m. or 4:30.
No, I don't watch around then. I watch in the morning.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, in the
Yeah.
morning, yeah, before you start your day, yeah, absolutely see everything that came out. But
Digest
like,
everything.
there's been times, there are some exceptions in there. Like the one that I remember, for anyone who's been trading for a while now, at least over a decade, if anyone remembers the TARP vote.
Oh yeah. Wow.
The TARP vote.
The what's it called? TARP stood
the
for
toxic asset-
Toxic Asset Repurchase Program.
Yeah,
Oh,
the
my
TARP
goodness.
vote from Congress that night. That market was nuts. The future was nuts.
Because the vote was late on, I'm assuming.
It was late. It was
Okay.
a late vote. It was into the evening, right? And that one is like where you know that's coming, and that's something you want to pay attention to. There's
course.
very few exceptions where you're like, you know what, I want to know. That's one of them.
Yeah.
Pretty much everything else after
You're
that,
a
you're like,
seasoned guy, though. We're talking about you have 20 plus years under your belt. Like
oh,
a lot
no,
of.
I'm not at 20.
No, what are you
I'm
at?
close though. I'm
close
at
to 20.
I started in 06. So I'm sitting at
Yeah,
what
that's pretty good, man.
March of 06. So I'm sitting at about 17 years.
So you got in right before the financial crisis. So how was trading that?
Volatile and
Yeah, I bet. And you
fun.
weren't that experienced at that point.
No, that's the
yet
thing
either.
too.
Yeah.
And I think that's the thing when you start in a time period, when you start trading, for everyone who started trading in maybe 2020,
Yeah, which is me. Yes.
is going to have a very different experience once the market slows down and gets back to normal
I'm noticing that.
right now.
Yeah.
So everyone was trading a certain way, and then all of a sudden the market transitions into how it normally is, and then everyone's like, I can't trade the same way. And that's normal. If you started trading in a certain market structure or market, the way the market moves.
Yeah, Max and I talk about that all the time.
There you go. As for me, when I started in 06, it was a certain way, and then all of a sudden 08 comes, and you're like, ooh, 08, 09? Like, it was like 3-4 years where it was just like, ooh,
Those are the
volatility.
crazy years.
Those are like, it's just volatility. You don't even have to be good. You just have to catch the right momentum runner.
There you go.
Right? And that's what happens is that you catch that wave, and then you're like, this is too easy. And then that wave disappears, and you're like, how do I trade now?
Right, there you go.
And you have to transition. And then I
2020
think
is like
once you go through and understand different and it's too easy to get away with old mistakes and making mistakes when the market's just easy and everyone thinks they're amazing.
Right.
And then once the market slows down, everything that you're doing is like wrong, and you're like, oh, you just built up bad habits for the last few years
Yeah,
because
you're
of the
getting
way
away with it.
and you're getting away with it. You're getting paid for those bad habits, and now you have to relearn how to trade again. So for me, the fact that the market slowed down is nothing of a surprise because I've already lived through that. Right? So I know like it was easy money in like 2020, 2021, easy money.
That was
Even in 2022,
But
I
that's the
felt
thing, you were
until-
ready for it.
Yeah, because I've seen what that's like. It's easy money, and then I think first half of 2022 was somewhat easy as well.
I can't wait for that to happen to me.
What?
Where like I'm so experienced and here comes the easy money. You know what I mean? Like if 2020 was to happen to me 3 years from now,
Oh,
yeah, I would have 6 years
Listen-
under my belt. You know
listen.
what I
With
mean?
the way that this is my thing with volatility, I feel like with the way that interest rates have gone up, it's going to catch. It's always the delay too. It's going to catch up because there's a lot of people that are just starting to get into the refinancing or the redoing their mortgages, right? And that's gonna.
That's a whole
That's
thing.
good. That's a whole thing, and that's not going to happen overnight. It's been, they've been working on it for a year now, and now a lot of people are going to be in that boat where mortgages are going to be coming up again, and you're not going to be on the variable anymore.
Nope.
Or if you're just coming out of the fixed, and all of a sudden the rates are very different from what you signed up for. So
we
I
got
feel like that's going to
commercial.
add volatility. That's going to add a ton
no
of
question
volatility
about
right
that.
now. So
No question about that. And we have some commercial mortgages that are going to be quite bad in the States. Commercial real estate's really taking a hit, and it's slated to take more of a hit. And it's funny because we don't have the same type of problem in Toronto that, say, San Francisco has,
oh yeah,
who has, like, say,
to
a
some degree we
30%.
do, but not to that level.
No, not at all. Like, are you talking about the unhoused problem? No, that's not what I mean. I mean the commercial vacancy problem. They have a high commercial vacancy in downtown San Fran. I think it's like 30%. Correct me if I'm wrong, Chad. We don't have that same issue in Toronto. But point of the matter is, something's going to have to be done with that real estate because if it doesn't get filled up with either newer companies But a lot of people making the case now that this hybrid system is here to stay, some form of another, or yeah, we'll see. We'll see what that brings. But the point is, they're vacant, there's mortgages on them, and there's people holding the paper on that mortgages. All those people are in jeopardy. And Charlie Munger talked about it at the annual Berkshire Hathaway, what is it called? Investor conference, whatever it's called. Anyway, he talked about that. So a lot of those mortgages, Arun, are up for renewal in 24 and 25. So we'll see how that problem resolves itself. All right, back to the current market. Still holding this DKNG trade. It's still holding 26. It hasn't made a newer low. I'm looking for a newer low below 25.75 to get out. My stop's already in place, but I'm looking for it to hold 26, possibly test that 26 and a quarter. It's been rejecting off 26 and a quarter a few times now. I'm also in this futures trade. I'm 3 points out of the money as we continue to hold Friday's close at 42.04 and 3/4. Setting up a bit of a base right now. 42.12 has been the top on the ES June contract. Haven't really been able to break through that time since around 10 a.m. or so this morning when we retraced off the highs after the bell. Nick Garcia, $5 super chat. Thank you very much, Nick. Arun, thank you for your advice. Your advice on trimming to keep your stops and stop looking at the PL is huge. I'm going to implement that in my psychology. No question about that. Couldn't agree with that more, man. Always dropping hot lines when you're on the show.
You know, here's the thing. I'm on the show. It's pretty clear that my style of trading is not geared for what the show does, right?
Yeah.
So you might catch me at the right time where I find a trade, and I can actually show it on the show. A lot of the times, it just doesn't match, right? The way I want to trade, the way I do trade, and the way this show runs is very different. So it doesn't match up. So a lot of times, you're going to see me flat. It will happen at some point. I'm on all week, so at some point, I've got to have a trade on. You will. I will guarantee you at least one trade this week in 5 days. That's all I can guarantee you. I can't guarantee you a trade every day, but at least one trade on the week. So a lot of the times I do is I take this time to at least kind of, when people start asking questions, I actually want to go through those questions and actually answer them because I have the time to. And a lot of times they're the same issues that I've gone through in my career, right, over the years. And it's always easier to identify the issue and just kind of let that person know or people know, like, hey, maybe you should look at this. It takes no effort from my part just to say that, and it helps people out, at least let them think a little bit differently about how they want to approach trading. And trading is just so messy. It's so messy because everyone there. I can only imagine how many YouTube videos there are, how many people have said this is how you trade, how many people are trying to sell systems of like this trade is guaranteed to make money and this and that. And like, it's not that simple. It's never that easy.
Never.
There's a lot more to it. And a lot of times everyone has questions, and hopefully I can just answer them as they come up. So that's kind of what I do with my time on the show. It's 3 hours. Unfortunately for you guys that are looking for exact trades, at some point I'll guarantee you a trade, but I can't guarantee you when that'll happen. But I did notice though, Sharif, Amazon, you were talking about Amazon.
Yeah.
Amazon making that triple bounce off that 114, what is that, 20 something? 25-ish in front of that 114 even. Is that something that gets your attention? That wants you to?
Absolutely does.
You want to make a move on that? I know the chat was talking about it. That's why I brought it up.
Here we go. It's a one. Okay, so here's the look I would say on Amazon. First of all, let's get the marker in there so that chat knows we are talking about our friend Amazon. It's on the NQ. So this is what everyone's talking about. The three touches at 114 and a quarter. Bring this down a bit here. 114 and a quarter. We didn't reject off VWAP. We didn't even make it up to VWAP on the last ascent there. We kind of got into that 15.35. Let's see how we get when we get into VWAP here, Arun. And let's see if we can make a newer high. I mean, we were talking about, you haven't been on the show for a while, but we've been talking about Amazon being a relatively strong name on the daily chart. So have a look at this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, and then today, 15. So we have 12 green days in the past 15 days. So it's been strong. It's been stronger-ish, right? Today, kind of secular to the downside. Didn't really see a headline to justify the weakness, to be honest with you, on Amazon. But it is one of the.
But it doesn't
standout-
matter though.
No.
You don't need a reason for weakness. It could
just
just
talked
be
to it
like a
about the chart.
drift back, right? Like it doesn't need to be sold back. It can just be drifting back because it's like you said, it's been a very strong move in the last little bit, and now it's taking a day. This is actually healthy for a stock to actually pull back a little bit. That actually allows you to never be afraid of that when a stock pulls back, because that actually allows you to jumpstart the next leg of the move. Because you need to get some people out. In this case, where you're running strong, somebody wants to take out some profit, maybe in front of 120. They're working their exits and now selling off a little bit.
Yeah.
But that's or coming back down a little bit. That does not mean the trend is over. You know where your trail stop should be. This could actually just be a nice little leg up to the next move, like I've been saying about AMD here. The way it's been moving in the last little bit, a nice little run, a strong run on the 5 minute. I think it's a little bit easier. A little flag back down, a secondary leg back up north of 109 should extend the rally and continue that secondary move. Doesn't always happen. There are times where this will just continue and break through 106.5 and it'll end the trade. But at least you want to give it a chance to see if you can get that 109 break and extend that rally. And I think AMD especially is the way it's been setting up in front of that 109. We've been here before already. So if we can actually take this as a second leg up today, at the same time breaking the high going back to the Thursday and the early morning on Friday, that's a nice extension. It's a very easy break to get involved with, I would think. So AMD looking pretty strong. Only thing we got to worry about now is this market just going to kind of taper off and just kind of lose its traction, and we end up doing absolutely nothing, because the market right now is at 42.06 and still
Doing nothing.
losing its momentum to the upside. But we expected this after the initial news based on your pictures, or not your pictures, but
What
like
a
the pictures from the whole thing about the explosion near the Pentagon, which turned out to be very not true. So here we are, kind of just going sideways since that's kind of stalled out a little bit.
I wonder what the kind of precedent that sets, though.
No, but there's
I don't like that, because if we see it once,
Yeah, but here's the thing, though, like, and this is what I always wonder, is like, because you have rules against market manipulation.
Right.
There's rules built into the I guess the market regulations
Yeah.
on what is considered market manipulation, and if this is deemed true, or if this is that tweet has that kind of power, it falls right into that rule. But now the argument is made. It's like, well, can anyone do it? What is the qualifications for someone
And
to say
how
this
was
was
it
an
done?
accident or we got it wrong? And if that's the case, then can anyone do it? Can anyone say, oh,
And
this is
here's
what
the
happened?
thing. Elon Musk talked about this kind of issue in the last interview that he gave. And he's like, when they asked him about, well, why are you doing this whole blue check marks verification thing? It's just another way to create income for Twitter because Twitter's hurting.
Yeah.
He's like, well, obviously, we want to create income, but the real reason, is because it's really the only way for us to know that you're a human being. So a bot can go out there, create a whole bunch of accounts, then have all those accounts tweet with certain something trending and make it think like this is how people think now, or this is a major news item, and give it like credence by being retweeted, liked, whatever the algorithms look for.
But that's only, when you do that, it only slows them down.
I get it, but it allows you to manipulate the market, albeit for short periods of time. But I bet you how many points was that on a lot of volume on the market move? Like, it retraced quite aggressively on the NASDAQ. Let's have a look real quick what the market move on that was. So where were we hanging out? We were hanging out at highs. We were at 13,946, and we got all the way down to 13,862. Yeah, so it's even lower than that. So it's like a decent market move there. That flush, you assume someone stands to gain from it. Obviously, some bamboozlement there. You don't even really know if it's market related, because how can you make that assumption?
You can't. That's exactly it. And if you can't make
don't
that
really know.
if you can't make that argument that it's related to the market,
Yeah,
then
how can you
it's like
know?
a loophole
Yeah,
where
it's a
it
circular
allows
argument.
for certain manipulation without calling it manipulation. Anyways, all right. There's a comment there from Compass RX. It's like his goal is to make, or their goal is to make X amount on a daily basis, which typically means being active. So you're always trying to make money in the market, finding some way to get involved, and that's perfectly fair. There's so many different approaches to trading. Everyone will find a way that fits their personality. If that means being slower, if that means being faster, being always active, it all depends. Whatever your strategy is, it has to fit you as a person. Because if you're, and I've tried this before too, and that's how I know, if you're trying to trade a way that you're not geared for, you're gonna feel off.
Yeah, you've said this before. It has to be a reflection of your.
It has to be. Like if you have characteristics in your personality that don't match your trading style, something's not going to feel right, and there's going to be too many mistakes involved. But if you find an approach that makes more sense to your personality, then it's going to feel more in sync, more cohesive, and I think it's going to mesh better, and you can actually build it a little bit better. Because when it doesn't match, you're just going to start thinking of all these random things that you need to fix, and you're going to overthink it, and then it's just it's more of a headache, I think. So if you're trading too fast and you don't feel right about trading that fast, slow it down. If you're trading too slow and you're like, this is boring, I need to be active, then just be aware you can get active, but being overactive is also a problem.
Oh yeah.
So
especially if you're not built for it too.
You have to be built for your strategy or built for your approach to the markets. And there's so many different approaches. It's just it's endless, really. It all comes down to how you want to trade. In a trade that I may make, you may have made 3 trades or 4 trades, and both of us could come out ahead. Yeah. So it's all about how you want to trade, right? And in the time that I may have made 1 trade and you may have made 3 trades, there's somebody who could be scalping for half points every time, and they could have made 100 trades. It's just a matter of approaches, right? At what speed do you want to trade at? What makes more sense? And then you just work that because it actually matches your personality. And some people aren't built for intraday day trading. You might be like a swing trader. Yeah. And there's nothing wrong with being a swing trader. Maybe your schedule is packed and you can't be active in front of the screen all the time.
Or you just need longer decision-making time. Right? I know my dad.
There you go.
You ask him anything, he's definitely not a on-the-spot type decision maker, and would not be a good intraday trader. All right, here, let's just talk quickly about our friend DraftKings, because we are holding 26, so we're starting to curl back up, albeit slowly. The Future as well, getting off and holding 42.04. So I'm pleased to see it holding Friday's close as it holds that key support level for me. I'm seeing Google curling here, moving into and through VWAP at 125.50. I'm also seeing our friend Meta. It's curling above 250 again off that 249 hold. And then what I've got up on my screen right here, Amazon, Rune, alerting me to this 114.25 hold. I am hesitant to take this long, only because it is a laggard. It is clearly, in my big tech watch list, it is down the most on the day, down 1.02%, having done 45, almost 46 million shares. Despite the fact that it presents a lot of upside, if you're looking for a high of day retracement, 116.77. If you're looking for a Friday close retracement, 116.25. But yeah, I am hesitant to take it long because it is weak. I would rather take something like Google that has now reclaimed VWAP, shown me that it's been strong on the day. Let's get the Google in there, Googl. And Q, shown itself to be stronger, holds a bit of a bottom at that 124.25, dances with 125, looking to make a recent high here above 125.75. Let's see if it dances around there and makes its way up. The ultimate high of day, 126.43, got to think 126.50, probably if it makes its way up there. But Google looking good. So is my DraftKings now, though. As we get off those bottoms and curl back up and looking to test quarters, 26.25 for the 3rd time. There's the move up. We got top wick there initially as we took baby out. It's the only reason I took these out here is to allow the position board to update. Is it updated? Yes, there we go. So we'll see if we get up here. But the future, flat 42.06. DraftKings, though, finally curling up a little bit.
Yeah, if you want excitement, though, there is one market that's providing excitement, nat gas. People were
Somebody
talking about
asked me
nat
for
gas.
to ask you earlier, and I totally forgot.
What's
Thank
up?
you for bringing that up.
What's up?
About nat gas.
Oh, nat gas, yeah.
If you want to have a look at those futures.
7.5% down on the day.
Oh, baby. They had a good couple of days last week, though, no?
Nat gas is volatile, man. The nat gas
Short
volatility
the
is
pops.
just like, this is what nat gas does. Anybody wants to trade momentum on nat gas, like, I mean, you might trade the nat gas futures. This is the nat gas futures I'm looking at, but you can also probably get involved in some sort of leveraged ETF. I think Boyle is one of them. Yeah, that's down 13% because they're leveraged. So it's, yeah, there's some activity in nat gas, and sometimes it's easy. It starts a little bit earlier because it has its own little time. The 250 break that happened around 8:30, damn, that 250 move all the way down. It may not look like a big deal. Here's the thing I think people need to understand with nat gas is that although it went from 250 to 240 and it seems like 10 cents, it's not 10 cents because they don't trade in pennies. They trade in thousands.
Oh, okay.
So there's already 10 ticks per penny.
Oh, got it. Okay.
In between.
Wow.
So you're talking about a 10 cent move. You're actually looking at 100 ticks that it's already moved.
I did not know that.
Yeah. So that's the way it's leveraged. So
Wow.
like you get a 1 cent move is 10 ticks. It's not the same as.
What is that result? I've never traded the stock. I've never seen what the possible P&L. What are we talking about here? What's a 10-cent move on nat
I
gas?
haven't traded in a while. I believe it's $10 per tick. So
10 bucks per
1
tick
cent
per contract.
per contract. So I'll double check that, but I'm pretty sure 1 cent is about $100 per contract.
People call it the Widowmaker.
It is definitely.
It is the Widowmaker.
It is definitely.
Yeah. Eh?
If you're swinging, don't swing nat gas. For anyone that's watching this show, odds are you're not doing what needs to be done for nat gas.
Oh,
nat gas is like usually like hedging and all that stuff. The big players are going to do that in a very different way. If you're trading it, swinging nat gas is not exactly the smartest thing to be doing. Either, even with the ETFs or whatever, but still, nat gas is an aggressive mover, and it's great
People
for intraday
asking
movement.
you, does that apply to the ETFs as well, like Boyle and UNG?
What do you mean?
Like in the
No.
sense,
I'm talking about the futures contract.
No, not with respect to the ticks, of course. Those are equities and they trade pennies. They're going to trade like every other equity. I'm talking about ETFs like UNG and Boyle.
Yeah.
You're talking about like with respect to how those are mimicking nat gas, obviously. So so anything movement in nat gas applies to the ETF.
Well, I mean, the ETFs. Think about what the ETF is. The ETF is the more accessible portion of the futures contract, right? You create that because not everyone can access futures contracts, right? Or not everyone wants to deal with the rollover because these things roll over every month. If you're building a position on nat gas or energy, and you have to roll the contract over because futures contracts have rollover dates, and some of them are much shorter. Index equities have 3-month dates versus nat gas and energy have pretty much you're rolling over every month. So if you are trying to create a swing position and you can't hold it that long, do you really want to deal with rolling over? Remember, rolling over means you're transitioning from one contract to the next contract. That means you're unwinding and restarting again. So that's a big deal for people that can't or that aren't going to do that. So that's when you create ETFs. You don't have to deal with the rollover. So the leverage aspect is still there. Then that's why you're seeing with nat gas. This is a nat gas futures contract, down 7.66%. UNG is going to be the ETF, roughly the same, 7.17. Now I go to a leveraged product like Boyle, you're looking at 14%. Right? So you go from an ETF to a leveraged ETF, and that's where you're going with Boyle. I think cold is also the other
Cold,
inverse.
I gotta put that in.
Cold is the inverse, which is the short, of the ultra short, which now is up 14.5%. So things with the ETFs, though, it's also like to hold. There's a lot of decay in ETFs.
Yes.
With any ETF, really. And I think you're going to see a lot more in a lot of these leveraged ETFs. But it's just making it more accessible. They're the same product. One is just more accessible to people because if you don't have the leverage, you don't have the account size to trade
Oh,
a
here we
futures
go,
contract. Oh, that's a nice move.
Oh, here we go.
That's a nice
Arun.
move.
Come on, 42.12.
Yeah, if you don't have the leverage, or you don't have the account size, no, it's all good. I was almost done. If you don't have the account size, then you just take an ETF trade, right?
Yeah,
that's pretty much it.
It'd be just aces here, Arun, if we got to 42.21 in a hurry. That would just be great. But yeah, we did.
That would
move
make
up.
it too easy, though.
I know, right?
It'll just alleviate some pressure for you. but when is it ever that
never
easy?
gonna
Not
happen.
gonna lie though, I do like the idea of the long. I like because
been sitting in
the
this for
risk.
a while.
Yeah, and the risk profile of this trade is getting to a point where you could even just sacrifice a few points just to get involved. Because I'm thinking that now, if I were to get my hands on like 7-ish, I can probably put it underneath like you said 5, and then the risk on that is going to be fairly tight. And then if I'm right, there could be a decent move. So that's something to look into.
It is. DKNG nicely in the money here as we dance back up into that $0.25 again. You're just joining us. We've been printing lower highs here on DKNG, and I am aware of that. But I'm also aware of the fact that we held 26 pretty nice and put in a higher low. So kind of some conflicting signals here, where you get the higher low and the hold at 26, but you're also dealing with a lower high at the moment. So I need to see a print above 30 here to kind of change my opinion on the matter. But we're dancing with 20s right now as we, we're curling up. We held 26s. I'm long 04s. I know that the chat is talking about Upstart. It's been an absolute monster. It's a heavily shorted name. We looked this one up earlier. We saw it was a 32 almost percent short float. Upstart trades on the NASDAQ. Let's have a look real quick at the chart. It's up 21% on the day with a high of day of 28.30. Yeah, it's been, there was one trade for me off VWAP, a dip trade that came in around, let's say 10:40 and hung out to about 11. About a 20-minute window for a VWAP trade around 25.50. Otherwise, I really don't have any levels for this. It's kind of just been like, moving up, stair-stepping up. But I don't have a play on Upstart. Been very strong. Maybe the 27 dip subsequent to the VWAP dip, maybe. Kind of dipped into 27 a little bit. Hung out around there over here. Traded back up. Keeping my eye on this market, it looks like we had more bamboozlement with buying to the high side, now printing again back into 42.09 as we dance with that 42.12 level. Again, what a tight range. 42.04, Friday's close, 42.12, the high since about 10 o'clock this morning. We've been in that range on the NES.
MES.
Come on, bro. On the ES for the majority of the morning hour.
Yeah, this market is, I'm debating. Sometimes the risk profile looks so good. The quality of the setup doesn't have to be perfect, where I'm just looking at this like going, 7?
Go to his screen.
If you were to play inside the 7s and you work the 05s, the risk on that is so tight that even if you're right on the 12 break to the upside, I'm talking about a long, by the way.
Yeah.
The risk reward is like stellar. Think about it. If this is what I'm debating right now is like if I were to grab like underneath 8 somewhere, right, and put the stop closer to 5 or underneath 5, so I would be putting up 3-4 points, and if I'm right, and we clear 12-ish, that's my 1-to-1. Pretty much the same trade you're in, but except I'm pricing it lower than you.
You're going to be in a little bit lower than me.
Yeah, that's what I would think. And the only reason I wouldn't even consider this trade is because of the fact that we are not letting the 5s go. It's a 50-50 shot, but I'm also seeing just enough to make sense of the long. Yeah.
It's a tricky one.
It's a tricky one. It's going to be a delicate one.
It's a prickly one.
It's a prickly one. I'll leave the order there.
Goodness. Yeah, you're not a fighting Seinfeld. I asked you about that the other time. Yeah,
No.
you don't like Seinfeld.
I am not a Seinfeld guy.
Yeah, that's
at
from
all.
Seinfeld right there. One of Kramer's many quips.
Yeah. Going through the chat
Do you like
here.
2.5 Men?
For a bit.
Yeah?
Yeah, for a bit.
Well, I
Not
only
the
like
Ashton Kutcher
Charlie
one, though.
Sheens.
Not the
I
Ashton
don't even
Kutcher.
watch the
We're talking about.
Can I tell you? I don't even think they broadcast them anymore because the only ones I'm seeing anyway on cable. I'm not talking about any of the streaming sites, but the ones that they they play on cable.
Yeah.
They don't include the Ashton Kutcher ones. That was a.
You know, he got paid $1 million an episode or something like that just to bring him on.
He's a hell of an actor. Don't get me wrong.
But for $1
he was
million
not
an
Charlie
episode for
Sheen. I
him?
don't know, bro. That was like 10 years ago.
I don't know.
Yeah, he took over 2013.
I have no
2013.
clue. I just remember it being on for a short time and then it got
It
canceled.
was no good.
Yeah.
It was a no good. Yes, but DKNG is good. And I'm liking the higher lows. Here we go with 25 again. Show me 30 pluses. Show me that higher high. We got that higher low. We got the whole dollar hold. I'm looking for that higher high. I've got a lot invested in this one. I'm looking for a 50 test. We got 41 highs. I'm talking about 26.41. That's the HOD. But the best price or the most influential one, in my opinion, is the $0.25. That's where the majority of the action took place. These are quick wicks up into the 40s. The majority of the action has been around that $0.25 in terms of a top. Here we are there. Again, I'm seeing 6s show up here on my tape. I'm seeing 7s now on the book. This one's breaking out, baby. Let's go. We need more. We're going to need more than that, though, because last time we took some out even higher than here. So I'm looking for that 30-plus break. That's what we need on this bad boy, and we need to test the high of day at 41s. Looks like we're 11 pennies from it at the moment, Arun. As we test through that 10 again, sorry, that 30 again, we take a little bit out there.
Yo, Tesla's north of 186 apparently.
Tesla's moving, baby. It's up 3 1/3.
Tesla, at times it just does this and it just continues. I was worried about Tesla being the weak one if we got below 184.50. We're not done. We're not done at all. Let's see what Tesla looks like on the daily here. Are we running into, ooh, yeah, we are. That's why I have that zone marked off towards 190, pretty much 186 to 190. We finally cleared that gap that we had around 180, and now we're going to the next little, this is a messy area. Oh, there you go. There's your 12s.
I'm looking right at it, man, but we're not breaking it again, Arun.
No,
we're back at 12s again.
This looks like it has potential, though. It does look like it has potential. They're trying. So for me, I thought about it. This is not, when you can get a trade that's nuanced and it's easy, it's great. But if I have to think this much about finding a trade, remember I was talking about like sub 8 and maybe like mid 7s, I can maybe catch a trade, make sense of it. If I'm thinking that hard about the trade, then it's too complicated of a trade.
Right,
So I'm just going to pass up on that trade, whatever. We'll deal with it. If it gets about 15, we'll figure out what to do. But going back to Tesla into those 190s, ooh, we've been here before, and we have not liked it. There's a lot of volume sitting here. We are running strong on the day, great, but just be aware that we are running into some resistance here, going all the way into 190. At some point, we're going to catch an offer, I would think, or Tesla somehow grinds its way through, but we do just, it doesn't really matter. We just have to be aware of the fact that there's something overhead. And I see you guys talking about Airbnb. Let me take a quick look. Up 2.3%. It's not moving again just yet. But it did bounce off of, this has got AMD vibes where it rallied up strong and then just took a nice little break, coming back down. Not the same type of flag, but like it's just a little pause. And then if we can extend through the highs and in through 111, there's a good chance that we do actually take a shot and run strong to the upside. But yeah, Airbnb looking fairly decent here on the day. This type of pullback is perfectly A-OK. It's part of the game. It's necessary for a rally to continue, so nothing wrong with that. I think the concern on Airbnb is if we broke through 108. At that point, you're like, that's not that great. And I think AMD is in the same boat here. AMD, obviously a strong mover and has been pulling back a little bit. But if AMD broke through 106, another issue. But for now, consolidation and moving strong. Did you get some out? Because as soon as we talked about that,
I did not.
It turned into an absolute mess.
Yeah, I mean, and it's been the same level. It's been a rinse and repeat. Like, wow, talk about holding it in a tight range.
Would you,
We're talking about 7 points here, man.
No, but would you not, because you're priced at 09, would you not take the exit and try to price in lower now that we're established in a range?
That's another very good point.
Because you're priced so into the upper band of that range. Because right now you can still take a.
I'm in the upper band, yeah.
Yeah, so if you want the long and you know where you're working the range, would you not want to price it to like maybe 8s?
I think that would probably be the better move. That didn't actually cross my mind, to be honest with you. But yeah, we're stair-stepping up. Hopefully we get accumulation. What time is it? It's 1:10. All right. I mean, the volume is picking up. Can you see it? Yes. Curling back up here, albeit a little bit. I'm talking, and this is the ES contract, by the way. I'm trading the MES contract. This is the chart for the ES contract. Here we go, 411 again, test 412s. I'm seeing a concurrent move in the NQ. You haven't seen a higher high on the NQ. The higher high comes vis-a-vis 13,912 break. That's the higher high on my 5-minute chart. We're at 13,905. This one doesn't have that same issue. It's not a higher high thing. It's a top break, flat top break, range consolidation break, whatever you want to call it, channel break, horizontal channel break, whatever the term you want to define it. Here we are. We're near the higher end of that range again. Hopefully we break. But what we are breaking on, Arun, and that there is no dispute about, is this trade on DKNG. Oh, baby, we're printed to the high side on this one, holding off 26. Yes, we just made a newer recent high, and looks like we are about to test the high of day at 26.41. Finally, oh, finally. And I see people here saying plug is absolutely crushing it, and I've got it on my side chart. I see it's up 14%, 13.97. It just made an 883 high. Plug moving on the back of good news that it secured contracts with 3 different European buyers for its electrolyzer. So good trade if you had that one on plug. We told you about that one this morning.
Dash, did you see Dash?
No? DoorDash?
Yeah.
What happened?
Take a look at the chart.
Oh my goodness.
This is the last few minutes.
Well, okay, so there's got to be news on it.
It's got to be news on that. Yeah. Dash went absolutely nuts to the downside.
Let me look at the front. I'll be right back.
Yeah. You got to take care. Figure out. Actually, I have a news. I have my own news one here. Let me see if I can grab the news. I'm sure somebody can grab it. I don't have it. Anyways, all right. Let me get the chart on Dash because there's something that can be done on Dash. Why? This falls right into when I was talking earlier about there's certain times where the news will fall into a much larger chart, and right now Dash falling into that chart. Why? That 63.5 into that 63, that's a nice actual bottom end zone that we can work with. Up top, we still have that 68 being the high, so that's something that I can work with. I can't get that line up. That's something I can work with. So what I'm essentially doing is seeing if I can find a reason to go long into this, south of 64.50, preferably closer to that low. Where'd you get it?
No news yet.
No news. Yeah, there's something. If you guys know what's going on with Dash, just put it in there because we haven't figured it out just yet. But yeah, I'm looking for potential ideas for longs here. Obviously, we're at 66. I'm looking for 64.50. But there's something that can be done at the right prices here on Dash here. It was just one of those names. I was like, it was in the on my scanner there for activity. It was like the top names are Tesla, Amazon, Dash. And I was like, okay, that makes no sense. Dash was just random in there. But yeah, something's there, and we're sitting inside a much larger band that we can work with. So let's see if we can find something to work with. South of 65 for a potential long on Dash. Hopefully by then there's enough information out there that we know what this is all about. But here we are. Dash does have news. I would love to know what the news is. Dash is charging iPhone users. Nah.
Yeah, it's always.
Oh, they're being sued for that. They're
sued.
charging iPhone users higher than Android and are being sued currently.
Okay.
Did that just drop? Is that what happened?
Yeah, everybody's seeing the same thing here, except if you're on IBKR because their news feed is absolute garbage.
What happened
and they know
to
about it.
Icon? Nothing on Icon?
I looked for on Twitter. We'll keep. I can't go back up there again, but
Yeah, it's all
nothing was
good.
on Twitter quite yet. DraftKings, though, here we go up again into 37s. Just as I say that, goes right back down into 32s. But
That's
yeah,
aggressive.
What was that? Whoa. It looks like I probably got stopped out of the futures position there,
did.
and I did get
Yeah.
stopped out of the futures position. That was very frustrating. So breaks down below there, and so that ends up being an L for me. But not that bad. Still much higher up on the day because of this DraftKings positions. But yeah, that is a huge L. I don't know what the hell happened there with respect to the market. We'll find out shortly. We don't have any of the TVs on too back there. No deal, people are saying.
Or
I'm
Debt limit?
assuming the what's it called?
debt limit thing?
The debt ceiling.
But that's not until afternoon. Like,
It's supposed to be 5:30.
5:30.
So
was
who's leaking the no
Biden.
deal
I'm
part?
I'm not saying it is. That
Oh,
was
House
just what
Rep.
they were
Hold on,
saying
someone
in
said
the-
it there. House Rep Speaker McCarthy, we don't have a deal.
Yeah, well, he's okay. So
He's always going to
in
say
case
that.
in case you guys are wondering what's going on here, House Speaker McCarthy was meeting with the president's negotiators this morning. He hasn't yet met with the president. This was him dealing directly with the negotiators. The meeting with the president is slated to be at 5:30. It was supposed to be 4:30. That got changed to 5:30. And yeah, so all dealings before then are with, you don't want to call them subordinates, but they're not the president. But yeah, it looks like no deal right now.
You know, I know you got stopped out.
I did.
Because we were eyeing that 05
Crap.
level. Would
Pardon me?
because we were keeping an eye on that 05 level. What I'm debating now is actually the short side of this.
Yeah.
Right?
Well,
05,
no deal
05
thing,
break
yeah.
against 15. Try to play inside the range here. As long as we don't, essentially what I'm looking to do here, let me pull up the chart. Yes, 5. As long as we don't break back too strong. So essentially, because we're now underneath 5, and 5 has been a problem, what I want to see is on a move back through 5 into 06s, 07s, weakness. If there is weakness north of 05 on a move back up, then I would consider the idea of taking the shot on the short side here. We're sitting at 02, 03, so I do need a bounce, but I think what we're going to see here is how strong of a level that 06 area is going to be because we stalled out here, right? Is there going to be weakness there on a move back up? If there is, potential shorts on the table. If not, I mean, and then we're right back into the middle of the range again, right? It's just going to be a matter of how does this market bounce. Obviously, with the no deal idea being out there, I wonder if this market's going to be a little shaky going into the end of the day, wondering whether there's going to be something that's going to be done or not. But at the same time, I mean, I mentioned this a while ago about how the closer we get to the end of the month and the debt limit deadline, essentially, the more volatility is going to start to pick up.
Yeah.
Because now we're getting close. And any market that I've seen where this has been an issue, where they have to negotiate something, it's always like 11th hour situation.
Always. I mean,
Always like 11th hour situation. No deal, and then
we're getting brought back
magically
up,
there's
though.
a deal that happens. That's been in the past. Who knows? Maybe this one's a little different, but it
yeah,
just
from a
seems to me-
negotiating perspective, I mean, unless you have everything that you want, what benefit do you have to closing the deal out early from your perspective? I'm not talking about the net
No,
benefit
from the
to
negotiation
country.
strategy, I get
Yeah,
it. I
yeah.
get it. Yeah.
DraftKings is moving down here, so I want to let you know that I got out half the position right here, okay? So I got out at 25s, so that's about a 21 penny winner from where I got in at 04s. Half the position is out here, and then the ultimate out will be my entry on this one because actually I will take that back. I want to see how this market trades. If this market bounces back and then there's the negative sentiment is removed from the overall market, then I'll continue to hold this one down until the newer low. The newer low will be 25.94. I'm in at 04, so that gives me about 10 pennies of risk from where I'm currently in, which is fine because I've taken out enough over here for this to end up being a positive trade. Depending on how we trade here on these markets, I'll be looking to take some out. I'll be looking to stop out 25.94. Originally, my stop was 25 below 80, 25.78-ish area. I'm moving my stop up here to this trough, which is a 25.95 look. And again, I took out half the position here. Looking at these futures,
Right
back up.
This is where the weakness needs to be if
And
there's
that's
weakness.
why I have a hard stop, like, you know, I mean, I had a hard stop thinking I was slick, and there we go.
One thing I will say though, it's
Pulse
a lot
4200.
easier if you're not normally trading the futures. You don't understand or you're not experienced with the nuance of it.
Right.
I would just go for the easier trades. The easier trades being the much larger and more obvious levels, like the top high level break. In today's case, I would argue, what is it, 25? I don't know why I said 30, but it's 25, not 30. 20. Yeah, I don't know why I put it that far away, but it's actually 30, not 25. So let's move that red line down. So it should be right here.
There it goes.
So that's one. That's the top end. So top end break, that's an easy trade. Bottom end break, that's an easy trade. Everything in the middle is more nuanced and requires a lot more, I guess, attention and understanding.
Yes.
So I think if you're starting off, always try to keep the trades easy and simple as possible. As easy and simple as possible. If you have to really think about and play gymnastics or mental gymnastics with why you're entering here, then it's probably too complicated.
May I ask you?
What's up?
So 12 breaks here. You go long?
No,
No.
no.
So
Because
12 is not good enough at this point.
no, 12 is not good enough for
Yeah.
me. 12 doesn't really matter. I just know that, well, first off, 12 would take me right into the top end of the
That's
zone.
not
and
enough.
that's where I don't want to be involved.
Yeah, I got you.
But 12 being that level that everyone's paying attention to now, I do want to see how we move through it. Because this is going to be useful once we get past it as where my stop is going to be.
Right.
So I'm always paying attention to where we're really stalling out because I can use that for future reference when I decide to put stops in certain places, right?
I like that thinking.
So like if I know 12 is a problem now and we say we broke 25 later, then I know my stop can't be 15 because 12 is right there and it's been a problem.
that's
So I want to go underneath it, right? So if I'm going long like 25, then I'm probably going to want to use 10 or something like that. So that's why I'm always paying attention to stuff like this so I can actually use it for later because it's not always going to be useful now, but definitely keep an eye on this for later. Peter K saying, very choppy day today. That's the market for you. That's why earlier off the top I said you don't need to trade every day. The ones that you do trade, as long as you know how to trade them and they're easy trades, you just take them, right? And that may not be all the time. Out of 22, roughly, on average, about 22 trading days, maybe 6, I would say, is more than enough. A ton of money there, as long as, and then the remaining days you just, try to minimize your losses. So that's the way I would go about it because it's kind of very difficult. It's difficult unless you have a market that's like 2008 through 2011 or 2020 through 2022 or first half of 2022. Unless you have those markets where there's going to be something every single day. Every single day there's going to be an opportunity. Other days you might be like really pressing to find the opportunities. And now I'm starting to think, ooh, okay, we know this is coming in strong. Remember I said there could be a potential short, depending on how strong this is on the comeback. Well, this is pretty strong on the comeback, so they're really opening it up now. They were just opened up the bottom end. So now we're right back to the idea of anything south of 5 down to 85 is a good trade, and then anything closer to 20 going to 25 could be a nice little offer there as well. That little move there was just a nice little wash, get some people out that were playing too tight out of the way, and now we're right back into 06, 07. I wonder how this stabilizes north of 05. That might be really telling. The fact that we are catching strength means that idea of weakness going into the idea of a debt talk at the end of the day, that's probably gone as well, for now at least. But the way the market's moving, relatively flat within the range, but still catching a bid, that's one to go with. What do I got in terms of movement? What is this name here now? Why is this coming up? Oh, that's not, I don't want to pull that up. Tesla, NVIDIA, spiders. I'm just looking at stocks that are active and moving. FL, Foot Locker. Foot Locker's been an active one in the last little bit. Ooh, steady trend to the downside. Oh boy. Oh boy. Okay, it's down 8%, but ever since it broke 29, it hasn't really stopped. Here we are at 28. That's an option. Upstart. I know you guys were talking about Upstart earlier. Upstart up 20% on the day. Oh, weren't you in Upstart earlier?
No.
Upstart's
Talked about it though. We talked about short interest. Had a huge short interest.
Dude, 25 break this morning, stabilized. That's a nice little break from the previous high consolidation. Break above, and now we're just continuing this trend. This is a 30-minute chart, and now this is what the 5 looks like. This is what like the step rally looks like, right? This is the rally. This is exactly the rally you want in a market like this.
Yeah. It's very strong.
It's crazy.
All right, DraftKings is dropping. So here we go. This is the out. It's the break of the 95 area, so we're going to risk 10 pennies from our area because we're moving up the trailing stop. It goes from the bottom of this trough to the bottom of this trough. So here comes 26 likely. We're still 10 pennies in the money on this one, but it's retracing. Now, the futures, right back into the area where I got in, 42.09.
Still haven't had a 12 break. 13,906. The recent top on the NQ. We'll see if it can make a new high there. Sorry, that's incorrect. 13,912. That's what it needs for a new high. But yeah, big move down on what was the news?
On what? The debt talk?
Yeah, the fact that there was no debt deal.
No deal.
No deal with McCarthy and Biden's negotiating aides. But he has not met with Biden yet. That's slated to happen at 5:30. So, but not good news so far coming out, I guess, and saying that there was. I looked at CNBC, to be honest with you, on the website here. I didn't see it. Let me refresh here. Biden, McCarthy to meet on debt ceiling with only 10 days. Not seeing anything from the news source here coming in, and obviously my news is not.
Somebody in the.
It's not showing up here, but we had a couple of Fed speakers today. I saw on my economic calendar. Quickly here, I'll tell you which Fed speakers and what time. There we go. Where are we here? 11:05. So the last one was okay. So it was Daly. Daly was speaking at 11:05. I believe her name is Mary Daly. So that's done. That's obviously done. We had Bostic at 10:50 and Barkin at 10:50. Nothing else coming up on my economic calendar for the rest of the day today. So nothing new, just debt ceiling stuff, and we'll see where that goes. We'll see where the future goes. We're still sideways on the futures. But Tesla, though, not sideways. Talk about our friend Stressla, because it's been looking good. Which chart are we going to use? We're going to use the Upstart chart. So we're going to go here, put TSLA. Come to my chart if you're able to. 186.02, 186 and a quarter is the top. We made that earlier on at around 11:30. Now we're kind of getting right back up there again. Bit of a consolidation range from around 11 till about right now, but looks like we're creating some higher lows here, looking to take out those tops. So Tesla looking good. It's up 3 1/3, and it's did well on Friday. So it's a continuation, and if it closes green today, it'll be 5 green days for our friend Tesla. But yeah, we'll see how this one closes up. Arun,
Yo.
not much in my world at the moment.
Yeah. There hasn't been anything for me today. All right. Somebody in the chat mentioned the Argentine peso because I got nothing going on. I had to look into it.
Argentine peso.
Yeah, it's been having a rough go. Dude, look at the chart of this.
Okay,
this is from the XC financial website. That's a chart of the Argentine.
Oh, they have hyperinflation there right now. It was like
one
Turkey
USD
last year.
is like 119. It was 1 to 119. So 1 USD was 119, and now 1 USD is like 235, 234.
I thought Egypt had it bad, bro.
Yeah, a lot of countries. It's just their inflation rates are just ridiculous. Was it Zimbabwe?
I don't know.
Dude, there's one country where it was just nuts. Like we're talking like
crazy.
Hyperinflation on steroids.
Turkey last year. Remember
Turkey
that?
was bad, but like I think Zimbabwe
real
was in a much different boat.
The worst I know on is Germany during what was it called? The Treaty of Versailles, where like they couldn't print enough, they had to carry in garbage bags and stuff like that. That's
that reminds me of some. It has to be. If I'm sure you guys know anyone who's trading currency.
Lebanon. Let me tell you a story about Lebanon.
All right.
So Uber operates in Lebanon.
Interesting.
But they couldn't figure out a way to pay their drivers because the inflation was
price
insane.
was changing? The price was changing during the ride?
Exactly. So you know what they did?
Yeah.
It became a bidding process. You bid how much you're willing to pay for this particular trip, and then the driver would accept or reject it. So because they couldn't put a price on it, Uber couldn't figure out a way to figure out the algo, so they just did a bidding process.
You know what that develops right there?
That was nuts.
Uber drivers from Lebanon became some of the best traders ever.
Huh.
Think about it.
No, I didn't think about it that way.
Think about it that way. Like
Okay.
these guys, they're the people that want rides have to put a bid down.
Yeah.
And as an Uber driver, you have to figure out whether that's
worth it for you.
economically feasible and whether you're going to make a profit.
Exactly.
You learn to read charts without having charts.
I got to look at that.
I feel like in the next few years, some of the best traders are going to be former Lebanese
Uber drivers.
Uber drivers.
There you go.
That's-
There's a burgeoning
there-
market.
there-
Hire Lebanese Uber drivers
There
as
you go.
traders, baby. Let's
Yeah.
go. We're getting it on the ground floor of that before JP Morgan. Yeah. All right. Where are we at here? Back up on our friend DraftKings.
We went absolutely nowhere during that entire thing.
Yeah,
Went
yeah,
absolutely
no,
nowhere.
no.
Where
On
were
the
we?
future, nothing.
Right back where we were.
Pack W, Sean saying. Let's have a look at the chart on Pack W. You guys know, you guys are very familiar if you watch a show with Pack W, the regional bank. Been having all sorts of issues lately with the regional banking crisis. That's the daily, just to give you an idea if you're just joining us as a new trader for the first time, was trading around here, and then all of a sudden you have the big yes. This qualifies as a huadunk all the way down with the rest of the regional banks who charts look much similar to this, but some stability coming in lately as they offload some of their loan portfolio. It looks as if today, Sean and Arun, to a willing buyer. And they have construction loans here worth over $3 billion that they're looking to sell, with the possibility of another 300 some odd million to also be sold off. So they're looking to focus on their core business, which is consumer banking. And these construction loans are no longer desirable to their management team. So off they go, and the market likes that. And we have a nice 18% move up to the upside. The NQ, though, I have to talk about here, because the NQ and much of these big cappers are all waking up. Yes, they are waking up, and the NQ is taking out this, I want to say the peak over here of this ascent, 13,912, but it's got to stay above it, just breaks it temporarily. We'll be looking for continuation here on the NQ. We're not seeing a similar move on the ES, despite the fact that it's raised up into the higher end of the range being between that 42.05 and that 42.12. It's now back up at 42.10. But the ES, definitely, if you're looking for a long, the weaker of the bunch today, or the less volatile, I should say, of the bunch today, not really giving you the opportunity. And I was stopped out of that trade when the news of the deal, or lack thereof, came, and it broke 4,200. Now, Arun, can I look at this trade here? Now, should I have had my out at 4,200, or was I fair to have it at that 42.05?
You're playing inside the range.
Playing inside the range.
The risk reward on that makes sense. I was even considering it. It makes perfect sense. I mean, and that happens when you try to play inside the range. This is the risk you run of what happens, where you get like whipped out, right? Yeah. The risk reward made perfect sense at that time.
Okay.
Right? It's just unfortunate trade, and I think a lot of times you got to chalk that up to trades that you did all the right things, and it didn't work. Like if you had that trade again, and maybe next time it works, right?
Yeah.
As long as you do all the right things that's necessary, and you have to be open to the other. You're not going to be perfect, and you're not always going to be winning. So as much as you want to be, losing is part of it, and so you have to accept the fact that some losses there's nothing you can do about it. And in this situation, I think that trade made perfect sense. And it's a loss, and then you move on from it and find another trade. Right. And Tesla, I see you guys talking about Tesla.
Flying,
yeah, it's breaking through new highs.
Oh, baby.
186.5. I know AMD has rotated. Remember we were talking about the flag thing?
Yep.
AMD starting to rotate a little bit. It was at 107.80. It hasn't completed the full turn yet. It's just a matter of will it, and if it does, will it go through 109 is going to be the question. But definitely AMD looking like it's putting some good signs there for potential turn. Nice little bounce off those 107.20s, with the market also spinning back around, and at least the S&P side spinning back around and now back towards 42.10 to the upside. This could be a quiet move that all of a sudden turns very aggressive.
Yes.
And that's what you kind of have to be prepared for.
It's had a propensity to do that lately. AMD.
Oh, AMD.
Oh yeah.
Well, no, I wasn't talking about AMD as a whole, but like the futures market as well, where it's been quiet, and then it could turn very aggressive very quickly, right? So that's what this market's all about apparently these days, where it puts you to sleep, and then when you're not looking, it just gives you a nice little slap. So we'll see if this market actually has the juice to keep going to the upside. I know we've still got a half an hour on this show. There might be something in the last little bit here for us. If not, maybe final hour activity with all the, look at this screen. This is my scanner here.
Bring it. Oh.
Actually, I'll just give you guys a scanner here. Let's go to my screen here. This is my scanner off of V-Signal, and this is just based on activity. Look how much green there is.
Yeah, there's a lot of green.
And this is not based on like, you know, percent gainers or percent losers. This is just overall trade activity. And this is a lot of stocks that are green that are in this little scanner, right? I mean, Apple's down 0.43, and then we got some SQQs, so we got some ETFs. Amazon and Foot Locker. Foot Locker we talked about, and then Mullins, the other negative, down 11% on the day, but it's a 95-cent stock at this point. And WBD, WBA, and a few others, but everything else positive. You got PACW up big. What is it? Upstart up 23%. PACW up almost 18%. Top name here is Tesla up 3.6 and still running strong. So clearly the market has some juice to the upside. It's just a matter of whether this is going to translate into index activity as well, because individual names are clearly running strong. Now, can we get that activity with the rest of the market as well?
The Amazon trade that we were looking at, we looked at that 114.25 trade, and then we talked about possibly taking this one north, and we were, you know, questioning where would we get out if we had to take an Amazon trade. Well, let's have a look at Amazon at the moment. This is the better level so that I can show you VWAP. Here's the 5-minute chart. Oh, geez Louise. There we go. More, go 5 minutes. Thank you. And then we got to put in commentary. So many things to do here. Amazon that I queue. This is the 114.25 bottom, and then we were thinking, okay, so if we were to take this long at the moment, we were thinking, I was thinking through this top break, 114.90, 115 top, where would we take it to? And you know, the first resistance level that I thought about was VWAP, and there you go. So it is doing a bit of dance with VWAP. It has been for the last little bit. The past half an hour or so has been rejecting off that level and consolidating, all the while the NQ prints higher highs. So definitely not moving with the direction of the market, and that VWAP level definitely coming into play at the moment. Doesn't mean that it holds it down forever. So if it doesn't, what are the levels? Here's what I'm looking at. The top end of this peak right here, you got that 115.30, 115.40, and then you got to go all the way up to Friday's close. I mean, until that 116.25 is hit, there's really no resistance levels between 115.30 and 116.25, and above that you're looking at high a day at 116.75, 116.77. So see how this one does. The NQ really going here. The ES back up to the higher end of that range, 42.11 and a quarter, looking to take that 42.12 that we all been watching. Not quite yet though. NQ, though, much stronger as it continues to print highs. Where are we with DraftKings? We are retracing back into 26 here on DraftKings. So we got the majority of the position out. The majority of it I'm still holding. I'll tell you exactly where it is here. 1 second. What am I holding here? I'm still holding 40% of the position. Okay, so 40% of the position is still being held here. And my out will be that 25.95 break. That's the newer low. I will be out through there despite the fact that I got in at 26.04. Yeah. ES still holding.
ES is so disgusting today. I agree. I agree, Cesar.
Cesar, yeah. See that too.
This is what I'm used to. So for anyone who doesn't know, the only thing I do trade is the ES. I'm not really on the equity side. I mean, I'll do it on the show if there's something, but again, it's got to be high quality. So for me, if there's nothing, I just don't even bother getting involved. So the way it's been moving right now, I got nothing on the ES. Maybe above 15, we might be able to set something up. I don't know at this point. But also, you don't need to press it. Like, there's no reason to, I guess, force things.
No.
If it's there, it's there. If it's not, it's not. There's 5 trading days in a week, most weeks, 4 next week.
Yeah.
But if there's something that's there of high quality, then take it. If there's not, there's nothing wrong with passing up on it, right? More trades doesn't necessarily mean better trades or even profitable trades. It just means more activity, more costs, more fees. I'm sure everyone's dealing. That's a nice cup. You bring that cup?
No, I took it from the back, and Renata noticed that she's like, Sharif has a roses cup. So I think there's birds and roses. Maybe it's one of those talks of the birds and the bees. Take this when you talk to your kids. You know, the birds and the bees talk.
Okay, I'm good. I'm good.
He's like,
I mean, I don't know if those are roses, but they're definitely flowers. I see
They're
a daisy. I see a
flowers.
daisy there. That's a daisy,
yeah.
right? But I mean, good for her for being observant, though.
Yeah,
'cause
she's
I
on
didn't even
point.
notice that cup, and this guy was drinking it on like right beside me the entire time.
Usually have one of those giant cups because I put a double, 2 coffees in there. But
yeah?
I'm like, no. Can't have
Are
a
you,
double.
those are
just
coffees?
These are
I
coffees.
thought you went and got a tea.
I was a tea man before, and then the tea is not a good enough talking juice as the coffee. So as I
Gotcha.
like to say back there, I'm getting a cup of talking juice.
You should maybe grab what's it called, a green tea. You know, the green tea's got a ton
I
of
used
caffeine
to be
in
on
it.
that all the time, man.
Yeah?
It's only got like 30 milligrams of caffeine per cup.
Oh, you need more. A lot more. You're gonna go work out after this.
Yeah. I always get a lot of water in too.
Yeah.
What do I got today? So yesterday was leg day. So I have been alternating. I've been doing legs,
Yep.
upper body, legs, upper body. Not needless to say, I'm not doing the same thing every other day.
I got you.
Legs are, they're big. They're a big group. So I do hammies, glutes, quads, and I alternate those every other day. And I mix in like an upper body component, 2 upper body components per upper body day. So it's gonna be like back and tries or shoulders and traps or whatever, what have you. And I usually mix in abs too with that. So I'll be hitting that today. Are
There
your
you go.
gyms open?
Yeah, they are.
They are.
They just closed early.
Fantastic.
They just closed early.
Oh, that's fine.
So
Don't be
for
going
any
that late.
of you guys who didn't know, this midday show, we do everything here. We maybe take trades. I don't know. It depends.
Maybe they
Sharif's got his cooking session. Then we got our workout session in. There's a lot that happens on this midday show.
Oh,
Apparently.
baby.
So here we are, still waiting on the market. So no trades here, but maybe on a special day. Who knows?
Shout out to my nephew. He passed his driving test.
Very nice. On a holiday?
Well, it's not a holiday in Orange County.
Oh,
lives, right?
okay, gotcha.
So shout out to my nephew. He's already got a car. Don't even get me started. The guy's 17 years old. Yeah, but my sister, interesting stuff over there. Let's go on here. DKNG holding 26, guys. But yeah, maybe not for long. Someone in the chat described DKNG as a person leaning over and looking down on a ledge. I hate to describe it that way, but you got a bit of a top forming at that 26 and a quarter. How many times are we going to touch 26 and a quarter area before we reject it? Looks like we don't have the oomph right now to take it out with any sort of decisive continuation, but we haven't made a newer low. The newer low comes via a 26 break here at 26.95. Until that time, I think the trend is still in, especially if you hold 26 again. I think that will probably catch a lot of people's attention for a possible move up. But oh baby, the NQ, it's awake. It's moving 13,925, coming back to that level we got to around 11 a.m. Let me bring in the NQ chart
S&P
here.
too.
Pardon me?
S&P is also crossing 12s.
Yeah, but it still hasn't broken
No, it
through
hasn't broken
Here we
yet,
go.
though.
Here we go again with the S&P. Oh, well, that's so much bamboozlement on that. I really.
13s, that's the first time we've seen.
There we go. Yeah, so it does print 13.
Oh,
so
no,
we are at the
1275. My bad.
range. Okay, still 75. All right. So
So
here's
not-
the
not
level I'm
13.
talking about
Oh, yeah.
on the NQ.
Oh, yeah.
This is the level we touched. 1120, 1125. This morning we're right back there. Obviously the level everybody and their mother's cousins looking at is 13,950. We got 13,946. Talked to Rune about this, about how to deal with blue sky setups on the particular contract, and he took us through that. I called it the continuous contract. You called it the
Consolidated contract.
consolidated contract.
It's the same thing.
Same thing, yeah.
It's just, I do think the actual is continuous.
Yeah.
I do think
Whatever,
that the official name is actually continuous
In
contract.
case anybody calls it something
just-
different. Yeah.
I don't know. As traders, sometimes you just shorten things and you make random names for random things. I'm sure everyone does it. So I just call it a consolidated contract, but it's actually the continuous. Continuous is the official term for it, I believe.
And here we are on DKNG. Here comes 26 again. All right, so now we're black flat. We're back into 05s. I'm long 04s. And we're going to do that dance with 26 that we did earlier. This time, do we hold? Do we print a newer low? These questions are going to be answered, you have to assume, quite shortly. The original stop was the bottom end of this trough through 25 3/4. Then the trailing stop gets moved up into the bottom end of this trough, which is 25.95. So if we break through that, I'll be out of the remaining portion. I'm holding 40% or so of the original position, having taken out 60% up here. Still waiting. Let's see what happens. MBOT. People yelling MBOT again. Is it moving again? It is. Oh, baby. MBOT's awake. Here we go again on MBOT. This is the 5-minute. Let's put the commentary here so they can see that this is MBOT and it trades on the NASDAQ. Let's go to the 1-minute chart real quick on our friend MBOT. Yeah, 330 top break. All sorts of speed here. What's the float on our friend MBOT? I'm seeing a 7.6 million share float on IBKR. I'll tell you the short float real quick here on MBOT. If there is one, a negligible float, according to Trade Ideas, 0.61 of the float shorted. All sorts of strength though on MBOT now, up around 200%. What does the daily show us on MBOT? Okay, so where are we at here? Let's just move this real quick. 378 high on MBOT. Where are we looking? The next, obviously, has got to be the $4 area. We got to that high, January 12th was $4 was the open, and we never got quite up there again. So $4 is going to be what I'm going to be looking at, the obvious resistance levels. Then the top end of this peak over here, you got to think 450 to 465. That's the area where we spent the end of November to early December at that price range. It has to be mentioned on much, much, much lesser volume than that which we have done today. So keep your eye on those levels, 4 and 4.25. Sorry, 4.5. 4 and 4.5 on MBOT as the next possible resistance levels, but 378 high at the moment on that catalyst. DKNG holding 26 for now as it bounces back into 10s. We're still doing that dance with 12s, aren't we, with the ES, man?
Yeah, I thought we had a chance to go, but no. We really are struggling to clear these 12s. And it wouldn't surprise me, because of how long we're spending trying to break these levels, if we do exactly what we did with the 05s, which is like snap through and then snap right back. Like we could easily go to like from 12 to 15 and then snap back. And still there's going to be no...
Go to his chart.
No real escaping this range, because at this point we're still ranging, and this is the wide range that I'm looking at, right?
Brutal.
85 down through the bottom, and then 25 up through the top, and then just playing the range in the middle. So a breakout might not be a breakout, even if we get north of 15 at this point, given the way we've been trading to the upside, or at least recently to the upside. But for now, I mean, you have DKNG, right? You have 26s.
I'm holding it. Well, we've done
2604,
okay on it.
2604.
It's holding 26.
It's working 26s. Yeah, I mean, if there's a chance that these futures can go, you can probably get 2650 on the break, right?
Yeah.
Here's my question to you, though.
Triple top.
If you get that break through 2650, would you get more? Would you start a new position, like on top of what you have?
You're full of all these great questions today, making me, yeah. Look, I talked a lot about this, adding to my winners, and how I haven't been doing it. I have to look at the chart. So let's look at the chart.
All right, let's go to his screen.
Okay, DKNG. All right, let's look at the, okay, so we know that it's almost a blue sky setup because of where it's been trading. Now, this is, Sean, is this split adjusted? So DKNG listed in 22? In early 22. So, okay, so we are at all-time highs. So this is a blue sky setup. Well, then So there is a split, because my chart is completely incorrect. Yeah, so let me go to the weekly then. Maybe the weekly shows me.
2020.
Yeah, give me 1 second. 2020. That's what I thought. There's probably a split at 22. There we go. Got it. Thank you. Now it's correct. So 75 is the top. 74 and change is the top. So where are we looking at here in terms of resistance? I'm looking at this 35 level as
possible area of resistance. Nothing lately, though. You got to see 30, right? So Bradley's yelling in the back. He's like, it hits 35, I'm cashing out. I don't know where he's holding from, but 27. All right, so if it hits 35, you heard it, he's cashing out, baby. This is what I'm looking at, though. I mean, you got a little bit of a dance here at 30. Nothing really as an intraday level, Arun, I don't see anything. I mean, so if you're asking me, would I hold through the break of the high of day?
Not hold. Would you start a new position?
A new add.
Like a new add point.
I don't think so. Not today. Maybe for a swing. But I don't think intraday you're going to get that kind of move on there. So it's already...
That's fair. I think that's a question that you need to always ask when there's a new trade that sets up. If you didn't have the position that you have, would you start a new one? Right?
Not on intraday. Maybe a swing because it's been an absolute rocket. And it's got a good fundamentals case. We talked about that one a little earlier, so I won't get into that again. But I mentioned Upstart here because the chat keeps talking about it, and rightfully so, because we just printed newer highs on Upstart. That 29.20, it just came and went. What was the start of the day? $23. We started the day at $23, and now we're up 26% on Upstart. This has been one of those names that's just been absolutely demolished in 2022. Okay, I take that back. 2021, the demolishment started. October 2021, this thing hit $400. Oh my goodness. I do remember this.
Prices are nuts, man.
$400.
Some of these prices that you've seen back then are like crazy.
Now here's the thing. We just got to the 200 EMA on this. Now we haven't touched the 200 EMA on Upstart since March of 2022, since essentially the beginning of the war. We haven't touched that. Remember that big spike that we got right after the war started? We got a big move down, then for some reason we rallied, and that was it. That was the last time this thing touched the 200 EMA. So we're right back there. Now, this could be an interesting shorting opportunity, right? Oftentimes when you touch an EMA the 200 EMA after so long, it's a great shorting opportunity. So interesting levels here on Upstart. It's been an absolute rocket. Keep your mind, though, to point it to the fact that it has a huge short float. So a lot of this could be people short covering and not genuine buying by like institutional people at that level. So 26.10 here on DKNG as we still hold 26, still embroiled in this one, 26.04. We shall see what happens. About 7 minutes left on the show here.
Going back to what you were talking about, like 200 period moving averages and whatnot, I just want to show, once I can get it going, is it's just one of those things where moving averages only really make a difference at that level when you're going to the 200. The daily 200 is a very big deal. The reason why it even matters, and I'm not a indicator guy at all, but when it comes to certain things, the 200 period moving average is very, very important actually. The reason being institutional activity. These guys are using these types of moving averages, right? So I believe that it's the 100, the 200, and the 50. The 50, the 100, the 200, I believe is what's used. And the 100 and the 200 are very, very, very important to determine overall institutional activity at those price points, because when they turn and they cross, it brings in a lot of activity. So it kind of shifts the game, right? So definitely keep the 200 in play. If you're like me and you don't really use indicators, I doubt most people are going to be trading blank charts. Like a lot of my charts are blank. Well, all my charts are blank. I don't have VWAP, nothing, right? So I just go straight up activity. Here, actually, you know what? I will say the two things that I do have up are going to be a chart of two different time frames, and then the volume to break that chart down.
Okay.
Right? So for me, I just want to see how the volume's distributed inside the chart. So for me to figure out where I can price in.
And that's what that is.
That's what that is. Yeah.
Got it. Okay.
So for me, that's all that matters. I don't care about indicators at all. But again, that's my way of trading. Everyone else's, I'm sure there's traders that stand by indicators and will make a ton of money off indicators. So that's what, everyone can trade in so many different ways, and there's so many different ways to make money.
Right.
If you are an indicator person, if you're not an indicator person, whatever, it doesn't really matter. But the 200 daily, the simple daily, is a very big deal on the institutional side. So that means you should respect it. That's the 30. But if I were to put it on the daily, definitely keep an eye on this one.
Yeah.
Always, just because of the institutional activity that comes from the much larger charts, and especially when it starts trending. This is going back. This is a daily chart. It's like once you cross, you tend to stay on that side.
Yeah,
Like
you
back
do.
in 2020 when we crossed over around June or so, we tried to break underneath, couldn't, and then we didn't break that 200 until we got to about January of 2022. And then once we turned, we never really got a chance to get back above in any meaningful way. All right, and then it gets messy. 'Cause then the market starts
that's the
ranging,
thing,
and
that's
then
what I was going to say
whatnot.
to you.
Yeah.
Like a lot of these bigger trading institutions, they use mechanical trading systems, right?
Yep.
And so, but when you read about mechanical trading systems, especially ones that use moving averages, they tell you they get rinsed in periods of consolidation.
But that's
they do not
any
work well. Yeah.
strategy, right? When you break a strategy down for any type of trader, whether you're intraday or long term, it depends on what type of strategy you're playing with.
Right.
If you're doing a trend following strategy, then if the market is ranging, you're losing a ton of money.
Yeah.
If you are playing mean reversion, meaning you're playing most likely built to play ranges, then once the stock starts trending, you're always shorting the trend because you think it's going to revert to the
very
mean,
true,
right?
yeah.
So if you're using Bollinger Bands, you're like it's overbought, and you're trying to do a mean reversion, and the market's just trending, you're constantly taking hits against the grain. So that's where you have to kind of play both sides of it. You have to find the smart middle there, where you're trending, but being aware that if the market's not ready to trend, you're going to play the range.
Right.
Right. In my case, I'm not a very good range trader, so I try to stay away from ranges. But I know that if I can get a breakout that can go, then I'll try to play that side of it. Right. So you do have to be aware that certain indicators are built for certain types of markets.
Right.
Like oscillators are going to be built for ranges. Moving averages are built for trends. Be aware of that. Don't try to fit a moving average into a sideways market. Otherwise, you're going to get nothing. It's just going to lose money because it's just going to whip around that moving average constantly. So just be aware of that when it comes to moving averages and any sort of indicator when it comes to the different types of markets and what they're useful for, because they will work. I'm sure if you see it in books, everyone will cherry pick the chart that works for that indicator at that time.
Yeah.
If I were to find a moving average, if I was going to explain a moving average in a book, I would only ever find the charts that were trending.
Yeah.
I would never use a
You'd be
chart.
like, here, look, it doesn't work on this chart.
Yeah,
No.
it's like you would only ever work in a trending market. So just be aware of the strengths and the weaknesses of the different markets and of the different indicators in those markets.
All right, wanted to update you quickly here on this DKNG position. It's back into 26, 26, 25. 94, 93-ish area will be out. That will be the bottom. That will be a bottom break of this trough and will amount to a newer low. So we'll be out of 40% position. Currently in 40% for a 10-penny loser on that. So that will be the case if we get stopped out here. But we're doing a dance with 26. We've done this dance before, so I don't want to pull the trigger too quick. Nothing to update you on this futures position. Here we go, though, on DKNG. So there we go. I'm out as it breaks through that 94. And it looks like it may be interested in a VWAP retracement. 25.75-ish area is the VWAP area. So get out on my plan. I'm happy that I executed it the right way. I'm not happy that it didn't end up continuing into high of day. But where am I P&L-wise here? Let's have a look here. Oh, down a little bit on the day, sadly, as a result of giving back some of this this move that we had on DKNG if I had taken out the entire position as a result of the futures trade that we got stopped out of. But not a big L. Not a big L. So can take it. Definitely tougher day to trade. No
Yo, let me go. I want lunch.
I know.
We gotta go
got
get
like,
lunch.
we got
So
exactly
used to just
1
popping
minute.
into the kitchen and grabbing something. Now I gotta step out.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
Apparently
I
it's
still
nice
gotta do
weather.
another half an hour at the big desk, but we'll do the rundown.
Brendan's there.
pretty quick.
Oh no, you gotta help him out.
Yeah, we do. I do 8:30 to 2:30 every day now.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, but we're expanding, so that won't be happening for that long. Max giving me a look. He's like, "Damn, that's a lot." Wills Addison,
in work.
$2 super chat, baby. Thank you very
Pack
much,
W.
Willis Addison. Excuse me. Let's go Pack Dub. Swung $6 calls from Friday. Oh, baby. Where are we at today with Pack Dub? We looked at it earlier. Haven't looked at it recently. Come to my chart real quick before we send it off to the big kahunas. PAC Dub. Where are we here? Okay, so we're at just 701. So those calls, they're looking good. 701 DHOD on Pack Dub. Regionals still not done. Still in play.
Banking's always a hot thing. When there's news, man, banking is always going to be a big thing because it affects the rest of the economy too.
No
right?
question about it. All right, guys, we are overtime. Brendo, he's going to take you into the closing show. I'll join him in a second. Thank you for coming on. In case you're just joining us, Arun and I will be on the midday show for the rest of the week. We will see you the same time.
Stuck with me, guys. Sorry.
Same time. Same bat channel. See you guys tomorrow.
Hey guys, yeah, 2 o'clock. Welcome back into a busy afternoon here. The market overall kind of chopping around, doing not a heck of a lot, going sideways as we speak. More comments coming through here from Speaker McCarthy saying the debt ceiling talks are at a sensitive point, but he thinks that we can make it all happen